Chapter 460. Little Anne took out the shiny Guardian King's pearl, and stared at it for a while before suddenly clenching it hard. Resplendent golden light seeped out from the tip of her finger and was released in rings. There was a faint roar of a Guardian King and Buddhist chanting. With a crack, it turned into golden powder and dispersed. She waved her hand, and the 18 prayer beads returned to her slender white wrist. Her seaweed-like hair draped down, covering her similarly slender white body. At this moment, she thought of something and spread her arms and raised her head. Like a willow tree sprouting in spring, her body gradually unfurled. Li Qingshan's group returned to the 100 schools of thought. Sengzan specially held a banquet in the Hua estate to welcome him. After washing up and dressing up, Hua Qinglu emerged from the back hall and specially toasted him, thanking him for saving her life. Li Qingshan drank it all in a single gulp and smiled. I never thought the little girl from back then would become such a beauty now. If your big sister Han hadn't beaten me to it, I probably wouldn't be able to help myself and ask you to devote yourself to me. Sengzan reddened, but she refused to back down. I never thought that the damned brat from back then would become such a heroic figure now. If Sister Han hadn't taken the initiative, I probably would have asked you to marry me too. Li Qingshan was taken aback. He asked seriously, Han Tie isn't here, right? There was a roar of laughter. Hua Qinglu stomped her foot. What are you trying to do? Sengzan even laughed. Qingshan doesn't even fear the rock demon, so why would he fear Han Ruhu? Li Qingshan said, if he were here, I'd drink 300 cups with him. Brother, why didn't you tell me beforehand? Hua Qinglu grumbled again. Who knew how many private conversations he had heard along the way? Sengzan immediately raised his cup and apologized to his sister. Li Qingshan smiled. It's not just you. Even I'm confused. I don't get it. Before Hua Qinglu returned to her seat, she blinked her eyes. Big brother Li, don't forget that you still owe me something. Li Qingshan smiled and said, as long as you don't have to marry me, I will do my best. Zijian, it's your turn. Hua Qinglu understood the value of this promise, so she returned to her seat in satisfaction. He nudged Yu Zijian beside him. Yu Zijian served up the alcohol, but she stared straight at Li Qingshan. His smile faded slightly. What's wrong? Is there something dirty on my face? No, thank you for saving me. The more Yu Zijian looked at him, the more she found him to be similar. Although his figure and appearance were completely different, the way he spoke and the expression on his face were basically exactly the same. However, she wondered whether it was because of her first impression of him. Zijian's performance during the mission this time was very impressive. I admire him very much, Li Qingshan praised. Hua Qinglu said, as long as it's a beauty, you appreciate them all. Haha, more or less. Both the host and guests were delighted. Li Qingshan bid farewell and left. Sengzan accompanied Li Qingshan to the entrance and said softly, I just received the news. We'll be meeting in 3 days in the same building. Li Qingshan's expression changed. That works too. At least your efforts haven't gone to waste. You know about it already? I know a little. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. You should pay a visit to the Han family too. I understand. Li Qingshan patted Sengzan's shoulder. He leapt up and arrived in the air. He took a step and flew into the clouds. With a few flashes, he vanished into the horizon. Sengzan gazed at him for quite a while before sighing gently. What a good eye. Who knew whether he was talking about Gu Yenying or Han Qiongji? When Li Qingshan returned to Qingzhao's Immortal's cave, Little Anne was already waiting there. She took out the strange stone left behind by Strong Stone. The stone of slaughter flickered with a blood-red light, alternating between bright and dark, as if it was a beating heart. This was her gift to him. Li Qingshan stroked the uneven surface of the stone of slaughter. The scenes of countless warriors and horses, as well as the hot-blooded massacre, rushed into his mind. He wished he could dance with them and start a massacre. He suppressed this thought and sighed softly. I've finally settled a karmic grudge. Qingshan, look at me. Little Anne whispered in an extremely soft voice. What's wrong? You seem a little different today. Li Qingshan turned around and finally noticed Little Anne's abnormality. He circled around Little Anne. Her seaweed-like hair seemed to have grown longer, and she had grown slightly taller as well, almost exceeding her waist. Her delicate features were clearer as well, giving her a soul-stirring beauty. Li Qingshan clapped his hands together. Haven't you grown up a little? If I don't grow up, others will suspect me. Little An lowered her head and explained. Although one could slow down aging and even regain one's youthfulness once they cultivated it to a certain extent. However, Little Anne's cultivation on the surface was undoubtedly not that profound. Since she had always been cultivating the path of white bone and great beauty, she was unable to change the size of her bones. Fortunately, she had not appeared in front of others for the past few years, so she did not attract much attention. However, as time went on, she would definitely attract suspicion. Is that so? Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and cupped Little Anne's cheeks with both hands. He rubbed her cheeks with a chuckle. Very good, very beautiful. However, don't grow too big all of a sudden. Little Anne appeared disappointed. After receiving his encouragement, she had wanted to work harder. Don't tell me you really want to grow bigger all of a sudden. Li Qingshan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Sure. Don't. You'll scare people. Don't worry, I can wait. Li Qingshan picked her up with a smile, but then became troubled again. If you grow any bigger, I won't be able to put you on my shoulders. That's good. Little Anne wrapped her arms around his neck and murmured. Let me show you something else. Little Anne broke free from his embrace and opened her mouth towards her palm. She spat out something that was as blue as water or smoke. This is strong stone. Li Qingshan took a closer look. This thing looked exactly like strong stone. He suddenly understood that this was strong stone's soul. Little Anne released the ice soul refining flame. Strong stone seemed to have woken up from being frozen. He regained his senses and immediately flew out. Pale white flame surged from all directions like a cage, shrouding him in Little Anne's palm. As soon as strong stone touched the flame, he felt a bone-chilling cold and had no choice but to retreat. Li Qingshan moved closer and exclaimed in surprise. Who are you? Strong stone was shocked, scared, and angry. Suddenly he recognized Li Qingshan's face. It's you. Then who am I? Li Qingshan smiled wickedly, and his eyes gradually became scarlet red. North Moon, it's you. You're a human. No, you're a half-demon. That's none of your business. Li Qingshan smiled. No wonder in all kinds of stories, whether it was the protagonist or the antagonist, after defeating the opponent, they would always say a bunch of nonsense. Because this kind of feeling was really fucking awesome. Little Anne, he can't escape, Li Qingshan confirmed. He liked the beginning of this story, but he didn't want the ending to be reversed. Absolutely, I can refine him. After cultivating the samadhi flame of white bone, Little Anne could not only refine flesh and bones to nourish them, but also refine the soul to strengthen himself. That's good. I have a lot of nonsense to say to him. Li Qingshan relaxed and ignored Strong Stone's curses. He cleared his throat and put on an act. Strong Stone, oh Strong Stone, do you know why you failed? He spoke until his mouth was parched. After satisfying himself, Li Qingshan waved his hand. Shaoan, torture this bastard properly for me. Ask him if he has any useful information while you're at it. Then, he returned to the stone of slaughter and patted it. This might be a good material for refining artifacts. Deep underground in Cobweb City, Helicoverpa Rosa snapped open her eyes afterwards and summoned Dragonsnail. She said coldly, Strong Stone's aura has vanished. Go investigate who did it. From today onwards, you'll be in command of Strong Stone's demon generals. In the Clear River Prefecture, there definitely were not a lot of humans or demons who could kill Strong Stone silently. Apart from the Demon Slayer and a few powerful figures from the 100 schools of thought, North Moon's appearance also appeared in her head. If it really were a clansman killing someone from the same clan, Dragonsnail would not have done it. Bloodshadow was currently recovering, so the only one capable of this was the North Moon of unknown origins. Yes, Dragonsnail was slightly surprised. Even with Strong Stone's strength, he had still died in battle. She felt like she was losing control over something. She tracked him down and asked a group of demon generals who had massacred cities with Strong Stone before finally arriving in the cavern where Strong Stone had been killed. The cavern still surged with a powerful Buddhist glow. Dragonsnail frowned. Was it a Buddhist disciple? Apart from the school of Buddhism from the 100 schools of thought, there did not seem to be a lot of powerful figures of Buddhism within the Clear River Prefecture. At the very least, there was no one who could kill Strong Stone silently. He remembered that Strong Stone had once killed a monk, and he seemed to be closely connected to the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Before he died, he had used the chant of Devanaga to heavily injure Strong Stone. If the Chan monastery of Devanaga sent people to avenge their disciple, it would be beyond his control, let alone avenge Strong Stone. Dragonsnail returned to Cobweb City and reported to Helicoverpa Rosa. Only after hearing Dragonsnail's deduction did Helicoverpa Rosa dismiss her doubts about the North Moon. She sank into her thoughts for a very long time. The Sword Collection Palace, the Umbral Een sect, and the Chan Monastery of Devanaga were the three great sects of the Green Province. Any single one of them was a colossal existence that required demon kings to contend with. However, if a disciple of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga had taken action, they should not have been so sneaky. Did they want to avenge their disciple while maintaining the current situation? Perhaps they were also warning them that they could not continue massacring cities. Lol flicked her blood-red lips. Order North Moon and Blood Shadow that Strong Stone is already dead. Slaughter 100 cities for me and take revenge on the humans. Little Anne's actions had diverted Spider Queen's suspicions. As for Dragonsnail's return trip, 3 days had already passed. Today the tower seemed rather deserted. Regular people had all been turned away. Only cultivators could enter. Whether they were truly well-mannered or feigning aloofness, everyone spoke softly. Only the disciples of the sect who moved between them seemed to be bustling with activity from the past. School leader Lu, it's been quite some time since you've come. Are you looking down on us now that you've reached Foundation establishment? A few seductive women wrapped themselves around Lu Chuanfeng, which filled him with awkwardness. He scolded powerlessly, "Go away, go away. Release him. If you have anything to say, come at me." Li Qingshan walked over from behind Lu Chuanfeng and barked. Chapter 461. Os. The eyes of the seductive women all lit up when they saw Li Qingshan. There were not a lot of Foundation establishment cultivators as young as him. They often represented genius and future prospects. They immediately gave up on Lu Chuanfeng and crowded around him. This little brother looks so familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. How is he so strong? Some of them rubbed against Li Qingshan gently, while others caressed his chest. None of them were great beauties, but they were still extraordinarily beautiful. They all had ample breasts and buttocks. They were dressed in revealing attire, which was extremely alluring. Even Li Qingshan, who had not tasted meat for quite some time, was rather tempted. You're all dismissed. Begonia walked over. The women immediately retreated to one side and bowed. Sect Master. Begonia smiled and bowed gracefully. I've waited for you for quite some time. Please come with me. Seeing Li Qingshan again, she saw him in a different light. He was not as handsome as Wasungzan, but he had a stocky build, thick eyebrows and large eyes. He gave off a sense of vigor as he stood there. Once upon a time, that youth who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth had already grown to such an extent. Begonia smiled and said secretly, Qingshan, if you're interested, I can make arrangements for you. Of course Chengji won't find out. Li Qingshan had been in secluded cultivation for 3 years. He had reached Foundation establishment in a single stroke in his early 20s, and he had killed 2 demon generals in a row. He was now one of the most influential figures in the cultivation community of the Clear River Prefecture, surpassing all the young cultivators of his generation. He had even surpassed Wasungzan and so on. He had already vaguely gained the title of the greatest prodigy. Begonia no longer dared to treat him lightly either. Thinking about how he had some unpleasant experiences with the sect in the past, she had to deal with this properly. If she made him bear a grudge, it would be quite the problem for her and the entire sect. However, Li Qingshan had helped her kill Wei Zhongyun in the past, so it was not a bad thing for them to be entangled in their grievances. Begonia believed she could make him forget about the past with her methods. Coupled with a little intimacy, there was no problem. Unless it's Begonia herself, it's not worth the risk. Li Qingshan looked at Begonia. She was dressed splendidly like a blooming begonia. Her appearance had not changed in the slightest from 3 years ago. The worry on his face also faded away, as if he had completely put down his worries and felt that his contribution was not small. Begonia looked at Li Qingshan with some surprise. She felt that his words were suddenly a little too intimate. She felt a little strange. She felt that the Li Qingshan in front of her was somewhat different from the Li Qingshan in her impression. In Li Qingshan's memory he already had a deep understanding of Begonia, so he set off fireworks with her. He had also seen her most vulnerable side and listened to her speak her mind. Their relationship had even surpassed that of ordinary friends. This closeness was naturally revealed. Just kidding. Just kidding. Li Qingshan knew that he did not have enough self-cultivation as an actor. He would reveal himself as soon as he let his guard down, so he quickly restrained himself. Qingshan is a young prodigy with a heroic spirit. I don't think I'm a good match for you. Begonia used his words to get closer to him. However, she also maintained a distance. She felt that Li Qingshan's behavior probably stemmed from the arrogance of a young man. He possessed such a high cultivation at such a young age. It was understandable that he would develop some improper thoughts that he had never had in the past. However, she did not have any special feelings for Li Qingshan. When she thought of that, another figure appeared in her heart. Although they had only met twice, the impression he had left on her was so deep and unforgettable. Of course, at this very moment, he had already become the terrifying existence known as the Moon Devil. Humans and demons walk different paths. There was no possibility of any interaction between them. However, if they could meet again, he definitely would not try to kill her. She was confident about that. The mechanism of the building had already been activated. It was divided into 2 floors. The lower floor was for Qi practitioners to socialize with, while the upper floor was obviously a meeting place that only Foundation establishment cultivators had the right to enter. It made Li Qingshan think about the banquet at the Hua family 3 years ago. Now he saw many familiar faces from the past. When he stepped onto the cloud ladder and followed Begonia upstairs, he looked up at everyone. They all raised their heads to look at him as they grew smaller and smaller. Among them was the first senior brother of Horned Rhinoceros Mountain. He had no idea what his name was, but his eyes were filled with resentment. Although the 10th layer of Qi practitioner was only a step away from Foundation establishment, it was not a step that could be crossed so easily. 3 years was often not enough. Arriving on the upper floor, it immediately became much more empty and quiet. Many Foundation establishment cultivators had already arrived, currently socializing with each other. They did not try to avoid others when they talked. They all talked about the major events that had happened in Clear River Prefecture recently. 3 days ago, the battle between Fu Qingjin and Strongstone was obviously the most discussed topic. As one of the main characters of this topic, Li Qingshan immediately attracted a lot of attention as soon as he arrived on the upper floor. Fu Qingjin nodded at Li Qingshan in greeting. Li Qingshan did not want to seem too rude, so he clasped his hands. He saw Wei Yongsheng and the others, so he went over to greet them. They all congratulated him for achieving another victory. Before long, basically everyone had arrived. Everyone retreated to the surroundings. The leader of the School of Moism tossed out a wooden box. The wooden box rapidly swelled as it landed on the empty space, producing a series of clanging sounds. Before long, it had expanded into a circular stair-like platform. Everyone took their seats. The 100 schools of thought and the Demon Slayer each took up a large circle. Those who needed to speak directly with each other sat at the bottom, while those who did not need to speak sat at the top. It was convenient for them to speak at any time as well. It did avoid the trouble of seniority. The meeting finally began. The representatives of both sides, Lu Chongqing and Fu Qingjin, arrived at the center of the platform to give speeches. Then a battle of words ensued. Li Qingshan sat in a high corner. After listening for a while, he felt bored. He simply lowered his eyelids and began to cultivate. This meeting was destined to last for a while. Although he was already a foundation-building cultivator, his qualifications were still somewhat shallow. Moreover, he was not good at debating with others. It was better for him to calm down and improve his cultivation. A burst of medicinal fragrance came from beside him. Li Qingshan knew it was Ru Exian, so he ignored her. "Wake up." A thunderous voice boomed in his ears. Li Qingshan's whole body shook. He glared at Ru Xian beside him. Don't bother me. Li Qingshan suddenly frowned and closed his eyes again. Oh, your temper is getting worse. Li Qingshan's temper was not getting worse. It was just that Helicoverpa Rosa's order to massacre the city had arrived in the underground cave. Master, what should we do? Li Qingshan's original body moved about outside, while his mirror clone stood guard underground so that he could deal with any unexpected situations. He opened his eyes. Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo were to his left and right, awaiting his orders. Li Qingshan asked in thought, what do you think? Yi Liubo suggested, if we move separately, we'll probably suffer losses. Should we gather the matriarchs again? Night roamers aren't skilled in large-scale killing, but it's not difficult if we work together. Among the techniques of night roamers, there's a move called Darkness of the Night. It can envelop a very large area. It's not very powerful, but it's enough to deal with regular humans. Little did she know that Li Qingshan had no intention of carrying out this order at all. Even if he did not consider virtue and righteousness and only considered benefits, what benefit would there be in slaughtering regular people? Instead, it would be very detrimental. The war might have been limited to the Clear River Prefecture right now, but he could come and go as he pleased with his cultivation as a demon general. However, this game of chess had to come to an end one day. Stronger cultivators would break free from his restraints. The cultivators of the 100 schools of thought hated this the most. Let alone others, even Gu Yening would not turn a blind eye to a demon general who massacred cities within her jurisdiction. The Sword Collection Palace was only a powerful organization among the many sects of the Green Province, but slaughtering regular people was not tolerated by the entire Great Xia Empire. They would definitely face targeted retaliation in the future. The combined force of the 100 schools was far more terrifying than a single sword collection palace. He could hide himself, but he definitely would not be able to protect the foundation he had built up so painstakingly underground. He was not afraid of battle, but he did not want to engage in a meaningless battle like this either, not to mention that there were still so many acquaintances in the 100 schools of thought whom he could not kill. Taking a step back, if he killed everyone, who was going to read his novels? Who was going to help him accumulate the power of belief? Only an idiot would want to do something like this that brought no benefits and only harm. Yi Liusu said, now is without a doubt the best time to carry out this order. Why? The Demon Slayer and the 100 Schools of Thought are currently holding an alliance meeting in the Clear River Prefecture. Most of the Foundation establishment cultivators will be participating. How do you know? I bought the information from the humans. This is truly a heaven-sent opportunity. Master, let's go make a big fuss. Yi Liubo's eyes shone. Li Qingshan noticed Yi Liusu's thoughtful and worried expression. Liusu, you don't seem too willing. Master doesn't seem to have the ability to obtain power through slaughter like Strong Stone and Blood Shadow. Yes. Yi Liusu suggested. Then this matter will only bring more harm than good, and it'll probably deal a devastating blow to us night roamers. Please proceed with caution, Master. Oh, tell me about it. Yi Liusu gave a similar analysis to Li Qingshan. Her objective was for the night roamers to return to living under the sun, moon, and stars. It was pointless to fall out with the humans for the sake of the war between humans and demons. Li Qingshan secretly praised her. She did not have as many channels to obtain information as he did, yet she could see so far ahead. Her insight was truly impressive. Sister, it's just killing a group of mortals. Is it that serious? Yi Liubo felt like her sister had overshadowed her once again after coming up with a good idea. Big boobs and no brains. Li Qingshan patted Yi Liubo's cheek. Humph. Yi Liubo directly grabbed his hand and placed it on her surging breasts. Li Qingshan did not pull his hand back, allowing her to savor the softness of her ample bosom. He asked, Liusu, it looks like you've learned a lot about the human world during this time. I don't like wasting time on something like this either, but how should we deal with this? He definitely could not carry out this order, but the Queen of Helicoverpa Rosa was not easy to get along with either. He could not completely ignore her orders either. This was the helplessness of not having enough strength. Living under someone else's roof meant being under their control, unable to do as he wished. Welcome. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 462. Li Qingshan sank into his thoughts. Since he could not confront her face to face, all he could do was do something else instead and placate the Spider Queen. Liusu, are there any other places in the Clear River Prefecture apart from the Rose Cloud sect where the Demon Slayer currently resides and the 100 Schools of Thought's Clear River Prefecture? It has to be a strategic location. Only then can I explain it to the Spider Queen. Seeing how he agreed with her suggestion, Yi Liusu smiled. She also came up with a corresponding plan. There are spiritual stone mines. As the currency of the cultivation community, spiritual stones were also an important item. They were all mined from spiritual stone mines before being refined by artifact smiths into regular spiritual stones. To cultivators, they could be described as the most important resource. Without spiritual stones, the mechanisms and puppets of Moism would be inanimate objects. Although Fu Qingjin could gather all the sects, he could not move the spiritual stone mines away. Yi Liusu took out a mental map and gestured around. There are over a dozen relatively large spiritual stone mines in the Clear River Prefecture right now. Gather the men. Li Qingshan waved his hand. He had to launch an attack as soon as possible. He had to draw away the attention of the Clear River Prefecture before the demons massacred the city en masse. In the building, Li Qingshan opened his eyes and glanced at Fu Qingjin from afar. You might be an enemy, but I hope you can receive my warning. He turned around and said to Ru Exine just now, who are you? What are you sitting beside me for? Ru Exine glanced at him and turned around. Li Qingshan shrugged and smiled. The order to gather underground was carried out in a hurry. The meeting also proceeded in an orderly manner. The two worlds in Li Qingshan's eyes, one bright and one dark, were both the cores of the human path and the demon path. Even though the Clear River Prefecture was just a chessboard, he believed he was a chariot that could move about. He could influence the development of the entire chessboard. With the Spider Queen's order, the middle section of the chessboard finally arrived. In the venue, both sides were arguing endlessly for every bit of benefit, neither side giving way. Fu Qingjin sat with his arms crossed, remaining silent. Suddenly he frowned. He pressed his fingertips to his ears as if he was listening to something. After a while, he stood up and walked to the center of the hall. The argument stopped and all eyes fell on him. Fu Qingjin said, I just received news that the golem is dead. The meeting place was quiet for a moment, but then it boiled over again. What? When? Was it because he received that sword strike from fellow Taoist Fu? That's great. My disciple's vengeance has finally been avenged. All sorts of sounds reached Mind Enlightened's ears. However, there was only a buzzing sound. The words "the stone mill is dead" echoed repeatedly in his mind. In the end, it turned into a mumble from his mouth. The stone demon is dead. He called out softly, Master. His cheeks were already streaming with tears. Li Qingshan glanced at Mind Enlightenment from afar and said quietly, The grudge has been settled. I don't owe him anything. For Fu Qingjin to receive this news so quickly, it made Li Qingshan feel rather surprised. The news of the golem's death had been spread along with the Spider Queen's order to massacre the entire city. However, the scope of the news was not very wide. Where did he get this news from? The hall was filled with a joyous atmosphere. The stone demon had killed countless people and caused great harm. The mortals who died at his hands were all mortals. The number of mortals who had died at his hands had long since surpassed 1 million. The number of cultivators he had killed was also innumerable. It was like a massive shadow looming over everyone's heads. Now that they had finally received their retribution, how could they not be overjoyed? Even though everyone present was a highly cultivated cultivator, they still couldn't help but be overjoyed. Some even danced with joy. Fu Qingjin's next words immediately diluted the joyous atmosphere, making Li Qingshan even more suspicious. The Demon Queen has already issued an order to massacre the entire city. She wants to massacre 100 cities to avenge the golem. Just as everyone was alarmed, Li Qingshan pondered a question. Just where did the news come from? Fu Qingjin should have been using some kind of high-level communication spiritual artifact right now. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to transmit his voice over such a great distance, and he even had to avoid the interference of the underground magnetic field. Demon generals could refine spiritual artifacts and use them, but spiritual artifacts like that would often come in pairs. If they wanted to refine them, they would have to refine them together. Fu Qingjin would never carry around an object radiating with demon qi, so it had to be a night roamer. Who was this night roamer? There sure were a lot of spies in the world. However, Fu Qingjin did not mention attacking the spiritual stone mines, which made Li Qingshan relax slightly. As it seemed, it was not necessarily his personal guard. Ken was also a member of the clan. Otherwise, he would have used his mirror clone to carry out a great cleanup right now and find the damned spy. It was not necessarily a bad thing for Fu Qingjin to receive the news earlier. At the very least, he could save countless cities, reduce the destruction of the war, and speed up the progress of the war. Fellow Fu, is that true? Lu Chongqing could not help but stand up. His face was solemn. As the prefect of Clear River, he had the responsibility of protecting the people in place of the emperor, and it also concerned the accumulation of merit for all disciples of the school of Confucianism. That's right. The demons are invading en masse. Yet we're still arguing endlessly over some petty profits. What do you think, Sir Lu? Wang Pushi furrowed his brows tightly, while Hua Sengzan sighed gently. With the situation, the academy had instead been forced to the edge of a cliff. The advantageous position they had established in the beginning had been swept away. It was impossible for the academy to turn a blind eye to the lives of several million people. If the Demon Suppression Alliance did not take action, they would definitely suffer heavy losses if they single-handedly resisted the large-scale attack of the demons. After a moment of thought, Lu Chongqing said, "Please come up with a plan, fellow Fu. As long as it's not too overboard, we're willing to accept it." However, to everyone's surprise, Fu Qingjin did not take advantage of the situation to demand an exorbitant price. Instead, he said, "Sir Lu, you're underestimating me by saying that. The Demon Slayer's purpose is to purge demons and protect the common people. Why would I threaten you with this? Our alliance lies in our unity. If we continue to argue endlessly over profit, what difference will it be from the past? Let's go with the general plan as we discussed earlier. As for the details, let's put them aside for now and discuss them in the future. What do you think, sir?" Fellow Fu is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. Chongqing is filled with admiration. Lu Chongqing clasped his hands deeply. His words were extremely beautiful. Even the people of the academy who were very dissatisfied with the Demon Slayer and Fu Qingjin in the past all felt that he was a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace after all. He possessed a great spirit that ordinary people struggled to match up to. I, Fu Qingjin, have boldly made this decision for you all. We're all fellow cultivators here, so we should work together and help one another. I don't think I need to explain the principle of where the hair will attach itself to the skin. Over the past 3 years, none of our disciples have died at the hands of demons. Compared to fighting over profit, purging demons and avenging them is much more important. In this regard, fellow Taoist Li from the School of Novels has already set an example. As Fu Qingjin spoke passionately, he suddenly waved his hand at Li Qingshan. A few days ago, it was exactly fellow Li Qingshan of the academy who braved great danger to stop Strong Stone from fleeing, which was why he was heavily injured and died. Everyone's gazes landed on Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan had no idea how to react inside. Through a series of coincidences, he had instead become an icebreaker, and he received extremely great praise for the death of the rock demon. If it were not for his other identity, his impression of Fu Qingjin should have skyrocketed by now. Li Qingshan stood up and clasped his hands. "You're far too kind, fellow Fu. As a Hawkwolf guard, I've always had responsibilities. The one thought master of the 100 schools of thought died at the hands of the rock demon, and I personally witnessed his viciousness in massacring cities. I can't just do nothing and let him come and go as he pleases." Enlightenment's chest warmed up. He felt like he had gone too far with what he had done to little Anne. He felt rather ashamed. Fu Qingjin said, "Well said." He said to Li Qingshan secretly, "I hope my performance today hasn't disappointed you." Under the great pressure from the outside world, the meeting came to an end very quickly. They immediately began to discuss how to deal with the order to massacre cities. At this moment, Fu Qingjin changed the topic. If I may be so bold as to waste a little more of your time, there's something of utmost importance that I'd like the assistance of the 100 schools of thought. Lu Chongqing said, "What's the matter? Feel free to tell me. As long as we can help, we definitely won't turn it down." Fu Qingjin said, "Some of you probably already know a thing or two. I've already looked into it, so all that's left is to tie up the loose ends. A few of you refuse to cooperate. However, this matter has to do with our sword collection palace. The Soaring Dragon Elder's death really can't be careless." Everyone recalled how Fu Qingjin had gone around asking people a while ago. "Where were you that day? What did you do?" Li Qingshan shivered inside. He felt like something was off. Fu Qingjin had said so much, but it seemed like he was revealing his true intentions. When the Soaring Dragon Elder's death was mentioned, even Lu Chongqing dared not be careless. "Please tell us what happened, fellow Fu." Recently, the Soaring Dragon sword appeared, and the Sword Collection Palace confirmed its location. That's right, it was that day. "I'd like to ask those fellows again, where were they that day?" Fu Qingjin's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he scanned through the surroundings. His gaze swept past Li Qingshan's face. Li Qingshan's expression did not change. He let out a sigh of relief. "Do you think I'll tell you just because you ask?" However, he felt uneasy for some reason. "How can you be certain that the people you've asked aren't suspicious?" Wang Puxi immediately voiced his doubts. Fu Qingjin exhaled. "Have you heard of the Xieji Commander Wang? It's said to be a divine beast that can distinguish between right and wrong." "That's right. This is the secret treasure of our sword collection palace, the Xieji's horn. It also has the ability to detect lies. As a result, I hope the two fellows who didn't tell the truth that day can give me an answer as well." Fu Qingjin raised his hand. The Xieji's horn was there, radiating with a strange aura. The situation had already been set, so there was no need for him to hide anything anymore. If that person really was in there, he would definitely be able to force him out. With so many cultivators present, he would not be able to escape no matter how capable he was. As he took out the Xieji's horn, Fu Qingjin took in everyone's reactions, especially the few main suspects. Li Qingshan's heart shivered. Suddenly, he remembered that when he faced off against Fu Qingjin on Bronze Cauldron Mountain, he had asked many questions for no reason. So that's why. He could not help but feel some lingering fear. If he had spoken carelessly, Fu Qingjin would have gotten hold of him. Even if he did not reveal his true identity, Fu Qingjin would probably be able to deduce many things. The most crucial question was, if the Xieji's horn really was as strange as Fu Qingjin described it to be, how was he supposed to get through this? To be continued. Chapter 463. Lu Chongqing thought about how Fu Qingjin had already made such a huge concession. If he still did not cooperate, it would be far too unreasonable. He turned around and said to the people of the academy, "Do you have any objections?" They all fell silent. They looked at one another. If anyone raised any doubts at a time like this, they would probably really be under suspicion. This was related to the death of an elder of the Sword Collection Palace. Who would be bold enough to be implicated? "Fellow Fu, please go ahead and ask. I believe that there's no one in the academy who has anything to do with this. If there really is, I don't think we'll protect him. We'll definitely get him to give the Sword Collection Palace an explanation." "Sir, you're very fair. I'm impressed." Fu Qingjin clasped his hands and made his way over to the semicircle where the people of the academy sat. He glanced around, and anyone he saw would feel their hearts tighten. In the end, Fu Qingjin's gaze landed on Li Qingshan's face, and he smiled. Li Qingshan became nervous. This bastard was full of nice things, but he never thought the first person he asked would be him. If he really did ask, he would give himself away regardless of whether he answered or not. What should he do next? Admit that he had picked up the Simur ring? However, that would be a lie. The Xieji's horn would be able to tell, and Fu Qingjin would definitely get to the bottom of it. Or he could just charge out. That would be even worse. If Fu Qingjin wanted to force him to stay, he would cast the Green Ruins illusion. If he did not transform into his true form as a demon, he would not be able to charge out at all. If he did, these Foundation Establishment cultivators would not just sit around and do nothing. Fu Qingjin had silently cast down an inescapable net. Once it was drawn in, Li Qingshan would be in dire straits. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Fortunately, Li Qingshan was already quite well trained as an actor. He frowned slightly. "Are you suspecting me, fellow Fu?" "No." Before Fu Qingjin had even finished, a roar of laughter rang out, as the Xieji's horn in his hand had actually lit up. The Xieji's horn really does live up to its name. Li Qingshan smiled. The Xieji divine beast was impartial. They only knew right and wrong, not distinguishing between friend and foe. With a bitter smile, Fu Qingjin rubbed his nose and said in a clear voice, "I admire your courage and quick-wittedness, so I really don't want that person to be you. I want to ask you one last time." The Xieji's horn remained motionless. This proved that his words were not false. "Up to you," Li Qingshan said indifferently. He felt relieved in his heart. His feelings were a little complicated. When his identity was exposed, what would Fu Qingjin say? "I didn't expect it to be you?" How should he answer? "Sorry, I'm a police officer." Stop joking. Although he had temporarily escaped this crisis, the crisis was far from over. It was only temporarily postponed. Li Qingshan thought intensely about what he could do. How could he deceive the Xieji's horn? The ox demon, tiger demon, and spirit turtle? None of them seemed to work. Fu Qingjin took a few more steps and arrived in front of the slovenly Taoist, Zhou Tong. He bowed deeply and said, "Senior, please answer me." Fu Qingjin had asked Zhou Tong before, but Zhou Tong was the person closest to Golden Core in the Clear River Prefecture. He was also someone who did whatever he wanted without any qualm, so why would he pay any attention to Fu Qingjin? But with the current situation, Zhou Tong could not help but answer. He said seriously, "You're a fucking likable kid." The Xieji's horn shone brightly, and laughter rang out again. Zhou Tong said, "So it really is effective." Fu Qingjin said, "Please continue, senior. I'm happy from the bottom of my heart when I see you." The Xieji's horn lit up again. Fu Qingjin is wise and benevolent. Demon Slayer is just and honorable. Long live the Sword Collection Palace. The Xieji's horn flickered constantly, so Zhou Tong just cursed it in irony. The people of the academy laughed a few times, but seeing how the expressions of the people from the sects became uglier and uglier, the laughter gradually subsided. Only Fu Qingjin's smile remained the same. "Senior, if you want to satisfy your cravings, I can make some time and listen to you talk for 3 days and 3 nights. However, don't forget that the army of demons has already begun to gather underground. Before long, all the cities will be reduced to a bloody hell." Zhou Tong's cursing came to a halt. No matter how much he did whatever he wanted, he was still a human in the end. Under the constraints of the greater good, he could not act willfully and recklessly. He glanced at Fu Qingjin deeply. "I've never seen some soaring dragon elder, let alone some soaring dragon sword." The light from the Xieji's horn finally dimmed. Fu Qingjin clasped his hands again. "Thank you, senior." Afterwards, he made his way towards the next suspect. Li Qingshan also smiled faintly, but he was extremely nervous inside. "I have to ruin this meeting before I can be questioned. They're holding an alliance meeting? I'll go take a look." Deep underground, Li Qingshan's mirror clone told Liusu what to do before unfurling his wings of wind and flying out of the ground. He rushed into the air and accelerated, breaking through a few white waves of air and flying towards the Clear River Prefecture. However, Fu Qingjin's subsequent questioning suddenly became much smoother. Even someone like Zhou Tong had to cooperate obediently, so there was even less of a reason for them to provoke the Sword Collection Palace. Even if they were reluctant to tell him where and what they did that day, all they had to do was say they had never seen the soaring dragon sword, and they would basically pass. The ability of the Xieji's horn to detect lies made the questioning as easy as it could be. The mirror clone had only flown halfway, and he had already questioned most of the suspects. There were only 3 suspects left. All it took was a few words. Li Qingshan clenched his fist. Suddenly, a slender hand grabbed his fist. It was smooth and warm. It was Ru Xian's hand. Due to the cover of the table, his subconscious action was hidden from the eyes of others, but he could not hide it from Ru Xian beside him. Li Qingshan shivered inside and looked over. Ru Xian behaved like nothing had happened, paying attention to the outcome of Fu Qingjin's questioning just like everyone else. However, she cast a sliver of concern at him from the corner of her eye. A series of buildings appeared on the horizon. The Clear River Prefecture was in sight. Li Qingshan's mirror clone stared at the city and instead slowed down. He concealed his aura and approached silently. It was already too late. Fu Qingjin had questioned the second-to-last suspect, so only Li Qingshan remained. The suspicion on Li Qingshan increased greatly. 100 scorching gazes gathered on him. Hua Sengzan was slightly nervous, Han Tie frowned, and Lu Chuanfeng was even more dumbfounded. Over the years, the people Li Qingshan made friends with and got to know in the 100 schools of thought all cast him worried and concerned gazes, as well as doubts that could not be dispelled. Disrupting the meeting at a time like this was no different from giving himself away. Li Qingshan had already prepared for the worst. The mirror clone was for support, just to create a chance for him to kill his way out. I hope my judgment is wrong. Fu Qingjin stared at Li Qingshan. His slightly greenish eyes were as clear as water. The Xieji's horn lit up with a weak light. Li Qingshan smiled. That's not entirely true. What do you want to ask? Ask away. He behaved calmly, but this was not a trial he could pass through with acting. The battle began. Fu Qingjin clenched his left hand. The extended and curved Xieji's horn stood between the two of them. In a daze, the single-horned Xieji divine beast crouched between the two of them like a dignified judge, ready to make the final decision. Friend or foe, success or failure, even life or death, all lay in a single word. Fu Qingjin's right hand pressed down on the green ruined sword without any disguise at all. Li Qingshan seemed extremely relaxed. He did not even stand up. He raised his hand and made a gesture of please. Finally, Fu Qingjin asked the question he had asked countless times. That day, that moment, where were you? What did you do? Li Qingshan smiled. His lips parted, but the moment he spoke, his mind suddenly became a mess. I forgot. Fu Qingjin was taken aback. The cultivators were in disbelief. Without a doubt, no one was satisfied with this answer. Although every cultivator did not possess photographic memory after reaching foundation establishment and splitting open their sea of consciousness, their thoughts and memories were much clearer than ordinary people. They could still recall whatever they wanted to recall. Moreover, even mortals would not be unable to recall something in such a short amount of time. They would at least have some impression of it, yet he actually said he had forgotten it so calmly. If it were any other news, it would basically be enough to confirm that Li Qingshan was a suspect. However, when Fu Qingjin looked at the Xieji's horn in his hand, it remained silent. It did not give off any warnings. This meant that Li Qingshan was not making up an excuse when he said he had forgotten. He had truly forgotten. Li Qingshan laid out his hands. It was a few months ago. Who would still remember? He was probably cultivating. How could Fu Qingjin just let the matter go like this? His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared into Li Qingshan's eyes. He asked, then what about the soaring dragon sword? Have you seen the soaring dragon sword? Don't be vague. Just answer me with yes or no. He had seen it. Li Qingshan was instinctively sure. Not only had he seen the soaring dragon sword, but he also clearly knew its shape and size. Then, when he recalled his memories, a trace of confusion suddenly flashed through his eyes. That shining golden soaring dragon sword turned into a ball of light mist and dissipated. What his memories told him was the opposite answer. Not only had he never seen the soaring dragon sword, but it was also the first time he had heard of the 3 words, soaring dragon sword. Fu Qingjin had clearly asked other cultivators many times just now. Li Qingshan could only answer as such. I've never seen it. The Xieji's horn did not light up. That Xieji divine beast seemed to have already judged Li Qingshan's innocence, proving that he had nothing to do with the soaring dragon elder. The expression on Fu Qingjin's face was indescribably one of disappointment or relief. Don't tell me I'm wrong? The person who obtained the Sumeru ring isn't a foundation establishment cultivator from the Clear River Prefecture. Instead, it comes from somewhere else, or perhaps it's a night roamer. But why would a night roamer purposefully come to the surface to activate the Sumeru ring? However, everything in the world had always been possible. The trail was cut short. Even Fu Qingjin could not help but admit that before the ever-changing world, the intelligence of humans was puny and powerless. Only when he possessed the arts of divination like the divining elder could he grasp a sliver of the trajectory of fate. Lu Chongqing let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "Fellow Fu, are you satisfied?" Fu Qingjin sighed gently and nodded at Li Qingshan. "Looks like I was wrong." Chapter 464. Everyone is a saint, and everyone makes mistakes. He frowned and pressed his hand against his forehead, afraid to think about anything else. What was going on? He clearly knew the answer, but he was afraid to think about it in detail. A while ago, Ruexian held Li Qingshan's hand. After a moment of thought, she shoved a small bottle into his hand. The small bottle rippled with golden liquid. It was the water of oblivion that Ruexian had only recently refined. Li Qingshan's eyes widened slightly. He glanced at Ruexian before glancing at Fu Qingjin below. He was about to be asked about himself. He no longer had the time to think about the effects of the water of oblivion or its side effects. He grabbed Ruexian's soft hand and squeezed it gently as a form of gratitude. It was warm, smooth, and delicate. He did not have the time to examine it in detail. He changed his posture very naturally, leaning his elbow on the table and covering his mouth with his hand. The water of oblivion flowed down his throat with scorching heat. Because Li Qingshan sat towards the back, everyone's attention was gathered on Fu Qingjin and the cultivator he was questioning. Li Qingshan's small action did not attract anyone's attention. When the water of oblivion entered his stomach, Li Qingshan did not find anything strange at all. He raised his head, and the glorious light from the ceiling was rather dazzling. When he lowered his head again, Fu Qingjin had already returned to the central platform. He stood beside Lu Chongqing. The danger had already passed. The large-scale invasion of demons this time is a great danger for the Clear River Prefecture, and even us. The oath of the Demon Slayer and the responsibility of the 100 schools of thought are all entrusted to this battle. Let's work together and defeat the demons. Let's fight here. Lu Zhongqing waved his hand passionately. What a beautiful sight. Li Qingshan sighed inside. In his other field of view, he gazed at the clear river that flowed eastwards. It was currently late spring, so the weeping willows on the two banks were shrouded in mist. The air was already very warm, but it was not scorching hot yet. Walking through the spring breeze was like drinking fine wine. It was intoxicating. What were they doing here? I can't think about it. Once he thought about it, he really didn't. Was this what it meant to be lost on the path of life? Li Qingshan broke off a willow branch out of boredom and scattered his own shadow in the water. Not far away, beside the official road, a flag with the word tea fluttered in the wind. Old Man Lu had opened this tea stall for 31 years. This main road was the only way to enter the prefectural city from the west. There were countless merchants and tourists. When they were thirsty or tired, they would rest at his tea stall and drink a cup of tea. Business was still booming. It wasn't until 3 years ago that the business started to slow down. However, he was also very contented. Compared to those who had fled with their families, he was very satisfied. He was already considered very good. This place was close to the edge of the Clear River Prefecture. The greatest city that spanned 1,500 kilometers overlooked his tiny tea stall from behind. No monsters would come here to harass them. Even if there were some who were ignorant, they would be easily dealt with by the adults in the city. Business was quite good today. In groups of 3 or 5, over a dozen customers sat under the tea stall and chatted idly. As they discussed, they could not help but mention the terrors of demons. Old Man Lu listened on with a smile. He felt no pressure at all. Suddenly, the bushes by the river swayed. A person sat there vaguely, soliciting business loudly. "Sir, you must be tired from your journey. Come here and have a cup of tea to quench your thirst." The other customers all looked over, only to see the person stand up. The first thing they saw was a head of long fiery red hair that seemed to burn. His eyes were scarlet red like charcoal. Even under the clear sky, it was enough to make people shiver. Demon. Everyone shuddered in their hearts. Everyone was familiar with the word demon, but they had only heard of demons that could assume human form. They had never seen one. It was said that all those who had seen one were dead. It was even said that even the adults who could use immortal techniques were not their opponents. No one knew whether that was true or not. Old Man Lu was tempted to slap himself across the face. What was he saying with his foul mouth? He turned around in an attempt to flee. However, with a scarlet flash, the demon had already arrived before him. He lowered his head and said to Old Man Lu, "Sure. It's been a while since I've drunk." Before Li Qingshan could even finish speaking, there was a thump. Old Man Lu's legs gave way, and he knelt on the ground. He thought about it again. This was a demon, so begging for mercy was useless. As a result, he straightened his body and played dead. The other customers wailed and howled, scattering like birds and beasts. Li Qingshan curled his lip and poured himself some tea. He drank a cup, but it was not enough. He picked up the teapot and directly poured it into his mouth. The tea was not good, but he had almost forgotten about the feeling of being human over the past few years of cultivation. Now that he drank it again, he found it to be something else. Gazing at the clear river prefecture in the distance, he thought, "I should want to go there." As a result, Li Qingshan, carried the teapot in one hand and played with the willow branch in the other, making his way towards the clear river prefecture steadily. In the building, after Lu Zhongqing's speech, everyone's spirits were roused. They were eager to try. They were not people who would be fooled by a few words. And it was not that they did not understand the dangers of war. Actually, over the past 3 years, millions of regular people had lost their lives, and countless Qi practitioners had died or been injured. However, there were not many Foundation establishment cultivators who died or were injured. If it were not for the appearance of the Moon Devil, there would only have been around a 10th or 20 of them. Having cultivated to such a level, whether it was talismans or arcane artifacts, there would always be a way to protect one's life. As long as they knew when to advance and retreat and did not force themselves, escaping from danger was actually not very difficult. Not only would killing demons yield precious demon cores, but even their flesh, bones, and fur were all extremely precious items. It could be said that killing a demon general was enough to earn a fortune. If the demon cores they obtained were compatible with their own elemental affinity, their cultivation would take a great leap forward. Originally, they did not have the opportunity to break through to higher realms of cultivation, but now they had the opportunity. Moving alone might be dangerous, but with so many people together, what was there to be afraid of? Even if they ran into the rock demon or the blood demon, they had a way to deal with them as long as they were not too unlucky and ran into the Moon Devil. Right now, we know ourselves and our enemies. If we seize the initiative and plan carefully, we'll definitely be able to catch the demons off guard. I'm not good at this. General Han, can you come up with a strategy for us? Fu Qingjin asked politely. Han Anjuan, who had remained silent the entire time, stood up and arrived at the lectern in a flash. The school of the military's expertise lay in commanding troops, formations, strategies, and military tactics. Even Fu Qingjin could not claim to be Han Anjuan's match when it came to mobilizing all the cultivators across the entire Clear River Prefecture. Right now, there are only a few dozen demon generals underground, and they lack an organization and a commander, so there's nothing to fear. The rock demon is already dead, and the blood demon is injured, so there's nothing to worry about. Only the Moon Devil and the several dozen Foundation establishment night roamers under his command pose a great threat. When they heard the 2 words Moon Devil, everyone's spirits seemed to have been doused with a bucket of cold water. If they ran into the army of night roamers led by the Moon Devil, fleeing for their lives would not be as simple as running into the rock demon or the blood demon. Fu Qingjin exhaled gently. He knew this was a hurdle they could not avoid. Even he found the 2 words, North Moon, rather troublesome. He had never thought the demon path of the Clear River Prefecture would produce such a powerful demon. Not only was his cultivation extremely powerful, but he also possessed intelligence that regular demon generals did not possess. He had gathered a great group of night roamers as his followers. No matter who wanted to defeat this force, they would have to pay a heavy price. As a member of the cultivation community of the Clear River Prefecture, Begonia also listened in from a corner. She knew once the 2 organizations worked together, she would no longer be able to play both sides and remain uninvolved. When she saw how they paled when they talked about the moon, she found it rather funny, but she also felt rather complacent. She had personally seen the Moon Devil know the North Moon. She had even forced him to have a heart-to-heart talk with her on the soaring dragon ship. Now that she thought about it, she really had been bold back then. He was a vicious and cruel demon. However, in her impression, he was not as terrifying as they described him to be, although he was rather short-tempered. However, he was actually very mischievous, even rather gentle. At certain times, the feeling he gave her was more like a big child. He also had a lover. At this moment, a Scarlet Wolf guard responsible for monitoring the surroundings of the Clear River Prefecture reported, "Commander, demons have entered the city." Was it about to begin? Everyone shivered and made their preparations to purge demons. "It's just a demon. What are you panicking for?" Wang Puxi saw how uneasy his subordinate was and became displeased. "It seems like the Moon Devil." "What did you say?" Wang Puxi's expression changed. He was not the only one. All the other Foundation establishment cultivators were surprised as well. Most of their enthusiasm for purging demons vanished. Lu Chongqing immediately took out the water mirror disc. With a wave of his hand, it immediately projected the entire Clear River Prefecture. The western part of the city was in a state of chaos as people cried out and fled. Everyone could not help but raise their heads, gazing at the water mirror disc. Lu Chongqing circulated his spiritual qi, and the image in the water mirror disc rapidly enlarged. A handsome, evil-looking face filled the entire water mirror disc. His expression seemed rather lost and rather lazy. Suddenly he seemed to sense something and looked around. His eyes narrowed, meeting Lu Chongqing's eyes. "So you're here?" Lu Chongqing took a step back in surprise and called out, "Oh no, the Moon Devil wants to massacre the entire city. Why isn't the formation working? The Moon Devil can erase his aura." As it turned out, a formation had been cast down within the boundaries of the Clear River Prefecture since the beginning of the war. Although it could not restrict the entry and exit of regular people, as long as they sensed the slightest hint of demon qi, there would be a warning, and the formation would come into effect. As a result, Lu Chongqing, who watched over the prefectural city, could respond in advance. However, Li Qingshan could erase his aura completely, making his way in easily. Fu Qingjin's heart sank. He had personally witnessed the horrendous state of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. The Moon Devil seemed to possess the ability to cause earthquakes. If he really wanted to massacre the city, he would probably be even more effective than the Rock Demon and Blood Demon, and he would be completely unstoppable. It was possible to imagine just how many buildings would collapse once an earthquake occurred. The Clear River Prefecture would be reduced to ruins. This bastard had no intentions of massacring the entire city. Li Qingshan had no intentions of massacring the city at all. After drinking the water of oblivion, he had forgotten many random things. The more profound they were, the more he was afraid of recalling them, afraid of forgetting them. However, he still remembered that he wanted to come to the prefectural city, so he was still furious. "Fu Qingjin, you bastard. You've come up with schemes against me again. I'll show you what's coming." Chapter 465. Fu Qingjin, if it weren't for you, why would I drink? Who's Fu Qingjin? What did I drink? Bam! Fuck you. Li Qingshan downed the tea in one gulp and smashed the teapot on the ground. He tossed the willow branch aside and strode toward the building. "Fu Qingjin, get out here. Although I've forgotten who you are." The alliance meeting required all Foundation establishment cultivators to participate, but not all of them were required. The 100 schools of thought, the painter's abode. After dismissing all the disciples, Chu Sherdao propped himself up from the bed and walked to the window. He gazed at the beautiful spring scenery outside and the sparkling willow branches. His eyes flickered as well. I really don't want to die. In a cultivator's life, what he sought was longevity. It was because there was hope as long as he was alive, and everything in front of him would be possible. He forced himself to turn around and carefully took out the scroll painting from his clothes and slowly unfolded it. The person in the painting was staring at him with eyes as dark as ink. The cyan dress and rouge lips were all the things he had drawn in the past, but now it seemed different. Ayen, I'm hungry. As soon as Chu Sherdao said that, a fragrance wafted into his nose. It was not the fragrance of cosmetics, but the fragrance of ink. You're always stuffing me in your clothes. The paint is all dried. The woman walked out of the painting and snatched the scroll painting from Chu Shidao's hands, hanging it on the wall. As if she did not notice the gradually thickening aura of death on Chu Shidao's face, she touched her skin in front of the mirror. Without asking what he wanted to eat, she walked to the kitchen. Soon, the smell of smoke wafted over, followed by the smell of food. Chu Shidao sat down with his hands on the table. He took out a vine-yellow wine pot and placed it on the table without much hesitation. He opened the lid and poured the golden liquid he got from Ru Xian into the pot. It did not take long. A Yin served the dishes. Chu Shidao tasted it. It's too salty. Don't eat if you don't want to, A Yin said in annoyance. The wine was poured into 2 cups, and the two of them touched their hands lightly. Both of them drank it without saying a word. It was not an awkward silence. They had known each other for 100 years, and they had already said everything they wanted to say. Even if one of them wanted to say something as soon as their eyes met, they felt that there was no need to speak. Are you hiding something from me? A Yin looked at Chu Shidao suspiciously. There was something in his eyes today that she couldn't see through. How can I hide anything from you? Chu Shidao smiled and raised his cup again. Not long after, a pot of wine was emptied. This wine is so strange. Why do I feel like I'm drunk? A Yin held her forehead, feeling a little dizzy. I'm also a little tipsy. Chu Shidao smiled faintly, the past rising like dust. They all drifted away, along with the last shred of vitality in his body. With a soft clang, the cups, plates on the table shook. Chu Shidao was sprawled on the table. Motionless, he passed away. With a crash, A Yin stood up and bumped into a chair. Huh? Who are you? Before the sorrow had time to spread, she became confused. The more she tried to think back, the more she tried to grasp something, the more it turned into smoke. Her face inexplicably heated up. She touched her cheeks, which were already moist, and tears poured out like a spring. The spring scenery outside the window became more and more brilliant. While everyone was attracted by the moon devil in the water mirror disk, Ru Xian didn't care about the arrival of this terrible demon at all. She asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Li Qingshan had appeared very calm in his confrontation with Fu Qingjin, but Ru Xian could sense his nervousness. This had nothing to do with his meticulousness. Li Qingshan's acting was flawless. Telepathy? Ru Xian snorted at this. What good would it do to have telepathy with him? At the same time, she couldn't help but feel anxious for him. She immediately thought of the existence of the water of forgetfulness. She had never drunk the water of forgetfulness. She only found a few mortals. Under the temptation of a large sum of money, no one was interested in her memory. She didn't even think that a certain part of her body could be worth so much money, so she sold it without hesitation. The effects seemed to be good. Of course, her water of forgetfulness didn't have the power of the legendary soup of Mengpa, which could wash away one's memory. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to give it to Li Qingshan. Its effect was roughly the opposite of the water of forgetfulness. The water of forgetfulness allowed one to remember whatever they wanted to remember, but the water of forgetfulness made one forget what they wanted to remember. When she was refining it, she referred to the formula of the water of forgetfulness. She chose many medicinal herbs with opposite properties and improved them. Because of this, she could ensure that she could erase Chu Shidao's memory of the beauty in the painting without losing her spirituality. Although the mythological beast Xieji was known to be able to distinguish between right and wrong, it could only point to the heart and see through lies. If the heart forgot, the Xieji couldn't distinguish it. Do I look fine to you? Li Qingshan stared at Ru Xian, and there was no trace of unfamiliarity in his eyes. You still remember me? Ru Xian said in surprise. He should have forgotten whatever he was thinking about now. Even if I forget someone, I can't forget you. Li Qingshan shook his head, as if he was desperately fighting against the efficacy of the water of forgetfulness. He wanted to engrave the woman in his eyes deeply in his heart and never forget her. Ru Xian's heart thumped, and her cheeks were dyed with a faint crimson. You still owe me a lot of medicinal pills. However, Li Qingshan's next words made Ru Xian slightly stunned. She looked as usual and said with a smile, Didn't you use the rest of the medicinal pills to buy the water of forgetfulness? When? Oh, you forgot. Don't lie to me. How could I forget? Give me some water of forgetfulness, that is the antidote. Li Qingshan stretched out his hand. Although there was no way to deceive the magical power of Xieji, under the suppression of the spirit turtle, it was not difficult to control his own thoughts and restrain the power of the water of forgetfulness. However, after going back and forth, his mind was always a little muddled, so he asked the initiator in front of him for the antidote. Ruexian said indifferently, "If you have the ability, think about it yourself." Li Qingshan was slightly stunned. "Are you angry?" "Huh." Ruexian came back to her senses, but found that she was a little angry in her heart. Li Qingshan smiled maliciously. "It seems that I have to discuss it with Qiongji." "Discuss what?" "It's actually normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, right?" Li Qingshan smiled. In this regard, his ambition was not small at the beginning. Thinking that Chu Tian could have a woman on his left and right, his request did not seem too much. As soon as this thought came up, it spread like weeds. Looking at Ruexian, her eyes were a little different. The two had been talking in the way of voice transmission. In order to avoid being noticed by others, they both looked forward and communicated with the corner of their eyes. But after hearing this sentence, Ruexian turned her head and smiled sweetly. She ran her spiritual energy, and her voice blasted on Li Qingshan's eardrum like thunder. "Dream on. I won." Li Qingshan smiled silently, his lips opened and closed, deliberately using the word say. When the two got along, they always joked constantly to provoke each other's emotions. Even Li Qingshan himself could not tell how serious these jokes were. He only felt that interacting with Ruexian had always been very easy. Just now, after taking the water of oblivion and enduring Fu Qingjin's news, Ruexian must have known some of his secrets, such as him meeting the Soaring Dragon Elder, and even the Soaring Dragon Elder's Summer ring was in his hands. However, he was not worried at all. He felt a wondrous sense of trust. Seeing how Ruexian was still fuming, Li Qingshan smiled. "If you want to keep the pill, then keep it. There's not much left anyway. It's just a bottle of medicine. It's not enough for me to forget about you. It's not like your Granny Meng." Hearing Li Qingshan's words, Ruexian did not know what to feel. She suddenly came back to her senses. "I'm not Meng Pa. Looks like this water of oblivion doesn't have much effect on cultivators. Master Chu should be fine, right? It's just a painting." "Master." When the 100 schools of thought sensed the disappearance of Chu Shidao's presence, the disciples of the school of thought could no longer care about the ban. They barged into the abode and cried out. They could not hold back their tears as they sobbed. Then they saw their master's wife, standing before the dining table at a loss. Although her face was covered in tears, she did not seem very sad. She seemed very lost. They were all very displeased. "Master is really crazy. How can a painting be worth his life's work?" No one paid attention to her. The group carefully placed Chu Shidao on the bed and covered him with a white cloth. They carried him to the main hall and waited for Chu Danqing, the direct disciple, to return and make the decision. Her hand was stretched out in the air alone, but she did not know what to do. She felt like she had returned to 100 years ago, when she had just been painting. She suddenly turned her head and looked at the blank paper on the wall. She looked at the corner of the paper, at the seal that had faded to a dark red. She looked at the words, Chu Shidao, over and over again. In the bamboo loft, the youth frowned. Although he was very dissatisfied with his clumsy work, he still stamped his seal. That was the first time they had met. Time flowed like water, and the scattered memories gathered together once again. The first time she spoke to him, the first time she cooked for him, the first time she quarreled with him. It was because she had purposely tarnished his new painting of a beauty. Who told him to be so infatuated with it? A faint smile appeared in her eyes. 100 years had passed in a flash, and it was as if she had experienced it all again. She suddenly smiled. How could I forget? She then scolded, "Old thing, doing such a boring thing." As she spoke and scolded, she walked into the blank paper. A disciple of the school of painting came back to retrieve Chu Shidao's clothes. He was waiting for Chu Danqing to return so that he could bathe and change Chu Shidao's clothes, but he realized that she was no longer there. He looked around and saw the painting on the wall. The beauty was still smiling, but that smile was gradually becoming blurry. The disciple of the school of painting rubbed his eyes hard, suspecting that he was seeing things. The beauty in the painting gradually melted, turning into rouge and cyan paint that flowed down from the paper. In the blink of an eye, the colors flowed away, leaving only a blank piece of paper. A spring breeze blew through the door, causing the painting to sway. Only the dark red seal in the corner was left, still the same. To be continued. Chapter 466. Monster. Run! The monster is coming. Amidst the screams, the crowd fled in all directions, and the bustling street immediately became very deserted. Only a 5-year-old child was left sitting in the middle of the road, crying loudly. Countless pairs of eyes peeked out from both sides of the road and the cracks of the doors and windows. Their hearts trembled as they watched the monster walk towards the child. They all felt that the child was doomed. Imagining the cruel scene that was about to happen, many people couldn't help but close their eyes. Inside the building, the cultivators were also watching this scene through the water mirror disc. It was too late for them to help. The child raised his head and looked at the figure striding over. He was so frightened that he stopped crying. Usually, whenever he was disobedient, his mother would tell him to let the monster eat him. The horror of monsters was deeply engraved in his young heart. At this moment, there was only one thought left in his heart. I'm really going to be eaten by a monster. Little brat, you're blocking the way of Master North Moon. Get lost. Li Qingshan bared his teeth. The child shuddered and scrambled to the side of the road. When he heard the hearty laughter coming from behind him, he couldn't help but turn around, but the figure had already gone far away. His scarlet hair fluttered in the wind like a cluster of flickering flames. He felt that demons were not as scary as his mother had described them to be. Inside the building, the Foundation establishment cultivators were slightly startled. He actually did not make a move? He must have viewed mortals as ants and disdained to make a move. However, if he was disdainful, why did he say such a thing? The terror of the Moon Devil was deeply rooted in their hearts because the Moon Devil had killed a large number of Foundation establishment cultivators. He was the existence that posed the greatest threat to them. Lu Chongqing was relieved. It seemed that the Moon Devil had no intention of massacring the entire city. On second thought, he recalled that the Moon Devil had never been like the stone demons and blood demons, who enjoyed massacring mortals. Even to the 100 schools of thought, they did not offend anyone. Wang Puxi recalled that he had only killed the lone grave elder and the golden pheasant elder on the Green Vine Mountain in the past. He spared the fleeing disciples of the Green Vine Mountain. He was not a demon that slaughtered indiscriminately. So all he's done is, they're only targeting Fu Qingjin and the Demon Slayer. This is the most natural counterattack and revenge. This thought spun in everyone's mind. They suddenly felt that the Moon Devil wasn't that hateful. If it wasn't for the Demon Slayer being so overbearing, the situation wouldn't have deteriorated to this stage. Fu Qingjin pondered. North Moon. Oh North Moon. You are indeed different from ordinary monsters. Qiu Haitong's light pink lips curled into a smile. There was a comfortable feeling of meeting an old friend again. Her feeling was not wrong. Under his terrifying reputation, there was no one who would dare to challenge him. He had a simple and passionate heart. It made people feel that they could get close to him and see him barging into the tiger's den. She couldn't help but worry for him. Ru Xian felt that the blank expression on the Moon Devil's face was somewhat familiar. Then she looked at Li Qingshan beside her. He furrowed his brows slightly and was stern. Li Qingshan gradually broke free from the influence of the water of oblivion, and his mirror clone naturally returned to his senses at the same time. The water mirror's image was a reflection of the main body. No matter what Li Qingshan's main body was affected, it would be reflected on his clone. When he raised his head, the building was right before him. Li Qingshan slapped his head and thought, since I've already resolved the situation, why would I still send my clone here? He wanted to turn around and leave, but it was already too late. He currently stood at a crossroads. Figures walked over from the streets around him. Hateful gazes gazed down from the tall buildings in the surroundings. Basically all the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Clear River Prefecture were here, surrounding him. Li Qingshan was obviously among them. He stared at the Moon Devil coldly without any fear on his face. It was as if he could call out at any time, "Moon Devil, die." He would charge down and fight this demon who had shaken up the prefecture to the death. The Moon Devil faced 100 alone, but he was fearless. His murderousness surged into the air, lingering above the prefecture and making everyone nervous. The formation activated, and a barrier of light enveloped the building, protecting the Qi practitioners inside. The light distorted the color of the sky, enveloping the entire prefecture. The Qi practitioners in the building all stopped worrying. Some Qi practitioners became excited, standing at the windows and roaring through the formation. The Moon Devil is already trapped. He's dead for sure now. Kill this wretched demon and avenge him. Most of the Qi practitioners only gazed at this legendary, terrifying demon silently. So this is the Moon Devil. They looked down on the roaring Qi practitioners. Go out and roar if you can. The Foundation establishment cultivators all frowned in thought. Why had the Moon Devil come? Where were the night roamers? They believed that the Moon Devil would never be stupid enough to walk right into a trap. Little did they know that the Moon Devil had drunk too much, even though it was not alcohol that he drank. Ha 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 ha. A burst of wild laughter filled the air. Li Qingshan stood with his hands on his hips, rocking back and forth with laughter. Even his teeth were visible. Although he had made a slight mistake in this matter, he would only lose a clone at most. It was nothing special. There were many great cloning techniques in the world. Clones were extremely nimble and could share the strength of the original body. However, as soon as the clone was injured, the original body would be affected as well. As a matter of fact, clones would develop self-awareness and break away from the original body. However, Li Qingshan's water mirror's image did not have to worry about this at all. Even if he shattered the water mirror's image, he would not be able to harm the actual flower or moon at all. The flower would not move, the moon would not move, and the image would not change either. Although it would be a little troublesome when he controlled it. However, after reaching the 4th layer of the Spirit Turtle's method of Qi suppression, his mind had reached a state of intricacy, so he had basically dealt with this problem. Not only did the laughter stop the Qi practitioners' clamor, but it also made the Foundation establishment cultivators even more afraid of acting recklessly. If he did not have something to rely on, why would the Moon Devil be bold enough to do something like this? Wuxia stood close to Li Qingshan. She also revealed a rare expression of seriousness. However, she said secretly, "Is there something wrong with this Moon Devil's mind? You're the one with something wrong with your mind. Your entire family has something wrong with their minds." Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow and said seriously, "Women can't understand it. This Moon Devil has a wild, forceful sense of heroism. Even if we're enemies, we can't help but praise him." "Is that so? I don't feel anything." Wuxia rubbed her chin and studied the Moon Devil again. Li Qingshan's face heated up slightly. The Moon Devil's laughter suddenly stopped. He said sternly, "Fu Qingjin, I'm bold enough to come, but you're not bold enough to see me?" When all the Foundation establishment cultivators had appeared, Fu Qingjin was nowhere to be seen. With a flash of green light, Fu Qingjin appeared behind the Moon Devil. He stood to the side. "Just a clone. Is there anything worth me coming to see? North Moon, if you have anything to say, feel free to say it." Li Qingshan did not look back at Fu Qingjin. He thought hard about what he should say. Surely he could not say, "I'm just passing by. I actually have nothing to do here, so just go about your business." Then he heard Wuxia's disdainful voice. "What sense of heroism? If I had a clone, I'd be bold enough to do that too." It made Li Qingshan so angry that he was tempted to directly transform into his original form, capture this bastard, and give her a good spanking. His heart skipped a beat. Perhaps this was an opportunity. The Moon Demon said, "Fu Qingjin, I heard a long time ago that you wanted to fight to the death with me. Why have I waited for so long, but there's still nothing at all? As it turns out, you've been studying schemes and traps with these people again. How boring. Where's your original form? I'll fight you right now." Fu Qingjin stood with his hand on his sword. His eyes were cold. There was no longer a trace of dispiritedness in them. He was like an unsheathed sword. A chaotic battle? Or wantonly kill the weak ones of the enemy? That's too boring. I only want to kill you. I only want to destroy you, demon slayer. As expected, Lu Chongqing thought. If only all demons were as reasonable as this moon devil. The moon devil said, 3rd of March, boundless mountains. Only you and me. Let's fight to the death. Everyone looked at each other. The battle was clearly imminent. But the moon devil sent a clone to challenge them. This timing was a little too strange. What about this battle? Fu Qingjin caressed the hilt of his sword. He savored the meaning in the words of the North Moon. You and I don't need to participate. We don't want to spoil the mood of the battle. Li Qingshan finally revealed his true intention. He wanted to avoid this battle, because he had to participate in the battle as Li Qingshan. The North Moon would not be able to fight. Although the clone had the effect of passing off the fake as the real one, he would be exposed the moment he attacked. He would definitely not be a match for Fu Qingjin. This situation was very disadvantageous to him. That was why he came up with this idea. He used the challenge to force Fu Qingjin not to fight. He also had an excuse to appease the Spider Queen. It was the best of both worlds. What about the clone? Fu Qingjin asked. Naturally, I won't participate. Very well, I agree. Fu Qingjin said resolutely, but he had his own plans. The Moon Devil posed a great threat, not only because of his personal strength, but also because of the night roamers he led. Without the Moon Devil as their commander, it was very likely for the night roamers to fall into a state of disunity. It would be of great benefit to them, and it could even directly influence the outcome of the battle. After coming to an agreement like that, Fu Qingjin seemed extremely magnanimous. He made Lu Chongqing open the formations and let the Moon Devil's clone leave. Li Qingshan snickered. Actually, I still have to participate in this battle. Fellow Fu, don't tell me this is a trick of the demons? The cultivators returned to the tower, and Lu Chongqing asked in worry. Please use the Qi observation technique to monitor the movements of the entire Clear River Prefecture. Sir Lu, I'll watch over the tower. As soon as he appears, I'll immediately enter battle. Fu Qingjin sank into his thoughts. He could not fight, but he could give a few talismans and pills to the Demon Slayer cultivators he trusted. They came from the Sword Collection Palace, and they were extremely powerful. They would definitely be able to heavily injure demons. Li Qingshan's clone returned to the dwelling. All the matriarchs had already been gathered, ready to set off. The humans have already learnt about the Spider Queen's orders. They're currently making preparations in the Clear River Prefecture. This battle definitely won't be as easy as last time. Li Qingshan's words surprised everyone. Before they could digest this news, he continued, I won't be participating in this battle. Everything will be under Yi Liusu's command. Her orders are my orders. Proportion. Chapter 467. Master? Yi Liusu and the others expressed their confusion. A great battle was imminent. As their greatest pillar of support, how could he not take part? I've arranged a battle with Fu Qingjin on the 5th of the 5th month. Before that, I won't be taking part in any battles in order to conserve my strength. Similarly, Fu Qingjin will be the same. This battle is completely up to you. The spoils of war will obviously all belong to you. Only then did everyone understand the whole story. They were both delighted and worried. Their faces became unsettled. Killing 10,000 enemies came with 8,000 casualties. Unlike ambushes and assassinations, fighting human cultivators in an open battle obviously came with extremely great risks. However, the benefits for every cultivator they killed were just as enticing. With that, Li Qingshan abandoned the night roamers and directly returned to his dwelling. All he saw was Millipede sitting on the stone platform. Winter had clearly passed long ago. Yet this bastard was still hibernating, sleeping happily all day. Li Qingshan's tense mind eased up too. He smiled. For someone like you, you won't feel anything even if you cultivate for another few centuries or millennia. It's no wonder you're so slow-witted. He patted Millipede's stiff head and thought, I'll definitely find a suitable demon core for you this time. Before long, Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo arrived together. Li Qingshan asked, "Are you done with the discussion?" "Yeah. We're still focusing on attacking the spiritual stone mines. There's no benefit in slaughtering mortals and becoming enemies with the Great Xia Empire. As long as you understand that." Li Qingshan smiled. He did not want to run into his subordinates on the battlefield either. "Though I'm afraid I won't be able to make them submit." A sliver of worry appeared on Yi Liusu's delicate face. Both in terms of strength and seniority, she paled in comparison. With him around, none of the matriarchs would dare to act up, but without him around it was hard to say. "That'll depend on your ability." Li Qingshan did not mind. He did have some attachment to the night roamers, but it was just the two before him. It was just the two of them, or more accurately speaking, it was actually just Yi Liubo. Although Yi Liusu was a good subordinate, her loyalty to him would never be higher than her loyalty to her ideals. Li Qingshan even suspected that she was the one who leaked the news to Fu Qingjin. Among the night roamers, she was probably the one who interacted with cultivators the most. He was also so well informed about the situation on the surface. However, without any substantial evidence or loss, he was too lazy to pursue the matter. If Yi Liusu died, Li Qingshan would also regret and be sad, but he wouldn't be too sad. He would only lose a capable subordinate. However, Yi Liubo was different. "If Liubo doesn't want to go, you can stay." Li Qingshan's gaze fell on Yi Liubo, and his gaze became gentler. Although Yi Liubo's strength and intelligence paled in comparison to her elder sister, her loyalty to him was unmatched. She had even risked her life for him in the past. He spoiled her very much too. Even if others would question him, he still wanted her to stay somewhere safe. "Thank you, master, but I want to lend my sister a hand." Yi Liubo was extremely touched, but she hesitated. "Whatever. But be careful. Take these talismans to protect yourself. They're not for you to use in battle, so don't use them carelessly." Li Qingshan took out a few scarlet talismans and passed them to Yi Liubo. "Master," Yi Liubo murmured and directly threw herself into Li Qingshan's arms. "Liusu, take good care of her." Li Qingshan patted Yi Liubo's perky bottom. "I will," Yi Liusu agreed. Towards this spoiling, she actually felt rather envious. Towards this spoiling, she even felt a hint of jealousy that she refused to admit. Under the Spider Queen's orders, the cold, silent underground, like surging magma, it gradually began to boil. Under the lead of Bloodshadow and Dragonsnail, basically every single demon joined the mobilization for war, ready to unleash a massacre on the surface. At the same time, in the Clear River Prefecture, although the Moon Devil had come, the meeting had still been a complete success. The first order they issued together was not directed at demons, but at the clans and sects that had not even taken part in the meeting. A few Foundation establishment cultivators had been trying to stay out of it the entire time. Military orders must be obeyed. Report to the prefectural city within a day, or your sects and clans will be destroyed. The world will not tolerate you. The war machine assembled from all the cultivators of the Clear River Prefecture rumbled to life, ready for battle. Lu Chongqing returned to the prefectural government office. He washed up and changed his clothes, removing his usual scholarly robes and changing into the official robes that he rarely wore. He took out the seal bestowed by the imperial court. In front of the government office was a large square. The disciples of Moism busied themselves, taking out various mechanisms and tools. They were currently constructing a tower as quickly as they could. When Lu Chongqing emerged from the government office, the tower had already reached several hundred meters tall, reaching into the sky. Raising his head, it seemed like it could collapse at any time. He sucked in a deep breath and made his way towards the tower. He arrived at the very top of the tower step by step. The entire prefectural city was beneath his feet. A flock of birds flew past him. Lu Chongqing cast his gaze even further away. The divine talisman of virtue in his body suddenly shone with resplendent light. He seemed like a burning torch as two streaks of light suddenly shone from his eyes. The mountains and rivers vanished, reduced to a blurry haze. The Clear River Prefecture beneath his feet vanished, turning into a smoke-like presence that rose straight up into the sky like a beacon of smoke. The pillar of smoke gradually shrank. Lu Chongqing felt his soul rise up into the endless sky. Even more pillars of smoke rose up from the horizon, appearing in his field of vision. They were of different colors and sizes, but none of them were larger than the pillar of smoke in the Clear River Prefecture. Finally, Lu Chongqing saw thousands of pillars of smoke. They formed a vague outline, which was the shape of the entire Clear River Prefecture. Every single pillar of smoke represented a city, village where humans gathered. The aura gazing technique was a technique that had existed since ancient times. Not only was it a technique for sensing and investigating, but it also had elements of prediction and divination. It could see through a person's luck, and it had almost become extinct. However, what Lu Chongqing used was not this aura gazing technique, or he would not have been able to see everything within 1,500 kilometers of the Clear River Prefecture. Instead, he used the renowned Son of Heaven's technique of air gazing. The founding emperor established the Great Xia Empire. As the Son of Heaven, he upheld humanity, as well as the responsibility of protecting his people. However, the 9 provinces spanned several 100,000 kilometers, so ruling them was easier said than done. As a result, he created the Son of Heaven's technique of air gazing. As long as he could peer into the distance, he could see the situation of the 9 provinces. This qi was anger, as well as human vitality. If the marquises were benevolent and righteous, peaceful and prosperous, their qi would strengthen, and they would be qualified. If their rule was unfavorable, leading to the decline of the people, their qi would decline as well. The Son of Heaven could summon the local marquises and punish them. With Lu Chongqing's identity, he obviously dared not refer to himself as the Son of Heaven. As a matter of fact, it did not even count as the Son of Heaven's technique of air gazing. It could only be called the Son of Heaven's technique of air gazing. However, in the Clear River Prefecture, only Lu Chongqing, who had been appointed by the imperial court, could use this technique, and he could only observe the vicinity of the Clear River Prefecture. However, it worked on the same principle as the Son of Heaven's technique of air. There was no need for him to test the performance of the local district magistrates. He only needed to observe their qi once a year in the prefectural city, and he would be able to make a clear distinction between punishment and reward. At this moment, as Lu Chongqing gazed into the distance, he could not help but sigh inside. Basically, the qi everywhere was declining. Resentment surged within. There were even many places where the qi had directly ceased to exist, which meant that there were no longer any humans living there anymore. If it were not for the war, the Marquis of Rui only needed to peer into the distance, and he would immediately be relieved of his position as prefect. He dismissed his thoughts and focused on observing the movements of the entire Clear River Prefecture. No matter which city the demons attacked, he would be able to respond in time. After who knew how long, a strand of smoke trembled in the southeast and began to weaken. With each sliver it weakened, countless lives perished. The smoke was filled with fear. Lu Chongqing had memorized the geography and culture of the Clear River Prefecture a long time ago. He immediately said, "Demons have invaded Great Gold Pass." Before he had even finished speaking, the strand of smoke in the north rapidly declined. Before long, several dozen strands of smoke began to tremble, covering the entire prefecture. There was a saying that the wrath of the Son of Heaven would lead to 1,000 kilometers of scarlet land. The Spider Queen's orders were like a mountain, slaughtering 100 cities. Lu Chongqing's heart sank. He reported a string of locations without stopping. "Hantie wa Sungzan, heed my orders. Go to Great Gold Pass. Once you arrive, immediately report back with the news of the demons. If you encounter the weak, kill them. If you encounter the strong, retreat. Do not linger in battle." Below the tower, Han Anjuan issued a string of orders. Foundation establishment cultivators took off into the air one by one, rushing off to various places. No matter how renowned they were, they could only be used as chess pieces right now. The residents of the city all locked their doors and windows. On the square, the Qi practitioners circled around the outskirts a few times, watching this in shock. At a time like this, they did not even have the right to serve as chess pieces. However, as the flames of war spread, no one could remain uninvolved. The situation seemed severe right now, but it was only at a probing stage. After understanding the direction of the demon's attacks, they would deploy their forces further. In the beginning, Han Anjuan still gave a few instructions. Later on, he only gave names and locations. Li Qingshan, Jioha City. At the mention of Li Qingshan's name, Han Anjuan paused slightly and looked deeply at him. Without another word, Li Qingshan pulled out the illusory water sword of invisibility. Riding on the sword, he turned invisible. It had finally begun. At dusk, on the wasteland dyed red by the setting sun, a lone antelope was gnawing on the grass at the foot of a small hill. Perhaps it was the transition between spring and summer, and the delicious grass made it forget its vigilance. It completely did not notice that in the grass not far away, a pair of orange-yellow eyes were staring at it. Under the approaching night sky, the eyes glowed faintly with green light. The cheetah crouched even lower and approached silently. As if sensing something, the antelope raised its head. However, it was already too late. The cheetah's agile figure pounced out of the grass like lightning, pouncing on the antelope. Its fangs pierced into the antelope's throat, suffocating it. The cheetah was about to enjoy the delicacy in its hands. However, there was a loud rumble, and the earth trembled slightly. Then there was another sound. It was approaching. The cheetah sensed danger, but it could not bear to let go of its prey. The setting sun on the horizon dyed the hill into a glowing curve. Suddenly, a huge black shadow crossed the hill and covered the sunset. Like a mountain, it crushed the cheetah into pieces. Chapter 468. At first glance, the shape of the black shadow was like a giant egg, but it had 4 limbs that hung down from its huge body. Its skin was shiny and hard, as if it had been carefully polished. It was more like metal and stone than flesh and blood. Only the parts that connected its limbs looked like muscles, but they were more like giant tubes that were twisted together. Under the illumination of the sun, one could even vaguely see the liquid flowing inside, but it was unknown whether it was blood or not. There was no obvious head, only 2 cold flickering dots of light that seemed to be its eyes. It looked huge but not bloated, like a moving fortress with extraordinary momentum. The loud rumbling sound came from its heavy footsteps. Stepping over the cheetah's corpse, it did not stop moving towards the end of the wasteland, where there was a lonely city. On the ground, a bumpy round stone suddenly trembled. The surface of the strange stone split open, revealing the crystals within, turning into a large eyeball the size of a wheel. It rotated 360 degrees and locked onto the giant egg-like monster that was striding over. The giant egg-like monster passed over the sky without noticing. A large crack appeared on the ground, revealing a bloody mouth full of fangs. A huge body leaped out of the ground. It was a one-horned lizard with a body length of more than 10 feet. It fiercely pounced towards the giant egg-like monster, spitting out poisonous mucus. The giant egg-like monster raised its right arm, opened its palm and aimed at the lizard, releasing a light beam that was as thick as a water bucket. However, it was unable to adjust the best angle. The one-horned lizard's huge body nimbly twisted, brushing past the light beam. Its huge mouth full of fangs fiercely bit the giant egg-like monster's wrist. It forcefully shook its head and tore off the entire arm. The dark red liquid splattered far away. The giant egg-like monster seemed to know no pain. Its left fist bombarded the lizard's head. The 2 monsters fought fiercely on the wasteland. At first glance, it was impossible to distinguish between good and evil. It was only the most primitive confrontation of power. The giant egg-like monster's eyes kept flickering, but it did not make a single sound from beginning to end, like a tireless fighting machine. However, the disadvantage of losing an arm was constantly expanding, and it gradually could not hold on. The venom covered its entire body, corroding through the skin and revealing the inside. It was not the internal organs, but the rapidly operating mechanical mechanisms. On its protruding chest and abdomen, there was a part that looked like a cabin. Hao Pingyong was sitting there with bloodshot eyes. He roared unconsciously, "Go to hell!" He was the one who controlled the egg monster to fight. This was the latest puppet developed by the Mo clan. Combined with the method of refining corpses, it possessed the power of the foundational level. However, it did not have the fighting ability of ordinary puppets. The traditional puppetry technique of the Maha school had foundation establishment puppets, golden core puppets, and even the legendary nascent soul puppets. However, in order to control these puppets, one had to have corresponding strength. At the very least, it wasn't something that a Qi practitioner could handle. However, this new type of puppet could be used by Qi warriors, and Hao Pingyang was its brain. He had come to carry out a mission with the intention of exterminating demons. However, he had not expected that he would be ambushed by a demon general. The lizard demon general pressed the puppet to the ground. Sensing Hao Pingyang's presence, its sharp-hooked claws continued to dig into the cabin. Sparks flew with splinters flew, and amidst the teeth-numbing grinding sound, there was only a Qi La sound. The lizard demon general ripped open the cabin and was about to feast. The taste of human cultivators had a different kind of delicacy. Hao Pingyang hugged the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light, and fired a beam of light at the lizard demon general's open mouth. The lizard demon general's fragile mouth was injured, but it was not a serious injury. Instead, it became even more furious and ferocious, biting towards Hao Pingyang. Hao Pingyang knew that he was probably going to die here. Suddenly, the lizard demon general seemed to sense something and abandoned Hao Pingyang. Its two protruding eyes spun 360 degrees, locking onto an area in the air. Suddenly, a sword as black as ink flew out. The lizard demon general also sensed the danger of the black sword. A terrifying sword intent locked onto it, swift as wind and lightning. At such a close distance there was no way to dodge. Its body rapidly shrank and its speed increased. Like lightning, it bypassed the black sword and pounced towards the area in the air. The ambusher was there. The illusory water sword of invisibility flickered in and out of existence, cutting through the air in a semicircle. As if it had calculated the lizard demon general's path, it accurately chopped down on its back. A sword Qi as terrifying and sharp as the black sword followed. The lizard demon general screamed as its body was cleaved in two. However, it was not from its waist, but from the base of its tail. It was as if the sword had not landed on its back. This was its innate ability. No matter where it was injured, it could transfer the damage to its tail. Moreover, a lizard could regrow its tail. Sensing danger, it did not hesitate to turn and burrow into the ground. From the side, a sword Qi pierced through its bulging eyes and through its skull. Just now, the black sword that had flown out had turned around at some point. Li Qingshan's figure appeared. This demon general was truly cunning. If it were not for the fact that he had completely refined the cursive sword calligraphy, and was able to control the sword Qi as he pleased, it would have almost been able to escape. If it were not for the two-sword Qi and the fact that he had to transform into his demon form, it would not have been easy for him to kill the demon general with his early-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Although the arts of the boundless ocean was a decent cultivation method, it lacked the ability to kill in a single blow. Even if he had the upper hand and forced the demon general into a corner, it would still be useless if the demon general directly detonated its Yao core. Li Qingshan put the entire lizard into his 100 treasures pouch, and took a look at the Yao core. He was overjoyed. This Yao core was also poisonous. He had finally found a Yao core that was suitable for millipede. Qingshan. Hao Pingyang crawled out of the puppet with a face full of joy. He had barely escaped death, so he was in a rather sorry state. Long time no see. Li Qingshan turned around and smiled. The two of them chatted for a while under the remains of the puppet. Hao Pingyang found out that it was not a coincidence that Li Qingshan had come here. He had been sent to assist him. This new type of puppet had only been used on the battlefield for a short while, so everyone was not very confident in it. Its performance in actual combat was also not as good as that of a normal foundation establishment puppet. This was not the first time Li Qingshan had done something like this. The sun gradually set below the horizon, and the stars above the wasteland were especially dazzling. Let's go. I'll take you back to the 100 schools of thought. Before Li Qingshan could finish speaking, the jade pendant at his waist flashed. Unlike the Scarlet Wolf tablet, this was a communication item that was given to every cultivator. Han Anjuan's cold voice came from within. Li Qingshan report. One demon general was killed. The puppet was damaged, but Hao Pingyang is fine. Go to the southwest of Fangting River to provide support. Han Anjuan did not have any intention of praising him, and directly ordered, "Okay, right away." "Not right away, right away." Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Hao Pingyang said, "Go, I'm going to fix this guy. I'll treat you to a drink when we get back." Hao Pingyang watched as Li Qingshan's figure disappeared. He thought of all the rumors about him, and besides gratitude, there was also deep admiration. This is the 5th demon general he killed. It had been more than half a month since the start of the war. After the initial probing, the flames of war had spread everywhere. Even Li Qingshan was surprised that there were so many monsters hiding underground. They attacked various cities and towns, leaving ruins wherever they passed. The Spider Queen's order to massacre cities had been completed. Even if there were Foundation establishment cultivators who went to stop them, the aftermath of the battle was enough to destroy the city. No one could care about the lives of mortals in an intense battle. However, the war did not end. Instead, it became even more intense. In just a dozen or so days, the number of Foundation establishment cultivators that had died had already surpassed 10. Even Li Qingshan faced danger many times. One of the dangers had even been fatal. Although the demon general was not as powerful as the rock demon or blood demon, that was only because he did not have a special bloodline. However, his strength was startlingly great, not something early Foundation establishment cultivators could contend against. If it were not for his greatest trump card, his demon body, he would have been heavily injured even if he managed to survive. However, he had benefited quite a lot from his successive expeditions. He had killed a total of 3 demon generals. Coupled with the 2 demon generals he had killed before, he had killed a startling 5. Apart from the water element demon core he had used, he now possessed 4 demon cores, and the number of regular demons he had killed was innumerable. His contribution in the Hawkwolf Guard had already accumulated to an extremely tremendous amount. In order to boost morale, the 100 Schools of Thought and the Demon Slayer had all offered up a tremendous amount of resources, as well as an additional reward. Apart from that, there were a few empty nicknames, such as Invisible Sword Li Qingshan, Sea Tiger Li Qingshan, and so on. Li Qingshan hurried to the Fangting River and heard the sound of stringed instruments in the distance. It crossed the endless reeds and rippled in the warm midsummer breeze. There was a manor by the river, and the sound originated from there. Outside the manor were the eyes of demonic beasts that flickered like stars. They constantly drew closer, but they were constantly forced away by the invisible music. A few disciples of the School of Music sat in a circle in a pavilion at the back of the manor. They held different instruments in their hands, as if they were performing and not fighting. They really were not skilled in battle. Although they could force back the demonic beasts, they were unable to inflict life-threatening injuries. However, their true chi gradually ran out, and fear filled their faces. Suddenly, there was a howl, which frightened a disciple of the Yu family so much that she snapped the strings of her zither. In her fright, she discovered that the demonic beasts had already begun to scatter, collapsing on the ground with blood spurting out. Li Qingshan killed the leading demon in a single stroke before finishing off the remaining demonic beasts without much effort. He arrived before the pavilion. "Have you been well? You're Li Qingshan." Most of the disciples of the School of Music were women, and they were no exception. Although they were not supreme beauties, they were still pretty and possessed extraordinary bearings. They thanked Li Qingshan repeatedly as their gazes became filled with admiration. One of them even expressed boldly that she was willing to fill the gap left behind by Han Qiongji and comfort Li Qingshan's lonely heart. Li Qingshan understood that this was not just a hero saving a damsel in distress, or these proud beauties of the School of Music would not be so unreserved. Instead, they were in a precarious situation in war, so they wanted to find someone powerful to rely on. All he could do was smile and not reply. He sat down in the pavilion, recovering his exhausted spiritual chi and energy. Not long after, the jade pendant on his waist lit up again. To be continued. Legend of the Great Sage. Welcome readers to log in. Read the full text. He had already become a cold, pale corpse, without a single drop of blood left on his body. Blood Shadow licked his lips and continued to walk along the street. His gaze pierced through the thin fog and through the walls. He saw figures exuding blood chi in the houses on both sides of the road. His mouth was open to an exaggerated size, causing his entire face to contort. He gulped in large mouthfuls of blood. Streams of bright red blood flowed through the walls and into his mouth. At the end of the street, a powerful blood chi attracted Blood Shadow's attention. He looked over and saw a slovenly Taoist dressed in a tattered Taoist robe. He held a wine gourd in one hand and a burnt branch in the other. "Evildoer, I've waited a long time for you." Zhou Tong drank a mouthful of wine and raised the branch in his hand. A bolt of lightning twisted and turned like a dragon, piercing through the night fog and striking Blood Shadow. The cloud was torn apart, but there was no one on it. 2 cloud ribbons flew out of Li Qingshan's hands, wrapped around the music disciples, and soared into the sky. Golden light flashed on the ground. An enormous hedgehog spirit covered in dazzling golden spikes, each one the size of a spear, filled the sky. Li Qingshan used the wave treading style and stepped on a cloud ladder, constantly leaping up. He wanted to first escape the range of the attack, place the music disciples in a safe place, and then kill the hedgehog. A thin layer of clouds obscured the bright moon in the sky, making the moonlight hazy. Li Qingshan burst out of the clouds and leapt into the clouds. The hedgehog demon's spikes became extremely powerless at this height. Before he could even catch his breath, he saw a hunchbacked old man sitting on the clouds. He said extremely slowly, "Let's go." He said in an extremely slow voice, "You are the cultivator who recently killed 3 of my demon generals?" Dragon Snail. Li Qingshan's heart sank. Of the 3 demons, Blood Shadow, Strong Stone, Dragon Snail, the one he feared the most was the unfathomable Dragon Snail. And the untamed Blood Shadow, Strong Stone, seemed to agree with this point. Li Qingshan's underground avatar had already reported to Spider Queen about his secluded cultivation in preparation for the decisive battle against Fu Qingjin. Although Spider Queen was displeased, she had no objections when she saw that he could hold back a powerful opponent. At this time, Dragon Snail proposed that he hand over all the demons in his territory to her. Li Qingshan was originally unwilling to agree, but Spider Queen had already made up her mind and could not refuse. It turned out that Dragon Snail had not only taken in Strong Stone's subordinates, but also Blood Shadow's subordinates. She was practically replacing Spider Queen in commanding all the demons. "It seems that my recent performance has been too outstanding, attracting this old demon's attention. He specifically set up an ambush for me here. This old demon is shrewd and meticulous." What a strange and terrifying talent. Behind Li Qingshan in a curtain of clouds, the hedgehog spirit shook its body, and 100 golden lights shot out like rain. There was no way to dodge. Li Qingshan, who was much slower, could not dodge either. How could Blood Shadow, who had passed the test of the heavenly tribulation, be afraid of a mere bolt of lightning? "Just wait until I draw out your blood and see what it tastes like." Blood Shadow smiled coldly and stepped forward. His entire body was overflowing with lightning. His face gradually became charred black, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. He stared at the withered branch in Zhou Tong's hand. What is this? It did not flash like ordinary lightning. Instead, it lingered in Blood Shadow's body, wreaking havoc wantonly. Every tiny bolt of lightning could penetrate his body and evaporate a portion of his blood. Even the blood-red demon core was intertwined with lightning, causing him to feel waves of palpitations. Taishang Laojun, haste is like the law. God of thunder and mother of lightning. Divine lightning slays the demon. Zhou Tong's expression was solemn. Without a word of nonsense, he stepped on the astral steps, his tattered Taoist robes fluttering in the wind. He held the withered branch in his hand as if he was holding a peerless treasured sword, pointing it at the sky. Boom! Divine lightning descended from the sky, connecting heaven and earth, illuminating 1,000 li ps. I had a dream last night. Today I woke up with a splitting headache. This chapter took more than 4 hours to write. Chapter 470. If Li Qingshan only had to deal with this golden rain of light, He still had some confidence. But with Dragon Snail's meticulous thinking, he would not give him such a chance. Without any hesitation, he pounced forward. A pincer attack to strangle his last chance of survival. Li Qingshan's heart calmed down like a vast sea, but without a single ripple for thousands of miles. In that instant he seemed to see the trajectory of each spike, even though it was only a fleeting feeling. The illusory water sword of invisibility in his right hand was already swinging towards the sky full of light rain. The blade reflected the silver moonlight, flickering faintly. At the same time, his left hand slapped at the pouncing dragon snail. The rising tide stance, the cloud-expelling stance were completed in one breath. His junshi was like a tide, pressing down on his palm in layers. But it was not released until the moment Dragonsnail approached that it transformed into a cloud-expelling tsunami. But if it was an ordinary time, his sword technique might have been useful. If it was against an ordinary demon general, his palm would have been effective. But what he was facing now was an ambush from a demon general. With Dragonsnail's cautious personality, he only brought one demon general and dared to ambush him. He had absolute confidence and certainty. With two crisp clangs, Li Qingshan's sword, which was slightly slower, only managed to hit two of the spikes flying towards his head. His chest, abdomen, and limbs were injured at the same time, with 7 or 8 bloody holes in them. One of the bloody holes was where his heart should have been. With a loud bang, Dragonsnail disdainfully met Li Qingshan's palm. The unbelievably powerful strength, as well as the enormous demon qi, directly shattered the tsunami. Li Qingshan was sent flying, spewing blood. Li Qingshan fell out of the sky just like the disciples of the School of Music. Dragonsnail was full of confidence. His palm had already shattered Li Qingshan's internal organs, not to mention his heart, which was a vital point. He was dead for sure. But just in case, he nodded at the Hedgehog Demon General. The Hedgehog Demon General impatiently swooped down towards Li Qingshan, wanting to taste the delicacy of a human cultivator. A gleam suddenly flashed through Li Qingshan's eyes. Unbeknownst to him, a scarlet talisman was burning between his fingers. Then he turned into ashes. Rays of spiritual light surrounded Li Qingshan. The hedgehog spirit missed its target. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan was already 10 miles away, leaving a trail of light in the night sky. Fortunately, I have this escape talisman. Otherwise, I would have been tricked by this old thing. Li Qingshan felt that the speed of spiritual energy circulation had returned to normal. No matter what the innate supernatural power of Dragonsnail was, it obviously couldn't cover such a long distance. He immediately used the wave treading style without hesitation and flew into the distance. Among the many types of talismans, the escape talisman was one of the more precious ones. At the very least, only the scarlet talismans would have this kind of talisman. When one was in a desperate situation, using it was like having an extra life. Li Qingshan had used an escape talisman of the lowest quality, which could only cover 5 kilometers at most. Moreover, he did not know any escape techniques. There were many restrictions. This time he could only cover a distance of 5 kilometers, not a foot more or an inch less. He could only fly to a place that he could see, and there couldn't be any obstacles in between. The various requirements made this escape talisman somewhat useless. Not only could it not be used in a closed environment, but at their realm, a distance of 5 kilometers was actually not far. They could reach it in a breath's time. It was just mortals suffering when immortals fought. In Clear River City, the meeting in the building had ended a long time ago, but the building had been conscripted to serve as the main base against the demons. It also demonstrated his determination to protect the millions of lives in the city. Qingshan, another one. Well done, senior. Fellow truly is powerful. Cultivators moved about in the building, creating a hubbub. When they saw Li Qingshan return, they all greeted him and bowed. The news that Li Qingshan had killed another demon general had already spread. He was like a hero's return. During this period of time, he had wandered through the Clear River Prefecture and saved the lives of many cultivators, forming many good ties with them. However, he only nodded slightly and did not respond too much. In the eyes of some people he seemed rather arrogant. Actually, Li Qingshan just did not want to form ties with others anymore, and be tainted by karma. Although he had only read these words randomly from Little Anne's Buddhist scriptures, he actually felt that they made some sense now. Since he understood his path, whether it was friends or acquaintances, the fewer the better, just in case he died in agony. Arriving at the top floor, the leaders of the schools of Confucianism, Dharma, and armament were all present, as well as Fu Qingjin and a few foundation establishment cultivators whom he was rather unfamiliar with. They faced a large mental map of the Clear River Prefecture as if they were discussing something. Li Qingshan did not even have the time to greet him when he entered. Lu Chongqing waved his hand at him, making him wait for a while. Afterwards he lowered his head and pointed at a point on the map. I've just received news that Senior Zhou has failed to kill Blood Shadow. He should be back very soon. This is already the 12th city. If it weren't for the fact that the blood demon needs to refine and absorb the blood, the destruction would definitely be even greater. She was the Xia elder of the Red Cloud sect. Li Qingshan frowned. Just when he was about to retort, Lu Chongqing said first, Little Anne has already been accepted as a direct disciple of the Annihilum Lightchan Master, so it's inappropriate for us to deploy her as we please. If she's injured, we won't be able to explain it to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. I hope Elder Xia can understand. It's not like we're lacking a measly Qi practitioner. Seeing how a dispute was about to break out, Fu Qingjin shot Elder Xia a glance. Elder Xia snorted coldly and no longer dared to pursue the matter any further. If Little Anne really did die in the chaos of battle, and the Annihilum Lightchan Master looked into the matter, the Rose Cloud sect would not be able to handle it. Ma Bai shook his head. This is what you don't know. Divination is different from other techniques. It places great emphasis on talent. Little Anne could use yin-yang and the 5 elements as soon as she began cultivating. Her talent for divination completely surpasses mine. After I taught her the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots, I originally wanted to properly guide her. In the end, she basically comprehended what I spent several years to comprehend in a single afternoon. There's not much I can guide her with. Even without the Annihilum Lightchan Master of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, I wouldn't have sent her out on missions. Her talent is definitely not limited to dealing with a few demons. Instead, it can influence the entire situation. As long as she's given time, she might even be able to influence the entire Green Province. At the very least, I can say with certainty that if she can break through to Foundation establishment, her divination will definitely surpass mine. Ma Bai's words ignited everyone's hope again. In a battle like this, an additional powerful practitioner of divination would be no less useful than a peak Foundation establishment master like Zhou Tong. Li Qingshan said, actually, Little Anne has already thought through school leader Ma's thoughts. She's been attempting to break through to Foundation establishment recently, so she should have some confidence. Li Qingshan's words were not false. After Little Anne killed Strong Stone, Blood Shadow became her next target. However, Blood Shadow's whereabouts were unknown, so she could not search the entire world for him. As a result, she tried to use the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots to divine Blood Shadow's whereabouts. However, her cultivation as a Qi practitioner was still too low at the end of the day, so she wanted to break through to Foundation establishment before she could divine him. However, she wanted to kill him. She had never considered working with these people. Ma Bai said, "Give this foundation building pill to her." Lu Chongqing also said, "I also have one with me. I hope it can help her so that she can help us." In order to slay their great enemy, Blood Devil, they were not stingy with their precious foundation building pills. In the blink of an eye, they took out 4 foundation building pills, one of which was Fu Qingjin's. I thank everyone on behalf of Little Anne. I believe she won't disappoint everyone. Li Qingshan did not stand on ceremony and accepted the foundation building pills. Little Anne will help them take care of their great enemy, Blood Shadow. This can be considered as taking some revenge. Qingshan, actually the reason I called you back this time is because I have a mission for you. This mission is extremely dangerous. You can either agree or refuse. Han Anjuan frowned slightly, as if he was in a difficult position. General's orders are always like a mountain. When you gave us missions, did you ever discuss it? Why are you hesitating today? Could it be that because Li Qingshan is your son-in-law, you've become soft-hearted? Chiang Kai-shan said with dissatisfaction. Han Anjuan only asked one question, but it made Chiang Kai-shan speechless. Where's Han Tie? Han Tie had also been sent by Han Anjuan to ambush Blood Shadow. The danger level of this mission was self-evident. If he was not careful, the Blood Shadow would suck his blood dry and kill him. In other words, even if he was his own son, he would not be biased, let alone a son-in-law. I've already killed 5 demon generals. If I remember correctly, sect leader Chang has only killed 2. If General has any instructions, please speak freely. Li Qingshan is not a coward. As soon as Han Anjuan spoke, Li Qingshan knew the main topic. He glanced at Chiang Kai-shan and cupped his hands. I want you to go underground and explore Blood Shadow's lair. Han Anjuan knew that the ambush might fail, so he made new arrangements before that happened. It was Li Qingshan. The way the others looked at Han Anjuan immediately changed. They felt that he was not biased towards his son-in-law, but he was very dissatisfied with his son-in-law and wanted to kill Li Qingshan. This mission was more than dangerous. It was practically a death sentence. General Han Old Chung was wrong. You are a man. No matter how dissatisfied Chiang Kai-shan was with Li Qingshan, he could not help but admire Han Anjuan. It was easy to be ruthless to others but difficult to be ruthless to oneself. General, I don't think it's appropriate. No one knows what the situation underground is like, and the Demon Empress is holding down the fort. Qingshan is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. Isn't this suicide? It's better to wait for little and to break through to the foundation establishment realm first. Hua Sengzan advised. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. Little and had also suggested going underground to kill Blood Shadow, but he had rejected it. Blood Shadow's lair was very deep underground and very close to Cobweb City. He would not let Little and take this risk. This father-in-law was simply deranged. He did not treat his son-in-law as a person. This illusory water sword of invisibility was indeed not easy to obtain. I cannot place all my hopes on a child. I'm not asking you to kill Blood Shadow. I just want you to use the illusory water sword of invisibility to scout the situation and prepare for the worst. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Of course you can refuse. I agree, but I'm afraid I can't do it now. Li Qingshan casually took out the illusory water sword of invisibility. Not only was the sword's spirit light dim, but it was also no longer transparent. He tried it and found that the illusory water sword of invisibility could no longer hide his figure. Oh. Chapter 472. What's going on? Han Tie's expression darkened as he asked solemnly. I ran into some trouble on the way. Li Qingshan roughly explained the ambush by Dragon's Nail, leaving out the details about his heart being pierced. Unfortunately, I couldn't save them. I think that Demon General is even stronger than the Blood Demon and Stone Demon. If you encounter him in the future, you must be careful. After listening to Li Qingshan's story, everyone knew that he didn't just run into some trouble. He almost lost his life outside. It was rare that his expression remained the same. He sat quietly at the side and didn't show any strange expression as he listened to them speak. Only when this matter was brought up did he calmly tell his story, as if it was someone else who had encountered a life-threatening crisis and not him. This calm demeanor was truly shocking. Han Anjuan nodded in satisfaction, but he couldn't help but sigh. Chongji, oh Chongji, you really have a good eye for men. This kid is definitely not an ordinary person. Now he has the momentum to become a dragon. Even I can't see how far he can go. This Li Qingshan is far from what you can control. Chiang Kai-shan snorted and said doubtfully, if the demon you mentioned is really that powerful, how can you escape with your early-stage foundation establishment? What's more powerful than the Blood Demon and Stone Demon? I'm afraid you're just exaggerating to avoid responsibility. This was the terrifying part about Dragon's Nail. In fact, many foundation establishment cultivators had died in his hands. He had led the entire demon race and fought against the human race for so long, but he still didn't reveal himself and remained unknown. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Li Qingshan leaned back in his chair and didn't argue. Fu Qingjin said, I'm afraid Qingshan is right. According to the information I received, there is such a demon general underground called Dragon's Nail. He's most trusted by the Spider Queen. However, in the past 3 years, there's never been any news of him fighting. Even his divine ability is a mystery. Today is the first time I've heard of it. Either he has never fought before or he has never failed. After listening to Qingshan's description, I felt that the latter was more likely. Even I find that ability a little tricky. Hua Sengzan also said in agreement recently, a few fellow Taoists in the Foundation establishment realm have mysteriously fallen. Their cultivations were not weak, and they did not lack any life-saving techniques. If they were facing an ordinary demon general, they would still be able to escape even if they were no match for them. At that time, Blood Shadow was clearly active in other places. Now it seems that he was killed by this dragon's nail. Fu Qingjin and Hua Sengzan were famous for being meticulous and thoughtful. Since they had said so, no one doubted them anymore. However, his expression couldn't help but turn solemn. He thought about what would happen if he were to be attacked by the dragon's nail. He looked at Li Qingshan in a different light. Among the cultivators killed by the dragon's nail, there was no lack of mid-stage or late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, but he was the only one to escape. Probably wasn't just luck. Who knew that if Li Qingshan was really just an ordinary early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, he would already be dead. Finally, everyone decided to wait and see how Little An's cultivation progressed. If he really reached his expectations, it would naturally be for the best. Han Anjuan asked for the illusory water sword of invisibility, and said that he would find someone to repair it. It seemed that if things didn't go smoothly, he would still have to let Li Qingshan take the risk. Li Qingshan didn't care. The underground, which was regarded as a dangerous place by other cultivators, was nothing to him. Chapter 473. With Little An's appearance, the balcony on the top floor immediately fell silent. Hua Sengzan's eyes lit up. He was slightly stunned. He was born with an impeccably handsome face. The Begonia and Hua Qinglu he came into contact with were all rare beauties in the world. His dream lover was a peerless beauty like Gu Yanning. Originally, he thought he would no longer feel stunned, but in that moment he could not help but feel stunned. What was even more unbelievable was that the person who had stunned him was a young girl of 13 or 14 years old. Today, Little An's attire was nothing special. In fact, it was rather casual. She did not care about beauty or ugliness. Li Qingshan was a man, so he did not think about dressing her up carefully. However, it did not affect her appearance at all. There was no soul-stirring smile on her face either. She only glanced past everyone calmly with her pitch-black eyes. They were like a deep rippleless lake, unable to reflect anyone's figure. However, this empty expression gave her an indescribable strange charm. Chongji, oh Chongji, you're really in trouble. Hua Sengzan could not help but worry for his good friend. Whether it's the distant Gu Yanning or the nearby Ru Xian, they're probably not as great of a threat as this child. When Qingshan was still a Qi practitioner, he went as far as to oppose the Foundation establishment cultivator Begonia for her. He offended the school leaders without any hesitation. What about now? What about the future? Qiu Haiteng stood right beside Hua Qingzan. Although she had already given up on the idea of love, they were still very good friends, so Hua Qingzan did not care about the commotion today. Of course she would not miss it. After so many years, when she saw Little An again, she could not help but feel a deep sense of regret and envy despite her amazement. She's already so charming at such a young age. If she's willing to practice our techniques, can her acquaintances resist her when she's a little older? If I have such beauty, even an infatuated man like Xiao Hua would fall in love with someone else. Not only did she have the aspect of divine fragrance and beauty, she also had such an incredible talent for cultivation. This Li Qingshan's luck was simply too deep to be able to pick up such an incredible person. Begonia's willowy eyebrows suddenly raised. But is this really a blessing? She was devastatingly beautiful. Femme fatale was not just a saying. As the old saying goes, a national beauty emerges. First I had some doubts about it, but now it seems like it's true. Qingshan, this is little Anne? Fu Qingjin sized up little and meaningfully. A foundation establishment cultivator in his teens, and one who did not start cultivating at a young age. All in all, it had only been 5 or 6 years, and he hadn't received any real guidance. Almost all of them relied on their own comprehension. Even he had to admit that he was inferior to such a talent. It was no wonder that the Anilam Light Chan master of the Chan monastery of Devanaga was so proud and aloof. He had even gone as far as to travel thousands of kilometers just to accept her as his disciple. It seemed like he was lowering himself and making a mountain out of a molehill, but it was truly a brilliant move. Otherwise, even the Sword Collection Palace and the Umbral Insect would fight over a disciple like that. In the cultivation world, even 10,000 mediocre people could not compare to a single genius. This was extremely obvious in war. They were all at foundation establishment, but a single Fu Qingjin was worth more than 10 regular foundation establishment cultivators. Li Qingshan said, "Yep. She doesn't really like to talk. Everyone, let's begin. The quiet room has been prepared. I also want to witness little Anne's divination with 7 lots." Ma Bai stood out from the crowd and bowed towards Li Qingshan and little Anne. "You're too kind, senior." Li Qingshan lowered his head. "Little Anne, it's fine, right?" Little Anne nodded and entered the quiet room with Ma Bai. The others waited outside for the results. "General, how's my illusory water sword of invisibility?" Li Qingshan found Han Anjuan. Although he did not care too much about the sword, it was still a supreme-grade spiritual artifact after all, and it was the type that could be used openly. "It can't be completely repaired." "That can't be helped. Thank you for the trouble, General." This outcome was within Li Qingshan's expectations. Anything that the dragon's nail had spat out would definitely be no joke. If it were a regular spiritual artifact, even if it was slightly damaged, it would only be slightly weaker. However, the illusory water sword of invisibility's primary ability was to conceal itself. It would become useless if it revealed even the slightest opening. Han Anjuan took out another azure sword and only said 3 words. The sword's name was the Heavy Water Sword. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. It was another water element supreme grade spiritual artifact. Sure enough, clans really did have deep roots. Although it was not an arcane artifact, not everyone in the circle of foundation establishment cultivators possessed arcane artifacts. Most people still use supreme-grade spiritual artifacts. Arcane artifacts and spiritual artifacts only differed by a single word, but their effects, power, and even quantity were worlds apart. They definitely could not be obtained easily. In the past, when Li Qingshan led the Night Roamers and annihilated several sects, only Bronze Cauldron Mountain and the Vermilion Clothes sect possessed arcane artifacts. They were all sect treasures, items that represented the sect's legacy. The fact that Li Qingshan possessed the cursive sword calligraphy was already more powerful than most people. He was not greedy either. A water element supreme grade spiritual artifact sword was already relatively rare. At the very least, it could unleash the power of the sword qi in his dantian. Since it's a gift from my father-in-law, then I'll accept it. Li Qingshan joked and accepted the heavy water sword without any hesitation. It sank slightly in his hand. The sword was quite heavy. Li Qingshan beamed inside. The heavier the sword, the more he could unleash his advantage in strength and unleash greater destructive power. It also suited his personality better than the illusory water sword of invisibility. It could even be paired with the arts of the boundless ocean. It suited him far better than the illusory water sword of invisibility. Han Anjuan did not comment on this form of address. He was no longer as resolutely opposed to this marriage as he was in the past. He had already achieved his objective of getting Han Qiongji to stand on her own 2 feet, and Li Qingshan had been performing very well recently too. Chapter 474. Testing the sword? Sure. Li Qingshan agreed without much hesitation. I see that fellow Fu must be bored out of his mind, so please give me some pointers. No one expected the battle to begin before the 5th of the 5th of the 5th month. In the quiet room, the 7 lots all dispersed, turning into streaks of light. Paper scattered in the air. And casually picked up a piece of paper. She held a brush in her other hand and wrote a few simple strokes, before folding it and handing it to Ma Bai. Don't show it to too many people. Heavenly secrets could not be divulged. It was not that there would be terrible consequences if it was divulged, but that it would easily become inaccurate. If everyone knew the results of the divination, and Blood Shadow learned that there was an ambush, the divination would naturally not be accurate. Ma Bai opened it and took a look. He could not help but show an expression of disbelief. The time and location were actually written on it. After all, the results of his divination were not only rough on the location, but even the time was very vague, covering a large period of time. This was already very impressive. Foresight was not that simple in the first place. Ma Bai had long since been certain that once Little N succeeded in Foundation establishment, her divination would definitely be even more powerful than his. However, reality made his deduction come to nothing. This was not just powerful, it was simply far too powerful. Thinking back to a few days ago, when Wang Pushi asked him to predict Blood Shadow's whereabouts, he had said, "This is not something a Foundation establishment cultivator can do." He practically blushed. As it turned out, it was not that Foundation establishment cultivators could not do it, but he could not. Wait. And was about to push open the door and leave. Ma Bai called out to him from behind. And stopped, but she did not turn around, waiting for him to speak. Fellow Little Anne, please enlighten me. Just what is the use of this information? Ma Bai bowed deeply. Karma. The karma Little Anne spoke of was the karma of Buddhism. Every cause must have an effect. The reason she could so accurately predict Blood Shadow's whereabouts was not only because of her extraordinary talent. It was also because her divination was no longer limited to the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots. It also originated from the path of white bone and great beauty. The Buddhists place great emphasis on karma, and the cycle of fate and reincarnation. If a Buddhist disciple wanted to cultivate to an extremely high realm, it was almost impossible for them not to cultivate in this aspect. Fate connection was even directly used as a label for a realm. The Buddhist Almighty who became the white bone Bodhisattva. Even the best among them couldn't know their fates. What right did he have to say that he wanted to exterminate Buddhism? Within the path of white bone and great beauty. It was even more profound than the artifact forging and alchemy chapters. It was not called the divination chapters but the destiny chapters. Fate was a predestined fate that could not be changed. Even the diviner could not escape the shackles of fate. Such as Ma Bai, Elder Destiny, and the other fortune-tellers. What he could see was only the surface of the river of destiny, where the waves were surging. The waves were treacherous, filled with variables and uncontrollable factors. However, true fate lay in the depths of the river of destiny. While there would be undercurrents, it was much more stable than the surface. Whoever could go deeper would be able to grasp the future. It was only after Little Anne had stabilized her cultivation of the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty, and used the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots as her foundation that she gained a sliver of understanding towards this fate connection. Following the path of karma, she could see through the waves of the river of destiny and grasp the slightest bit of immutability amidst the endless changes. Karma. Only in a daze did Ma Bai recall that Little Anne was actually a Buddhist disciple. However, no one could connect this unparalleled young lady before them with the ancient Buddha lamp. While Ma Bai was thinking, Little Anne had already pushed open the door and left. Looks like fellow Fu has decided to go easy on me? Li Qingshan studied the surroundings before looking at Fu Qingjin. The Clear River Prefecture was densely populated with rivers and lakes. Li Qingshan and Fu Qingjin were currently on a large lake near the prefectural city. This place was clearly extremely suitable for Li Qingshan to unleash his power, which was why he asked this question just now. The scenery here is picturesque. It's a great place to test your sword. I also want to see the limits of your swordsmanship. Fu Qingjin smiled faintly. Then watch my sword. Li Qingshan gripped the heavy water sword on his back and swung it as hard as he could, kicking up a huge wave that lunged towards Fu Qingjin. Fu Qingjin formed a seal with his hand, and green light shimmered at the tip of his finger. He swung it gently from top to bottom, cutting through the wave like he was cutting through a piece of paper. The wave parted and a figure appeared. Li Qingshan burst out of the wave. The heavy water sword swung down with the momentum of splitting mountains and rivers. Fu Qingjin seemed to have anticipated this a long time ago. He ignored the swinging sword and lunged forward. He used his finger like a sword and stabbed it towards Li Qingshan's heart. As soon as they struck, it was a battle to the death, a battle to the death. Boom! A huge gorge appeared on the calm surface of the lake, kicking up a huge wave several meters tall and shaking up the entire lake. Li Qingshan brushed past Fu Qingjin, standing with their backs to each other. Very good. You have the talent to become a good swordsman. Fu Qingjin turned around, and a strand of hair drifted down. Really? What talent? Li Qingshan looked back. His heart ached slightly. If the sword chi at the tip of Fu Qingjin's finger had penetrated another 3 inches, it would have reached his heart. Fearless in the face of danger, daring to decide life and death, Fu Qingjin used his finger like a sword and pointed it at the center of his eyebrows. Green light shone, making his eyebrows and hair look green. With a wave of his hand, it turned into a 3-foot-long green light and flashed over. Before the sword even struck, the sword's momentum was like a huge net, firmly enveloping Li Qingshan. The sword intent pressed towards the center of his eyebrows, causing a ripple in Li Qingshan's sea of consciousness. He could not help but feel dispirited and negative emotions. He felt that he could not block this sword at all and that all struggles were futile. Li Qingshan let out a wild roar and slashed this sword intent. The heavy water sword turned into layers of sword shadows. It was like a calligraphy master was waving his brush and splashing ink, writing a majestic calligraphy masterpiece. In an instant, it disintegrated Fu Qingjin's sword momentum. Before the surface of the lake calmed down, an even bigger wave appeared. Under Li Qingshan's control, it turned into endless sword chi and pounced towards Fu Qingjin. What an exquisite sword technique. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Fu Qingjin was like a small boat in the raging waves. As the waves rose and fell, it seemed like he would be capsized at any moment. However, as he drifted along with the waves, he remained safe and sound. Only when he could no longer dodge would he use his sword fingers to gently slash and avert the danger. He had been carefully observing Li Qingshan's sword technique. Previously, when Fu Qingjin and Li Qingshan worked together to deal with strong stone, he had caught a glimpse of Li Qingshan's sword technique and felt that it was somewhat familiar. Now that he saw it again, the feeling of familiarity arose again. Li Qingshan and Little Anne's sword techniques originated from the cursive sword calligraphy. Fu Qingjin had the experience of sparring with Little Anne before, so this sense of familiarity was not without reason. He had spent his entire life studying the sword, so his sensitivity and understanding towards sword techniques surpassed his memory of faces. As long as he saw it once, he would keep it as a memory, never forgetting it. However, after looking at it for a while, he felt like he could not match any of the sword techniques in his memory. This was not unheard of. He knew far too many sword techniques, and the memories he inherited from the Green Ruin sword basically encompassed everything. It was just like how it was far too normal for 2 people to look alike in a sea of people, so he did not suspect anything. Although Li Qingshan's sword techniques had also come from the cursive sword calligraphy, his ability to comprehend them paled in comparison to Little Anne's. If Little Anne could comprehend 100% of it, then he could only comprehend 30%. Moreover, his sword techniques were more suited to his personality, which was bold and unrestrained. It was very difficult for Fu Qingjin to connect the two. The heavy water sword missed again. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows, and the muscles in his arms bulged. He forcefully turned the sword around with his great strength and swung it towards Fu Qingjin. The tip of Fu Qingjin's finger lit up with resplendent green light. He pressed it against the heavy water sword, right at the weakest point of the sword. However, as he knocked the heavy water sword away, he felt his finger ache as if it was about to snap. He was surprised. What great strength! He did not dare to receive it head-on. using the force to drift far away. Fu Qingjin, you're not even willing to draw your sword. Are you looking down on me? Li Qingshan was filled with battle intent. He could no longer care about his fake politeness. With a clang, he rested the heavy water sword on his shoulder and called out straightforwardly. Not only did swinging this sword require a lot of strength, but it also consumed a lot of spiritual energy. However, at this time the arts of the boundless ocean showed its effects. The consumed spiritual energy was quickly replenished, and there were no signs of a lack of energy. This green ruined sword won't point at a friend. You don't want the sword you've just obtained to be damaged right now, do you? Fu Qingjin stroked the hilt of the sword gently and smiled in an extremely graceful manner. He was like a courteous king who had paid 3 visits to a thatched cottage to have a heart-to-heart conversation with the generals and strategists he had taken a liking to. There was not the slightest bit of hypocrisy. Li Qingshan felt nauseous. Chapter 475. Li Qingshan could not help but feel that it was absurd. Was the enemy teaching him swordsmanship? However, he would not let go of any chance to improve himself. He memorized the swordsmanship that Fu Qingjin had performed just now. With a deep hatred in front of him, this kind of small favor was not enough to make him waver. Spring passed and summer came. The weather was hot and humid. Thick dark clouds piled up in the sky waiting for a heavy rain. The crows cawed noisily and circled in the sky, unwilling to land. They were like black sesame seeds scattered in the sky. If someone could observe the trajectories of all the crows and observe them for an hour, they might be able to discover some kind of pattern. A streak of blood-red light swept across the ground, stirring up a gust of wind. Several crows were torn apart, and their black feathers fell. However, the pitch-black feathers disappeared before they could land on the ground. It's here. Li Qingshan whispered into the communication jade tablet. He stood on a tall mountain, gazing at the black shadow that rose up on the horizon from an extremely distant place. There was a city there. Now it was a trap. He did not go forward quietly. With his early-stage foundation establishment cultivation, he was not qualified to participate in this operation. Of course, this was also a form of protection. The sky was as dark as dusk. Bloodshadow was already standing in front of the city gate. Suddenly, he felt a sense of uneasiness, as if something was brewing, just like the clouds in the sky. At the same time, fresh and tempting blood with a fragrant smell was attracting his attention. A thunderous boom rang out, causing his heart to skip a beat. He thought of the divine thunder summoned by the slovenly Taoist. He smiled disdainfully. With that ox nose, even if he encountered it 10 or 100 times, he would still be able to escape safely. Even ordinary wild beasts could feel the arrival of death. At his level of cultivation, his senses were even more acute. He did not feel any life-threatening danger, so he strode into the city without worry. A crow perched on top of the city gate. With a strange caw, it flew high into the sky. Your divination is really accurate. It seems like you don't have to do anything this time. Li Qingshan smiled brightly and looked back. Sitting on a bluestone under a large pine tree, he gazed at a small worm on the pine branch, his seaweed-like long hair hanging loosely over his shoulders. She was as quiet as an orchid when she heard Li Qingshan's words. She shook her head gently. He won't die here. What? Didn't you divine that blood shadow would come? Li Qingshan was very surprised. An inescapable net has already been set up in the city. Even if the moon devil were to barge in unknowingly, he would be in grave danger. I only said that he would come, not that he would die. Little Anne smiled mischievously. Only now did she look like a young girl. On the contrary, I'm certain that he won't die there. His voice had lost some of the childishness of a child, and was more clear and melodious. It was extremely pleasing to the ear, as if it had a mystical power. It could pass through the eardrums and soothe the heart. Is it really that accurate? Li Qingshan blinked his eyes. Although he didn't know what was going on, he felt that it was very powerful. It's really that accurate. Little Anne mimicked Li Qingshan and blinked her eyes. It's not that accurate every time because he's tainted with a lot of karma, And he has a very deep karma with me. What karma? Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of thunderclaps descended from the sky, like giant swimming dragons. It's begun. Li Qingshan suddenly turned around and looked at the lonely city on the horizon. It's you again. Blood Shadow was covered in dirt by the series of thunderclaps and cut a sorry figure. He looked at Zhou Tong in front of him in shock and anger. They used words to explain the truth of heaven and earth. They inherited the curse techniques of ancient cultivators. They were said to be able to hurt the enemy invisibly. And among the thousands of curses, the most famous one was probably this freeze curse. It was more useful than any other technique to trap the enemy. In an instant, Blood Shadow couldn't move. He could only watch helplessly as the golden spiritual energy turned into chains and bound him tightly. The huge trees formed a huge cage. 7 or 8 spiritual artifacts and arcane artifacts bombarded him together, crushing him to a pulp. The blood demon is still alive. Don't stop, everyone. Lu Chongqing called out from above. Metal, wood, water, fire and earth, various powerful techniques of the 5 elements, all greeted Blood Shadow. In particular, the slovenly Taoist priest Zhou Tong pointed the lightning slaughter wooden sword at the sky. Thunder rang out endlessly. A thick bolt of lightning that constantly flickered and twisted pierced the surroundings, refusing to settle down even after a very long time. The freeze curse from the leader of the school of thought came one after another, interrupting every attempt of Blood Shadows to escape. The crows that Li Qingshan had conjured from the power of belief flew into the distance and watched from above. They saw everything unfold from various angles. They were secretly shocked. An encirclement like this is far too terrifying. Let alone escape. He doesn't even have the opportunity to fight back. As soon as he breaks through the encirclement of a single technique, 7 or 8 techniques land on him. If it were me, I would probably only be able to prop up the spirit turtle's profound shell and watch as my demon chi runs out. No matter how much demon chi there is, no matter how quickly it recovers, it can't sustain this kind of consumption. Though casting down a trap like this is easier said than done. Whether it be demons or cultivators, they all have extremely sharp senses for life-threatening danger. If he can't predict their movements beforehand, even if Blood Shadow faces the 9 of them, he can come and go as he pleases, as if there's no one there. What's even more terrifying is the technique of divination. No, I have the Spirit Turtle's demon core, so I should be very talented in this aspect. I need to learn more from Little and in the future. Li Qingshan turned around and asked, "Oh right, what do you mean by karma earlier? Blood Shadow is clearly dead for sure, yet you still said he wouldn't die here. Wait for me here." Little and leapt up from the rock and shot off into the distance. "Where are you going?" "To kill Blood Shadow." Little and smiled. But Blood Shadow isn't going in that direction. Li Qingshan was just about to chase after her, but after some thought, he still stopped. Since Little N had made him wait here, she definitely had her reasons. He was not worried about Little Anne's safety. After reaching the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty, the only ones who could pose a life-threatening threat to her were probably the Spider Queen and the guy buried deep in the magma. There was no need for him to worry too much. However, as he watched her vanish into the horizon, he felt a strange sense of melancholy, as if the child had grown up and developed her own ideas. If he still did not increase his strength, he really would not be able to make it. He could not even lose to Little Anne. It would even surpass the pressure he felt from Fu Qingjin and Dragon Snail. "Blood Demon, today will be the day you die." Seeing how the Blood Demon was close to death, Zhou Tong laughed aloud. The head of the Ming family had already uttered the word freeze 11 times in a row. He had reached his limit, so he let out a sigh of relief. Blood Shadow, who had turned into a lump of blood-red flesh, suddenly separated and twisted. Chapter 476. "He really escaped," Yi Zichen said. Li Qingshan murmured. The direction in which the bloodlight escaped was exactly where Little N had gone. Thinking about the ugly expressions of Zhou Tong and the others, He couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, my little, and we'll help you get rid of this great enemy. I didn't take those foundation establishment pills for nothing. Blood Shadow had passed the heavenly tribulation and reached the demon general realm. Naturally, he had two innate abilities. The first was the sound wave that had an extremely wide range of attack. The second was the bloodlight divine escape, which could allow him to instantly fly 1,000 miles away. It was 100 times stronger than Li Qingshan's escape talisman. Even golden core cultivators would find it difficult to chase after him. However, every time he used it, he had to give up all his flesh and blood, causing his vitality to be greatly damaged. Thus, he wouldn't use it unless he was in a life-or-death situation. As for the ability to control blood and the powerful vitality that wouldn't kill him even if he was smashed into meat paste, it was the same as Strongstone's Rock of Slaughter. It was an innate talent and not an innate ability. This was also the reason why demons with special bloodlines were stronger than ordinary demons. The torrential rain poured down on Blood Shadow. His face was pale, as if he didn't even have the strength to use demon chi to block the rain. He leaned against a tree tiredly, his face full of resentment as he gritted his teeth, thinking of revenge. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. He felt a vigorous blood chi, which was the tonic he needed the most at the moment. Blood Shadow circled to the other side of the tree. A young girl was sitting there, looking up at a sparrow in the treetop, as if she was hiding from the rain. Hearing the commotion, she lowered her head, and her clear eyes reflected Scarlet Shadow's silhouette. She was expressionless. Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Blood Shadow's heart trembled as he felt the spirit chi on the young girl's body. He was already frightened. Afraid that it was another trap, he wanted to retreat. The young girl didn't move. Under her jade-like skin, blood flowed, emitting an enchanting fragrance. Blood Shadow had never smelled such an alluring scent. Thunder rumbled incessantly. The tree propped up a small world, and outside was a curtain of rain. You actually dare to be forced into such a close distance by me. You're unlucky. I'll suck your blood to recover some demonic energy. Blood Shadow gradually calmed down. With his speed, the distance of a few feet was close to nothing. He opened his pale hand and aimed it at the girl's heart. The blood in the young girl's body boiled and flowed in the opposite direction. With a pop, it burst out of her body. Blood Shadow swallowed a large mouthful of blood and immediately felt refreshed. The smell was simply too sweet. However, what made him feel strange was that the girl didn't struggle or resist. She didn't even show a trace of pain or fear. She just looked at him expressionlessly, making him, a blood demon who had killed countless people, feel like he was about to die. He also felt a strange sense of unease. Like a frog being targeted by a snake, under the threat of its natural predator, its entire body stiffened, unable to move. What are you looking at? Blood Shadow was irritated. His hand shot out like lightning toward that pair of bright eyes. His fingertips were still an inch away from his eyes. Blood Shadow's body froze. What was going on? Why can't I move? The frog didn't notice, but the fatal poison had already been injected. The blood that Blood Shadow absorbed and integrated into every part of his body suddenly turned into flames and burned fiercely. So this is an arcane artifact? It doesn't seem special. Isn't this the bamboo jade lot of school leader Ma that never leaves his side? He's actually willing to take it out. As they discussed, Ma Bai stood up as well. Little and, it said that the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase was created at the same time as the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots. The two complement each other. There were originally 7 lots and a lot container. Although only one is left now that it's in my hands, it's still an arcane artifact. I hope you can use it well. I believe it will definitely shine brilliantly in your hands. Then he glanced at the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase. His eyes were filled with reluctance. The bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase was not just an arcane artifact. It was also an extremely rare arcane artifact for divination. No matter how much Ma Bai admired Little and, he would never give it away for nothing. It was Lu Chongqing and the others who persuaded him. In the end, they basically used the resources of the 100 schools of thought to buy the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase and reward it to little Anne. Of course, the goal was to let little Anne play a greater role in the war. If it wasn't for the pressure of the war, Ma Bai would never have sold it. The divine sense on the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase had been personally washed away by Ma Bai. It had become an ownerless item. As soon as little Anne took it, he felt that it was closely related to the spiritual qi in his body. Please keep it. Happy face. Chapter 477. The arts of divination were not omnipotent, nor were they omniscient and omniscient like outsiders imagined them to be. The reason why Anne could accurately calculate Bloodshadow's whereabouts and even his fate was largely due to the information the Hawkwolf Guard had gathered. Bloodshadow had massacred far too many people, leaving behind far too much karma. She was like a tiny fish swimming through a river, leaving behind clear ripples in the water. She did not use logic to analyze the information. Instead, she grasped the threads of fate that regular cultivators could not see, which was why she could so accurately determine Bloodshadow's whereabouts. If she had to calculate the fate of Dragonsnail, she would have been rather helpless. Even if she tried, she would not have been so accurate. From a certain perspective, it was exactly because Bloodshadow was fated to die to her hands that she was able to calculate to this point with such deep karma. On the other hand, if she could not calculate to this point, it would have been impossible for her to kill Bloodshadow. Karma was intertwined with one another. As a matter of fact, it was even inseparable, which was why this mysterious and unpredictable fate was formed. It was much more profound than any technique in the world. Anne only knew a little about it right now. She was nowhere close to understanding it. However, the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase would be of great assistance to her divination. At the very least, she could venture a little deeper into the river of fate. I thank the school leaders for their kindness in little Anne's place. Li Qingshan raised his cup high into the air and downed it. Apart from little Anne's bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase, Li Qingshan received some rewards too. Needless to say, his contribution to the Hawkwolf Guard had increased drastically once again. He smiled resplendently as he downed jar after jar of alcohol like he was drinking water, leading to a series of cheers. Anne looked at Li Qingshan, and the corner of her lips curled into a smile silently. Although she seemed rather unreasonable, in terms of intelligence, she would not lose to anyone. However, she would not lose to anyone. She just did not care about what others thought and felt. However, she had an extremely detailed understanding of him. She understood where his frustrations lay. Ruexine gazed over from afar. She also felt that he was rather different today, as if he had returned to how he was when she first met him a few years ago. Today, Li Qingshan was very happy in his heart, not because he had obtained many benefits. In the past, he had witnessed the tragedy of war and felt responsible for it. This responsibility might not be too big. Just as Fu Qingjin said, war was unavoidable, and they were just pawns. However, he would not use such an excuse to avoid responsibility. As a man, even if he did something wrong, he had to shoulder the responsibility. If he blindly covered it up, he even had to cover up for himself. Instead, their hearts were twisted and they became hypocrites. This is right and wrong. It didn't matter how others judged him. Everyone had a scale in their hearts. He had never sought perfection or unparalleled benevolence. He only sought to have a clear conscience. Back then, after he had obtained power, he did not take the opportunity to take revenge on his brother and sister-in-law who had abused him for many years, nor did he vent the anger in his heart. Instead, he threw a bag of silver to them, all for the sake of these 4 words. By killing the rock demon and blood demon, he believed he had basically severed his karma and fulfilled his responsibility. It was like a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He felt indescribably relaxed and delighted. Of course, it was not up to anyone to comment on this outcome, to say you Li Qingshan have spent all this effort for nothing, or you are so guilty that killing 2 demons is nowhere near enough to redeem yourself. If he felt it was enough, then it was enough. He had once made up his mind to finish off both sides of the war, and put an end to the war. However, after this period of understanding, he felt like this was no longer his responsibility. It had even exceeded the scope of his abilities a little, so he directly tossed it to the back of his mind. Although he did not completely agree with Fu Qingjin's chess theory, he found it to be rather reasonable. And the war was only within the boundaries of the Clear River Prefecture right now, so he could still be of some use. Once it spread out, how was he supposed to stop it with his current cultivation? Let him be. If he wanted to fight, then fight to his heart's content. He had had enough of the trouble of balancing the two sides. It was better for him to use this opportunity to reap as much benefits as he could and increase his cultivation as quickly as possible. Only then could he protect the people important to him and reach beyond the 9 heavens sooner. As a transmigrator, he did not have much of a mindset of keeping to his word. The situation was constantly changing. He would never use a single promise to restrain himself, even if it came from his own mouth. He had clearly taken a step forward and gained a deeper comprehension, yet he still had to act according to the conclusions he had reached from his old thoughts. Wouldn't that just be making things difficult for himself? They've retreated. They've retreated. A young cultivator rushed into the building excitedly and called out loudly, "What's going on? Speak slowly." Lu Chongqing said sternly, "Sir Prefect, news has come from everywhere. All the demons have retreated underground. It's all thanks to Sir's wise leadership that you've killed the blood demon and dealt a heavy blow to the demon's might." As the young cultivator spoke, he did not forget to flatter Lu Chongqing. The news of the blood demon's death reached Dragonsnail's ears very soon. He immediately made up his mind and withdrew all of his forces underground. Of the 4 great demon generals under the Spider Queen's command, North Moon was in secluded cultivation, so he was the only one left. He was struggling to hold on alone, so there was no point in continuing. It would only lead to greater losses. Demons had long lifespans, but they cultivated slowly. Losing every single one of them might take a century to make up for. However, the war and turmoil of the past few years had reduced the population of the Clear River Prefecture by more than half. It was equivalent to destroying a large portion of the cultivation foundation of the Clear River Prefecture. It would take a century to recover. The building was filled with cheers. All of their usual cultivation and mental fortitude had been tossed to one side. Who knew how many seniors and juniors they had lost during the several years of war? Who knew how many life-threatening situations they had been in? They had finally seen the dawn of victory. Who could control their emotions? Don't celebrate too early, everyone. We still need to keep up the good work. Only then can we completely crush the ambitions of the demons. Lu Chongqing cleared his throat a few times before suppressing his excitement. Chang Kaishan said, "Fellow Fu, the rock demon and blood demon are both dead now. All you need to do now is kill the moon devil, and victory will be ours for sure." Qingjin will do his best, Fu Qingjin said indifferently. "Kill me? Then let's try it." Li Qingshan smiled drunkenly as he thought inside. The celebratory banquet became an even grander celebratory banquet that lasted until deep into the night. Just now everyone dispersed. Li Qingshan and Little and returned to their dwelling in the Chain Mountains. Ru Xian also came with them. The war had come to an end, so there was no need for her to refine pills day and night to save people anymore. She could take a break and go back to rest slightly. She was still thinking about the great gift Li Qingshan had promised her, so she could not help but ask along the way, "Where's my great gift? We'll talk about it when we get back." Li Qingshan smiled mysteriously. Returning to the Chain Mountains, he got Little and to return to the Qingshao dwelling first, while Li Qingshan and Ru Xian arrived in her dwelling. Li Qingshan cut right to the chase. He directly took out all the spiritual herbs in his 100 treasures pouch, piling them all over the stone table. Most of them were the spiritual herbs that the 6 night roamers had offered up as tribute during his 3 years of secluded cultivation. There were also the spiritual herbs he had obtained from killing cultivators from the Demon Slayer, which amounted to quite a sum as well. As Ru Xian did not have enough time and energy, he did not take them out. He had always kept them in his 100 treasures pouch. "Is this the great gift you were talking about?" Ru Xian said in surprise. Last time, Li Qingshan had taken out so many spiritual herbs at once, which had already left her taken aback. However, it paled in comparison to this time. She had seen many spiritual herbs in her life. In terms of quantity, she had seen far more spiritual herbs than the ones Li Qingshan had taken out, but they were nowhere close to their value. A stalk of 1,000-year-old spirit grass was equivalent to a pile of ordinary spirit grasses. Yet, there were no fewer than 100,000-year-old spiritual herbs in front of her. They were piled up like cabbages, so how could she not be surprised and shocked? Same old rules. You gather the other spiritual herbs, and once they're refined, you get 30% of the pills. I can't. I've refined too many pills recently, so I feel disgusted whenever I see spiritual herbs. Just the thought of refining pills gives me a headache. Wuxia rubbed her forehead and put on an act of being troubled. She tried to hide the trembling in her eyes. If she exchanged all of them for spirit stones, it would probably fill up her entire immortal's cave. Most importantly, the origin of these spirit herbs was enough to reveal a lot of things, which made her even more certain of her guess. She had never expected to get this kind of trust. Humph, you're still pretending to be obedient after getting a bargain. If you don't want it, I'll let someone else refine it. Li Qingshan said, but his body did not move. Why don't you ask your father-in-law Han to help you think of a way? With the power of the Han family, it's not difficult to find a few suitable alchemists, and you don't have to give me 30%? I can trust you, okay? Don't talk nonsense. Are you going to refine it or not? This kind of trust was not built overnight, but at this moment Li Qingshan felt that he could entrust a lot of things to her, even some important secrets. Chapter 478. Have you seen enough? Wuxia did not show any awkwardness or uneasiness. She casually raised her hand and used her pinky to brush through her hair. She was unconcerned. The light from the ceiling outlined the clear curves of her pure white, graceful face. She was extremely beautiful. Her eyes were wandering. It was hard to tell whether she was flirting or rejecting him. I've long been tired of it. Li Qingshan immediately retorted. Then he remembered that he should say something mushy and intimate like, I've never seen enough. This was an almost instinctive aggression cultivated from being with her. You. Wuxia couldn't help laughing. She shook her head gently, not knowing whether she was disappointed or at ease. Although you're pretty, you're far from being able to seduce me. Li Qingshan also smiled and regained his composure. He didn't want to see their relationship destroyed because of a moment of passion. I'll return your words to you. If you're tired of it, get out of here. Don't delay my alchemy. Wuxia stood up to send him off. I haven't finished my tea. I'm finished. Wuxia picked up the tea and splashed it. She pushed Li Qingshan out of the door. As soon as Li Qingshan came out and wanted to say something, the door of the cave brushed past the tip of his nose and slammed shut. Looking at the stone door, he felt a little unwilling. Wuxia also gazed at the stone door. The light in her eyes seemed cold, yet also passionate. The two of them looked at each other through the heavy stone door. They couldn't see each other, but their eyes didn't deviate at all. Li Qingshan suddenly smiled. He turned around and stepped on the cloud, resting his head on his arm. He would just take it as an insignificant confusion in his long years of cultivation. It didn't matter if he was unwilling. He still had a long way to go. Wuxia sighed softly and smiled disdainfully. Coward. Suddenly, she scratched her head with both hands. There are so many spirit herbs. How long do you want me to refine? What she said just now. It wasn't all a joke. She was indeed a little annoyed with alchemy recently. But with such a great benefit, she had to endure it no matter how annoyed she was. The night was dark. The rain became lighter, but it was still pattering nonstop, soaking the earth and mountains. With the arrival of summer, the rainy season also arrived. In the southwest direction 2,000 li away it was also raining. There was a broken mountain, and the spirit chi in the mountain was extremely rich, indicating that this was a spirit stone vein. On the cracked surface of the mountain, one could still see the faint light emitted by the scattered spirit stones. At the foot of the mountain there was a mine. Yiliosu appeared like a shadow. Her simple black armor was extremely sexy. A slender figure in boots walked into the rain with footwork that was lighter than a cat's. A delicate face. He furrowed his brows slightly. His dark blue skin seemed to be thinking about something. It didn't affect her beauty at all, but added a strange charm to it. Sister, the demons have retreated. What should we do? Damn it, they didn't even inform us. Yiliobo followed closely behind. Her appearance was only slightly inferior. She had ample breasts and buttocks, and she had a romantic charm that even Yiliosu couldn't match. Yeah. Yiliosu led the army of night roamers to attack the various spirit stone veins. Although these veins were heavily guarded and possessed powerful cultivators, they were nothing compared to their army. Although they had lost many soldiers, only one of the powerful night roamers who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation had died in battle. The resistance they encountered could be described as relatively weak. The greatest problem actually did not come from the demons or the humans but themselves. That was because spiritual stones could not be directly used as soon as they were mined. They needed to be refined and purified before they could be converted into regular spiritual stones that could assist in battle and cultivation. Otherwise, the spiritual chi would be extremely impure, which would be very troublesome to use. Night roamers obviously did not possess the technology to refine spiritual stones, so they were not particularly interested in mining. Obtaining so much ore was rather pointless. Of course, there were spiritual stone veins with very high purity, but they were all occupied by the various demon generals. Let alone directly mining in their territory, even if they dug through these veins from below, it would only be a matter of time before war broke out. Yiliobwa smiled. Fair enough. I don't think these shitty rocks are of much use. I'll go gather the people right now. I just happen to miss Master too. The rain is so beautiful. There will be a day when we can all bask in the rain as we please. Yiliosu thought to herself. Some cultivators watched on from extremely far away with techniques. They watched as the army of night roamers abandoned the veins and meandered away. They immediately returned to the spiritual stone veins and cast down the formations again, beginning to mine again. Sir Prefect, the night roamers have retreated as well. All of the spiritual stone veins have already resumed mining, but rebuilding them will be rather troublesome. In Clear River City, Lu Chongqing listened to his subordinate's report as he stroked his long beard in thought. After the war had ended, the first thing he learnt about was the situation with the spiritual stone veins. Spiritual stone veins were to cultivators like gold mines to mortals. They were extremely important. Normally, just a single spiritual stone vein was enough for two sects to wage war against each other. Although the night roamers were very dissatisfied with the spoils of the battle this time, it was quite the loss to the human cultivators. Apart from the spiritual stones themselves, the defensive formations, mechanisms, and mining puppets had all been destroyed. It would take quite the effort to rebuild them. How long will it take for everything to return to normal? Over a month at the very least. We've already lost most of a month. Lu Chongqing sighed. The 3 years of war had already depleted many years of accumulation. Once the supply of spiritual stones was cut off, many powerful mechanisms and puppets would lose their mobility, and many formations would be impossible to cast down. Cultivators would not be able to extract spiritual chi from spiritual stones to recover during battle either. The consequences would be unthinkable. Go invite the leader of the School of Miscellany, go die. As soon as Li Qingshan returned to his dwelling and said a few words to little Anne, he sensed activity from his clone. With a thought, the exquisite patterns carved by the night roamer craftsman entered his sight. A few blue butterfly flowers danced about, illuminating a small region. Beside him, Millipede had already woken up from his sleep. Who knew where he had wandered off to? The original cave had also been sealed up by an exquisitely carved stone door. Behind the stone door, many hidden auras approached silently. Sir Northmoon. Master. The stone door opened, and a group of night roamers returned from the surface. They reported to him immediately, passing through the sea of blue butterfly flowers like shadows and arriving before the stone pedestal, bowing together. Yiliobwa could not help herself. She wanted to throw herself into his arms immediately, but when she looked around, she held back her urge and stood behind Ieyasu obediently. In the underground world there was a clear hierarchy. If she became arrogant because of his favor and damaged his dignity, it would be bad. She did not want him to dislike her. Right as she thought that, she suddenly saw Li Qingshan beckon at her with a smile. "Liubua, come here." Yi Liubua immediately threw all caution to the wind and threw herself into his arms. The matriarchs saw this and could not help but blame their daughters a little. They had also served this North Moon for so long, so why did they not receive the same favor? "Oh, you've returned. How was the battle?" Li Qingshan asked despite already knowing the answer. The night roamers did not take too much of a part in the battle, so he was not too worried about Yi Liubua's safety. However, he still felt extremely happy to see her appear before him safe and sound. As for dignity or whatever, he did not care about it at all. The strong naturally had dignity, while the weak could put on an act. It was useless. Before Ieyasu could reply, he lowered his head and gently rubbed Yi Liubua's back. He asked in concern, "You're not injured, are you? Please check for yourself later, master." Yi Liubua wrapped her arms around his waist firmly. As she listened to his metallic voice and his gentle words, even her heart seemed to melt. She nodded firmly. When his rather sharp fingertips brushed past her skin, she could not help but moan in pleasure. Wait, there's still one more chapter. You're so hard-working during the new year. Are you hard-working enough? Hurry up and vote for me." Ever since I met Master, it's already been many years since I've had a man. You have no idea how difficult it is to be alone. Don't you have many wives? Li Qingshan was rather confused. He knew night roamers did not have much of a concept of chastity, nor would he use human values to restrain her. Of course, this was also because he did not treat her as a lover. "I've divorced them a long time ago. I only want to bear your children, master," Yi Liubua said seriously. She basically seemed like Ieyasu had mentioned her dream of returning night roamers to the surface. Night roamers were matriarchal clans. A female night roamer would often have many wives. They would only know their mother, not their father. Bearing children and becoming a mother was a relatively sacred matter, which was why the person with the greatest authority in the clan was known as the matriarch. Yes, it was no longer just for a night of pleasure. Instead, she wanted to use this body to continue their common bloodline. So much for holding back. Li Qingshan had no idea how to react. Just what can we produce? A third of humans, a third of demons, and a third of night roamers? Everything I have is master's. My heart, my body, and in the future my children. Yi Liubua grabbed Li Qingshan's hand and placed it on her perky chest, sensing her thumping heart before placing it on her flat abdomen. Li Qingshan was extremely touched too. Alright, he admitted that it was not just his heart that had moved. What else was there to say now that it had happened? "I'm sorry, Chengji. Today, I'm going to break through the shackles and barriers of the mortal world. I'm going to have a relationship that exceeds friendship with my pet." Li Qingshan made up his mind. He was just about to do something even worse than beasts. The stone door swung open loudly, and Yi Liusu walked in. As if she had seen nothing, she said, "Ma'am, Spider Queen has ordered for you to go to Cobweb City immediately, master." Li Qingshan was thick-skinned, but even he could not maintain such a position with a naked woman under the gaze of another woman. The Spider Queen was not someone he could treat lightly either. He gently placed Yi Liubua aside and made his way off the stone platform. He tidied his messy clothes and shook off his lust. "Master," Yi Liubua said with hidden bitterness. She could not help but glance at Yi Liusu. She had endured for so many years to grasp this opportunity. She was about to succeed, but it was all for naught. How could she be willing to accept this? "I'll agree to this." Li Qingshan looked back with a smile. He blinked his eyes and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He found it very amusing. "I haven't tried giving birth yet. Should I try it with Chengji? I wonder if she'll be willing?" But with this mirror clone, although there are many similar sensations, does it have this function? He did not feel disturbed by Ieyasu. What's mine will always be mine. Do I have to be afraid that I won't have another chance in the future? Li Qingshan flapped his wings, leaving behind a burst of laughter and a gust of wind. The curtain slowly swayed. Liusu, did you hear that? Did you hear that? Master has agreed. Iliobwa was stunned for a moment. Then she revealed an expression of ecstasy. Hear what? Agree what? You'd better put on your clothes first. Giving birth. Congratulations, you don't have to do it with your hands anymore in the future. Iliusu was taken aback before smiling. It's all your fault, or I would have succeeded already. Only with that did Iliusu remember that she had already been seduced to the point of lust. Between her legs was already wet. Do you want me to go out and let you deal with it first? Iliusu smiled. There's no need. Endure. Without patience there'll be no enjoyment. Iliobwa sucked in a deep breath. Since Master had already agreed to it, there was no way she could run away from this. It was like how regular people would starve a few more meals before inviting others to a meal, planning to rely on the wall to get in and out. Iliusu said, it probably won't be that easy for demons and night roamers to procreate. Then let's try a few more times until we succeed. What do you think, sister? Do you want to take part? Iliobwa smiled slyly, as if her scheme had succeeded. It would obviously be for the best, but it actually did not matter even if she did not. Not interested. Iliusu looked at Iliobwa, who was filled with anticipation. Her feelings were rather mixed. Iliusu's pursuit had already begun, so what about her? North Moon, did you know? Blood Shadow is dead. Li Qingshan arrived in Cobweb City. As expected, Helicoverpa was waiting for him on the platform. However, of the 3 great demon generals beside her, only Dragonsnail remained. I just heard how he died? Li Qingshan was slightly surprised and asked casually. There was nothing sad about it. There was nothing fake about it. He was ambushed by human cultivators. Helicoverpa's complexion was rather ugly. If Dragonsnail was her brains, then Blood Shadow and Strong Stone were her left and right arms. Now that they had both been severed, even with her vile nature, she still felt extremely pained. Casualties are unavoidable in battle. Please don't take it to heart, Mom Spider Queen. Even without them, the demons won't lose. Li Qingshan brushed her off, but he was extremely pleased inside. You sure live a carefree life. And those night roamers don't openly clash with humans at all. You must have taught them that. You're avoiding battle. Helicoverpa's voice turned cold. Her gaze that seemed to condense venom stared at Li Qingshan. I was in secluded cultivation, preparing for my battle with Fu Qingjin. Mom Spider Queen was there too. It was also me who ordered the night roamers to attack the spiritual stone mines, but it was just to cut off the supply of spiritual stones from the humans. Those spiritual stone mines are much more important than regular cities at the very least, and the defenses are much tighter too. It's basically a direct clash with human cultivators, so how are you avoiding battle? Li Qingshan's explanation was flawless, which made Helicoverpa even more unhappy. She suddenly raised her hand and slapped Li Qingshan across the face. Li Qingshan only felt his vision blur. He unleashed the spirit turtle's profound shell instinctively, blocking Helicoverpa's slender fair hand. In that instant it caved in and became riddled with cracks. Boom! Li Qingshan was sent flying, slamming against the wall heavily. The entire cavern shook. I want to teach you a lesson, yet you actually talk back. How dare you resist? Helicoverpa's icy cold voice reached Li Qingshan's ears, which made him understand something even more clearly. If the strong were unreasonable, then no matter how glib-tongued the weak were, it would all be useless. Helicoverpa was like a vicious, willful little girl. She even cherished toys that could please her. If they could not please her, they would be tossed aside or even ripped apart for entertainment. Considering that Li Qingshan still had some use for you, Spider Queen did not continue to attack him. All she did was warn him coldly. This is a lesson for you. Don't think about anything else. I've been too arrogant and indulgent the entire time. You're only allowed to win in the battle against Fu Qingjin. You're not allowed to lose. Do you hear me? I understand. Li Qingshan was calm. He even smiled. He was no longer the young man who had just emerged from the mountains. There was no need for him to grind his teeth in anger and hatred. He just had to remember the grievances he should remember. Sooner or later, he would definitely get his revenge. To be continued. For the newest and fastest chapters, please log in. Reading is a form of enjoyment, so I recommend you bookmark it. Chapter 480. Please remember the domain name. Although Li Qingshan's mood wasn't affected too much, the decisive battle was imminent, so he temporarily put aside the thought of fighting and decided to calm down and cultivate for a period of time, causing Yi Liubo to feel a wave of hidden bitterness. However, Li Qingshan kept an eye out. He ordered the night roamers to gather the various spiritual herbs faster and offer them up. The war lasted for several years. Many of the territories underground had been emptied out. The forbidden zones that night roamers were originally unable to set foot in were now accessible. Demons were even more clueless about using spiritual herbs than night roamers. They only knew how to guard and eat spiritual herbs that could be directly consumed, so there should have been even more spiritual herbs left behind. In order to speed up the process of gathering spirit herbs, Li Qingshan gave all the random spirit tools and spirit talismans in his 100 treasures pouch to Yi Liubo. As long as they could contribute spirit herbs of good quality, she could make the decision to reward them. The Spider Queen was hard to please. If she were to turn against him at any time, he would take the benefits he had plundered and leave. The world was vast. Be it a human or a demon, there was no place they couldn't go. Why should they suffer her anger? Li Qingshan had only taken a small portion of the medicinal pills that Ru Xian had refined. The majority of them were still in the 100 treasures pouch, and had yet to be converted into cultivation. Inside Qing Zhao's abode, Li Qingshan took out all the medicinal pills from his 100 treasures pouch. Their quality was quite impressive. The quality of the spiritual herbs contributed by the night roamers was relatively high. Even if they were not 1,000 years old, they were at least 500 years old. As a result, most of the pills they refined were of very good quality, enough for him to use. However, there was also a small portion that was of little value. It would be a pity to throw them away, but it would be tasteless. As his cultivation realm increased, the speed at which he breathed in and out the spiritual qi of heaven and earth became faster and faster. Even his body gradually gained spirituality. The spiritual qi contained in a single drop of his blood was probably much more than many spirit pills. Taking these spirit pills was naturally useless. Once it reached a certain level, even elixirs concocted from 1,000-year-old spirit herbs would not be able to withstand it. Perhaps they had all become useless. Therefore, this underground territory was no longer as important as it was in the beginning. If he squeezed out more value, he wouldn't have to be tied to it. He was ordered around by the Spider Queen. Li Qingshan smiled at little Anne, took a deep breath, and his body expanded. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to more than 10 zhang. 1 zhang was 3 meters, which was about the height of a 1-story building. In other words, Li Qingshan was now more than 10 stories tall. Although he was still a little smaller than Godzilla, he was big enough to pass off as a small monster. His pitch-black body resembled a demon god. His scarlet hair cascaded down his back like a waterfall. His eyes were bright and full of expression, as if they were burning with fire. It exuded a primitive bestial and demonic nature. When he opened the Qing Shao Immortal's cave, he didn't ask for anything else but the word big. It was to deal with the current situation. They had chosen this mountain. It was also 200 to 300 zhang tall. Li Qingshan and Little An worked together. Almost the entire mountain was hollowed out. From the bottom of the cave to the dome, it was almost 2,000 feet high. If Li Qingshan hadn't used his supernatural powers to compress the mountain walls to the point where they were as hard as steel, it would have collapsed due to its own weight. Therefore, Li Qingshan stood up straight and didn't feel crowded. He looked at his body, opened his mouth full of fangs, and chuckled. The tiger tail behind him swayed casually, leaving a series of afterimages. To a certain extent, he was more satisfied with his original form than with his human form. His human form was handsome, but compared to his original form, it didn't seem bold and domineering enough. It had to be said that oxen had sharp eyes and chose Li Qingshan. If it wasn't for the strange taste of transmigrators, ordinary people probably wouldn't be able to accept this image, let alone feel good about themselves. Li Qingshan extended his hand, and all the pills on the ground flew into his hand. He shoved them all into his gaping mouth. Without even chewing, he swallowed them all with a gulp. If other cultivators witnessed this, they would definitely be so surprised that their jaws would drop. They would think he was tired of living and wanted to commit suicide. These pills were of different types. Just the conflicting effects of their effects were enough to kill. The powerful effects they contained could even directly make a person explode. Sure enough, after swallowing the pills, Li Qingshan's stomach immediately swelled up, growing larger and larger like a balloon. It was like he was 10 months pregnant, producing an ear-piercing sound like metal stretching. A sliver of caution appeared on Li Qingshan's face. He bellowed out, "Spirit Turtle's suppression." The Spirit Turtle's demon core shone with resplendent light, viciously suppressing the chaotic effects of the pills. However, it was slightly unable to suppress it. Demon chi burst out of his body, and his scarlet hair fluttered in the wind. If it were not for the formation firmly locking down the surging demon chi, it would probably be possible to see the demon chi surge into the air from afar. The Spirit Turtle's demon core only suppressed it, not absorbed it. The effects merged with Li Qingshan's limbs, bones and organs strand by strand. It hurt slightly and countless tiny blood vessels ruptured, but they recovered immediately. In the blink of an eye, who knew how many times this cycle of destruction and reconstruction had occurred? Li Qingshan only had a single objective this time, which was to break through to the fourth layer of the ox demon. Finally, Li Qingshan's stomach stopped growing. He sat down with his bulging belly and rubbed it. "I even said I wanted to have a child with someone else. I seem like I've spoiled the child like this. Little N, don't I look like the Maitreya Buddha?" Little N leapt up gently and landed on Li Qingshan's belly. Looking at how vicious he was, she covered her mouth and giggled. "Not at all. Then what do I look like?" "I look like Li Qingshan." "That's right. I look like Li Qingshan. Why do I look like someone else?" Li Qingshan laughed aloud. How about today's decapitation? Starting a business is difficult and there are many battles. I will go to Quantai to recruit my old subordinates. With 100,000 flags, I will behead the king of hell. This heroic spirit of facing death with equanimity far surpassed that of the overlord of Chu, who blamed the heavens and others and did not dare to cross Jiangdong. This kind of thought flashed through his mind, but in reality it was only for a moment. I understand. The red light in Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly lit up like a lamp. When he looked at the illusion of the ox demon again, he saw a different scene. He saw the ox demon enduring and persevering with extraordinary willpower. Even if it was a waste of energy, even if it was destined and fate could not be changed, it would never give up and fight to the end. It could be destroyed, but it would never be defeated. The flickering light in Li Qingshan's eyes gradually calmed down, and the breath that came out of his nostrils also became calmer. It was as if he could hold on like this for 100 years, 1,000 years. Suddenly, a vigorous spirit that was exactly the same as the ox demon's illusion emitted from his body. Ox demon transformation, the fourth layer, completed. Li Qingshan's figure gradually returned to its original state. Unlike before, he did not feel overjoyed, nor was he in a hurry to test how much his strength had increased. During the process of cultivation, oxens will seem to have merged into his body through the ox demon transformation. It was a kind of inheritance. No matter how many mysterious changes the ox demon transformation would have in the future, this ox demon transformation deserved to be number 1. P.S. Finally, the update is out. It hasn't been broken. Happy New Year, everyone. Smiley face for the latest and fastest chapters. Please log in. Reading is a pleasure. I suggest you keep it. Chapter 481. Li Qingshan's large body was well defined. He now possessed an additional sense of steadiness like a mountain. His bright black pupils seemed extremely calm. Unlike the emotionlessness when he used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, it was a determination that seeped deep into his bones. Endless power radiated from his body, connecting with the boundless earth. They were inseparable. In the past, whenever he broke through with the ox demon transformation, he would test it out carefully. Firstly, it was to experience the joy of increasing his strength, and secondly, it was to control the sudden increase in strength. But this time, not only did he not feel the joy of a great increase in strength, but he instead felt a limit. As a result, he could feel layers of obstruction when he lifted his hand, preventing him from unleashing his strength to his heart's content. As for his strength, it had clearly increased. It was not just a tiny bit, but who knew how many times over. In the past, his strength was basically on par with the strength-type demon general Strongstone, who possessed a special bloodline. Now, he could completely suppress Strongstone with a single hand. He could even directly crush Strongstone's indestructible body. In terms of strength alone, he had already completely surpassed the level of a demon general. The 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, the unparalleled ability created by Oxen, seemed extremely ordinary in the beginning. At the first layer of the ox demon transformation, it was only enough to bully the people of the Jianghu. It could not even defeat the slightly stronger Qi practitioners. But towards the end, each layer of transformation was earth-shaking. His strength increased several times over. Even though the difficulty of cultivation constantly increased, the efficiency of cultivation increased. He could not help but think of the classic story of placing wheat on a chessboard. A clever minister invented chess for the bored king. The king was overjoyed and asked what he wanted as a reward. As a result, the minister made a simple request, asking the king to bestow him with some wheat. The first box was for a single grain of wheat, the second for 2, the third for 4, and so on. The king readily agreed at first. In the very beginning, the request seemed extremely simple. It consumed very little wheat, but before even half the box was filled, the king discovered that even if he took out all the wheat in the entire kingdom, it would not be enough to satisfy this simple request. Although the ox demon transformation only had 9 layers, the increase in strength each time was not just a doubling of the original strength. It really did flip to the 9th layer. What kind of level would his strength reach? It was simply unimaginable. Moving mountains, filling oceans, plucking the stars, and grabbing the moon were all very common. He thought back to what Brother Ox had once said, "I can give you the power to sweep through this world." Only now did he realize how humble Brother Nyo's words were. He had a feeling that even if the ones chasing after him were not the soaring dragon elder, but the top figures of the 9 prefectures, Brother Ox would not waste too much effort. However, comparatively speaking, a fellow that was able to force Brother Ox to such an extent seemed to be even more terrifying. The reason why I feel like my power is being restricted is because I know that my power is far from enough. Li Qingshan gently clenched his fist. He felt despair, and a huge pressure that made it hard for him to breathe pressed down on him. In the past, he had never despaired because he had never dared to face that goal. He had only taken it one step at a time. It would be best if he could reach his goal, but if he really couldn't, then there was nothing he could do. It contained powerful earth spiritual qi, which the spirit turtle's demon core struggled to digest. However, what Li Qingshan wanted to borrow was another type of power. A powerful intent of slaughter radiated from the demon core. It was enough to drive cultivators crazy. As Li Qingshan had expected, not only did the demon core condense all of the strong stone's power, but it could also serve as the core of the stone of slaughter. Li Qingshan casually tossed the demon core into his mouth. With a gulp, he swallowed it, and killing intent immediately rushed into his head. His eyes immediately became blood red. He no longer used the spirit turtle to suppress it. Instead, he carefully sensed the killing intent. In his sea of consciousness, the tiger demon materialized. It leapt up and roared at the sky. It unfurled its wings and shot through the air, baring its fangs and claws. It wanted to kill to its heart's content and fight to its heart's content. However, There were obviously no enemies in the empty sea of consciousness. Li Qingshan knelt down on the ground. Sharp claws protruded, and his fangs protruded. His breathing became ragged, and his heart beat faster and faster. He was tempted to rush out of the dwelling immediately. Whether it was a demon or a human, he only wanted to start a massacre and slaughter the surroundings. I can't. Li Qingshan suddenly pressed his hand against his chest as if he wanted to suppress the killing intent. At this moment he suddenly thought of Yu Zijian. Back in Jiaoping City, she had endured the power of the Stone of Slaughter without using anything else. Even a little girl at Qi practitioner can do this, but I can't? Actually, as a woman, Yu Zijian possessed a gentle nature. She was shocked by the horrific sight before her. When she recalled the past, she was filled with sorrow. As for Li Qingshan, he was a man, so he possessed a bloodthirsty, battle-hungry side to his emotions. Right now, not only was he unable to use other emotions to distract himself, but he had to completely immerse himself in the killing intent instead. It was more than 100 times more difficult. The 5th day of the 5th month arrived in the blink of an eye. The endless, boundless mountains rose and fell like the ocean. The perilous peaks and mountains were like a tempestuous wave. The surroundings were pitch black. Heavy rain poured down, swept up by the fierce wind. Sometimes it would move east and west, sometimes north and south. Sometimes it would even fly into the sky. It was like a storm on the ocean. Fu Qingjin stood on a wave alone. He was drenched by the rain, but he did not waste any energy to resist the rain at all. Instead, he seemed to enjoy it, allowing the rain to wash over his face as he listened to the whistling of the wind beside the cliff. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his handsome face as he tightened his grip on the green ruined sword on his waist. A scarlet figure rapidly tore through the clouds as it spun. A golden pillar of light suddenly appeared in the pitch-black world, illuminating Fu Qingjin's face. Within the pillar of light, Li Qingshan slowed down. The wings of wind on his back folded up slightly as he slowly descended from the sky. The sunlight dyed the raindrops, turning them into thousands of specks of golden light that danced around him. His flawlessly handsome face and calm expression made him seem more like a god than a demon. You've changed. A sliver of surprise rose up in Fu Qingjin's heart. As a true swordsman, he had already memorized everything about his opponent before the battle, and he had run through countless simulations in his head. It could be said that he was already confident that he was one of the people who knew the North Moon the most in the world. But now that they met again, he discovered that all of his predictions had been completely overturned and shattered. What he saw from Li Qingshan was not just a change in strength. Even his vitality had been renewed, making him feel like he was facing a new opponent. Shouldn't demons cultivate extremely slowly? North Moon, just how did you do it? Did I? Li Qingshan replied calmly. Strong Stone's demon core was still in his stomach, continuing to function. In just a few short days he had gone through unimaginable pain and struggle, but he still failed to break through to the 4th layer of the tiger demon. The difficulty of cultivation really did increase. The roaring tiger demon became even more excited at this moment, urging him to fight to the death with Fu Qingjin. At this moment, Li Qingshan actually hoped that Fu Qingjin could become stronger, so strong that he could force him into a corner. Only a true fight to the death could stimulate the tiger demon's bloodthirsty madness, so that he could seize the opportunity to break through to the 4th layer of the tiger demon. He suddenly realized that the battle that he originally cared so much about was no longer that important. Even his resentment towards Fu Qingjin had become insignificant. In front of him there was only an opportunity for him to become stronger, a stepping stone that could lead him to the 9 heavens. But in today's battle, you will lose without a doubt, Fu Qingjin said with certainty. P.S. I bow to thank the new leader of the Teletubbies and the new leader of Shangguan Dizziness. Thank you both for your great support, and for filling my heart with fighting spirit. With the 7 Mo Masters gathered, the day of summoning the Dragon God is not far away. I wish the two of you eternal happiness and longevity. Smiley face. Chapter 482. That's good to hear. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. In the past, he would have been annoyed by Fu Qingjin's posturing and wanted to teach him a good lesson. Now he saw the absolute confidence of a swordsman. There was also a will in his chest. This was a good opponent. But I want to return the same words to you. You'll definitely lose this battle. Fu Qingjin smiled. In the past, I only treated you as a little demon with decent luck. But I must admit that the current you really does strike me as a little terrifying. If I have the opportunity, I'll kill you. I hope you can escape with your life from my hands. Oh? Why? Killing a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace with a renowned sword is a very troublesome matter, Li Qingshan said unconcernedly. In other words, you're going to hold back? Fu Qingjin's face sank as his lips curled into a cold sneer. That'll depend on your ability. My murderous nature has been triggered, but even I can't control it. If you can escape, you'll be lucky. If you can't, I'll be in trouble. Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed as he smiled. He looked down at Fu Qingjin as if Fu Qingjin had already fled in defeat, while he was leisurely considering whether he should cut him down in a single stroke. Fu Qingjin discovered that he had already lost the upper hand in their verbal confrontation. He said nothing more and drew the green ruined sword with a clang, announcing the end of the conversation. Li Qingshan drew his blood-red blade and swung it casually. The blade aura cut through the storm. The clouds rose and fell, filling up the hole Li Qingshan had created very soon. The golden pillar of light vanished. The world turned dark once more. Faint green light rose up from Fu Qingjin's body, coiling around him and blocking out the storm. His green robes and hair drifted with it. It was like a bonfire in the endless night, burning brighter and brighter on the cliff. Li Qingshan's demon qi rushed into the air. His scarlet hair danced like fire as his blood-red eyes locked onto Fu Qingjin. His killing intent was like the wind. The blood saber was raised high, but it suddenly paused and said with a smile, "You have a lot of helpers." Among the dark clouds, a bright bolt of lightning rapidly twisted and turned. In the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning pierced through the clouds, but it was much slower than ordinary lightning. Looking closely, Zhou Tong was riding the Thunderslaughter wooden sword as he tore through the air. The divine firmament lightning manipulation art circulated in his body to the extreme. Zhou Tong was delighted. That was the best way to unleash the power of lightning. The Thunderslaughter wooden sword flew into his hand. He raised it high and pointed it at the sky. "Old Lord Taishang, it is as urgent as the law. God of thunder and goddess of lightning. Divine thunder exterminates demons." Light shone from the dark clouds. Countless bolts of lightning interwove to form a net of electricity. Then a huge bolt of lightning struck at Li Qingshan. Heaven and earth turned white. Fu Qingjin suddenly took out a scarlet talisman from his sleeve. It transformed into a long and narrow golden sword and shot out, forming a pincer attack on Li Qingshan. In the distant sky there were specks of light. A large number of Foundation establishment cultivators were a step slower than Zhou Tong, but they were also rushing over at the fastest speed possible. Li Qingshan raised his brows slightly. He did not move. Dozens of feet above his head, the golden sword and the lightning clashed. "Fellow Taoist Fu, what are you doing?" Zhou Tong exclaimed in shock and anger. "This is our final battle," Fu Qingjin said indifferently. "Fool, what's the point of fighting one-on-one against fiendish demons? See for yourself." Zhou Tong pointed at the distant mountain. Black shadows swept past the mountain peak. Underground, waves of demon qi passed through the underground caverns and rapidly approached. The final battle between Li Qingshan and Fu Qingjin was not just tied to their survival, honor, or humiliation. It was also tied to the direction of the entire war. If Li Qingshan died in battle, only Dragonsnail would be left. The night roamers would become leaderless again. If Fu Qingjin died in battle, no one would be able to subdue these sects anymore. The demon slayer of the Clear River Prefecture would collapse too, and the meeting would be unable to continue. Even without mentioning these effects, just the strength of the two of them was enough to disrupt the balance of victory and defeat. Neither side dared to be careless. They all used their full strength. The battle between the two of them had developed into a battle between humans and demons. The demon generals, powerful night roamers, and Foundation establishment cultivators all gathered towards the two of them. It was like countless sparks were about to collide together. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Suddenly, swathes of sunlight scattered down from the sky. The sun, shrouded by the thick, dark clouds, peeked out, radiating with endless light and heat. Tornadoes tore through the thick cloud layer. Everyone could not help but raise their heads. A figure in clothes whiter than snow stood in the clear blue sky. Commander Gu. Lu Chongqing, Wang Puxi, and the others cried out in surprise. Gu Yining. In Cobweb City, Helicoverpa Rosa was currently watching this through a mirror. Her face turned cold. Gu Yining held her jade folding fan and swung it gently. Fierce winds swept up the dark clouds and receded into the distance. A while later, she had opened up a clear sky that spanned 100 kilometers across. She folded her fan and pointed downwards. No one is allowed to interfere with their battle. Whether it's humans or demons, as long as they set foot in the sunlight, they will be executed without mercy. Zhoutong, what are you looking at? I'm talking to you. Dragon Snail, do you think I can't see you just because you're hiding underground? Fine, I'll go. Zhoutong let out a muffled snort and took off on his sword, directly flying 50 kilometers away under the shadow of the clouds. Just now he stopped. He had a bellyful of anger, but he had nowhere to vent it. The other Foundation establishment cultivators immediately retreated as well. They dared not raise any objections. Dragonsnail said nothing at all. She led the demon generals and dove deeper underground. The night roamers had received Li Qingshan's orders in the first place, so there was no need for them to come. However, they could not defy the Spider Queen's orders. Now that they saw Gu Yining's powers, they became even more afraid of forcefully opposing her. They all retreated far away. She's Gu Yining. If I had this kind of power, would I still have to worry about revitalizing the night roamers? Yi Liusu stared at the white figure on the horizon. Everywhere gave off an aura of desolation and decay. It was difficult to distinguish what was real and what was fake. His connection with the spiritual qi of the world was suddenly severed, and he fell into the green ruins illusion once again. Just how many times do you want to use the same move on me? Li Qingshan turned around and looked at Fu Qingji nearby. As long as it's useful, I don't care how many times. Fu Qingjin walked over slowly with his sword. Lu Chongqing sighed as he watched on from afar. The green ruin sword is far too powerful. As long as you have the green ruin sword, you'll be in an advantageous position no matter who you face. You'll be undefeatable. Even a powerful demon general like Strong Stone could only use his malevolent aura to dig a hole and flee before the green ruins illusion. It was impossible for him to defeat Fu Qingjin in there. However, Li Qingshan had not come today to flee. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He took a step forward and threw a punch at the empty space. In that moment, countless cracks spread out, covering the entire green ruins illusion like a spider web. The broken walls were like the scenery on a canvas, all of them falling apart and turning into powder. Fu Qingjin's expression changed. He raised his sword to block, but the force of the tremors was startlingly powerful. He was sent flying through the air filled with fragments. The green ruins illusion was destroyed in a single punch. To be continued. Chapter 483. Please remember the domain name of this website. Or at Fu Qingjin was filled with disbelief. He had indeed sensed Li Qingshan's changes, but he never thought he would actually become so powerful in such a short amount of time. All of the human cultivators were dumbfounded. Fu Qingjin had rampaged through the Clear River Prefecture for several years. Everyone knew about the power of the Green Ruins illusion. Even the Rock Demon and Blood Demon could only avoid it if they ran into it. Who would have thought it would be destroyed by a casual punch like this? After breaking through to the fourth layer of the Ox Demon, not only had Li Qingshan become several times stronger, but the Ox Demon's innate abilities had also strengthened as well. With the two combined, the power of the punch was over 10 times greater than before. Even a genius disciple of the Sword Collection Palace like Fu Qingjin, the successor of the 10 renowned swords, found it rather difficult to endure when his opponent had become 10 times stronger all of a sudden. Whether it's humans or demons, the higher their cultivation, the slower their rate of improvement will be. However, he's the exact opposite. His strength increases startlingly with each breakthrough. How unbelievable! Gu Yinying sighed inside. Is this your so-called guaranteed victory? You've disappointed me far too much. Li Qingshan did not press his advantage. He held back the killing intent of the tiger demon's roar, and said in some disappointment, "Myriad sword technique." Fu Qingjin came to a halt. With a wave of his hand, the green ruined sword flew into the air, turning into a speck of green light. It was like a twinkling star in the clear sky. With a flash, the star multiplied into thousands. Then he pointed at Li Qingshan. Black silk net. Thousands of specks of starlight descended from above, leaving behind thousands of streaks of green light. They twisted and turned like black silk dancing through the air. At first glance they seemed aimless, without any sharpness at all. However, the net of swords completely enveloped Li Qingshan. He was unable to escape. Finally, it's a little interesting. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled slightly as he sighed gently. He allowed the net of swords to envelop him. North Moon, you've been far too careless. You're too careless. If you tell me the truth about the soaring dragon elder's death, I can consider letting you off. Otherwise, with just a thought, this azure silk sword net will be able to cut you into pieces. Fu Qingjin said coldly. He had already considered this. The Green Ruins illusory realm could not trap a demon general of this level. For this battle, he had specially created this green silk sword net. Even though it did not have the profound transformations of the Green Ruins illusory realm that could seal off the world, it was still superior in terms of trapping and killing the enemy. The sword chi was soft and gentle, and no matter how much strength one possessed, one would not be able to struggle free from it. Run! What did you say? Or else I will kill you. Break! Fu Qingjin shouted, and the green silk sword net immediately contracted. However, not a single drop of blood flowed out. The sword chi that could cut through metal and jade deeply cut into Li Qingshan's skin, but it couldn't cut through that thin layer of skin. Fu Qingjin's expression changed. He formed a hand seal and pointed to the sky. Quick! The green ruined sword fell like a meteor. A long green arc of light trailed behind it. Break! Li Qingshan's body shuddered, and the green silk snapped inch by inch. Blood-red light surged into the air, and the blade landed on the green ruined sword. The green ruined sword dimmed, and it was knocked far away. Fu Qingjin's face paled slightly. He had become one with the green ruined sword. If the sword was damaged, his mind would be injured too. He summoned the green ruined sword in a hurry, but he suddenly saw a scarlet flash. Without any time to think, he flew back. A sharp streak of light flashed past his eyes, and the mountain he stood on just now was split in half, collapsing to the sides. Oh no, I didn't think his strength would actually be so great. The green silk sword net is actually so weak. Now that I've been separated from my sword, I'm at my weakest. If he pursues me relentlessly, I'll be in danger. Grip your sword tightly. What Fu Qingjin worried about did not happen. After unleashing that strike, Li Qingshan hovered in the air and stared at him quietly, waiting for him to retrieve the green ruined sword. You will pay for your arrogance. The green ruined sword flew back to his side, and Fu Qingjin grabbed it. He felt deeply humiliated. I'll be waiting. Li Qingshan placed the blade on his shoulder casually. Fu Qingjin closed his eyes, and the green ruined sword thrummed gently. His expression became calm again, and his bearing changed drastically. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils had already turned green. Ruins and the green ruins illusion vaguely appeared in them. Are you done? Li Qingshan said impatiently. With a flash, Fu Qingjin vanished from where he was. He arrived before Li Qingshan and swung his sword. Li Qingshan continued to swing down fearlessly. The blade and sword collided, but it was like he had struck cotton. There was no force at all. The green ruined sword trembled gently, completely nullifying the terrifying power in the blade. The tip of the sword trembled like a snake's tongue, hiding a gentle killing move. What a powerful sword style. This is no longer Fu Qingjin's own power. but the mental legacy those old coots left behind in the green ruined sword. He's even bold enough to use the heart of the sword. Looks like Kid Fu has been forced into dire straits. Interesting. Absolute skill against absolute strength. Just who will emerge victorious? Gu Yinying was mildly surprised. She understood the entire story. The strength of the Sword Collection Palace was that every single sword contained the mental legacies of countless seniors. It was like a group of masters who never rested for 24 hours a day. As long as they slowly excavated and inherited the legacies, they would naturally become a supreme swordsman. There were plenty of wielders of famed swords like the Green Ruined Sword who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation and condensed a sword nascence. Their extraordinary way of the sword was left behind in the Green Ruined Sword. Even with this shortcut, it could only be done slowly. It could not accept all of the sword intent in one go and unleash supreme swordsmanship. There was only one way, which was to replace one's own heart with the heart of the sword. By letting go of one's consciousness and allowing the Green Ruined Sword's consciousness to take over, it was equivalent to being possessed by an ancestor's spirit. The blood-red blade whistled and spat out a blade aura several hundred meters long, piercing through the surroundings and slashing across Fu Qingjin's waist. The struggle in his eyes completely vanished. He did not look at the wound on his waist. Instead, he stared at Li Qingshan. His wounds healed up in the blink of an eye. With a flash of green light, he arrived before Li Qingshan. He ignored the blood-red blade that swung down from above and stabbed towards Li Qingshan's forehead, ready to die together with him. Normally, he only possessed such speed when he merged with the sword. Li Qingshan frowned. He sensed that something was wrong with Fu Qingjin. He tilted his head and dodged, leaving behind a bloody mark on his cheek. He raised his hand and threw a punch at Fu Qingjin's face, but it did not feel like he had struck a body of flesh and blood. At a closer glance, Fu Qingjin's entire body shone with a metallic sheen. Is this sword my opponent right now? That'll be boring. The Green Ruined Sword stabbed over again. Li Qingshan raised his hand to grab it, but his palm ached. The Green Ruined Sword had pierced him. He grabbed the edge of the sword and swung it hard, but Fu Qingjin seemed to be glued to the hilt. His eyes, ears, mouth, and nose shot out with streaks of light. Li Qingshan used the Spirit Turtle's profound shell to block the streaks of light. He unleashed the power of tremors and broke Fu Qingjin's sword-wielding hand. Finally, he was separated from the sword. As if his soul had been sucked out, he closed his eyes and fell to the ground. Li Qingshan gripped the trembling Green Ruined Sword in his left hand, constantly unleashing the power of tremors to prevent him from turning into light and escaping. He swung the blood-red blade in his right hand and swung down viciously. Clang! The Green Ruined Sword thrummed sorrowfully, and a slash appeared on it. Stop! Fu Qingjin jerked back to his senses and cried out involuntarily. Clang! Li Qingshan swung again, landing on the slash with great precision. The slash turned into a crack. To be continued. For the newest and fastest chapters, please log in. Reading is a pleasure. I recommend you bookmark it. Chapter 484. Fu Qingjin used the last bit of his spiritual energy and lunged over. Li Qingshan laughed madly and swung his blade. With a crack, the crack expanded, piercing through the sword. The treasured sword renowned throughout the world was cut in half just like that. Green light surged out from the crack, dispersing into the surroundings. No matter how tough a sword was, without the support of spiritual qi, it would not be able to avoid the fate of being destroyed after being forcefully broken like that. As if he had been struck by lightning, Fu Qingjin was dumbfounded. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. The blood-red blade and the Green Ruined Sword had clashed countless times. It had already become riddled with wounds, so it was reduced to pieces now. Fu Qingjin was utterly furious as he lunged over madly. This was the sword that had been passed down through the generations of the Sword Collection Palace. It was even more important than his life. If he lost this sword, What right did he have to return to the Sword Collection Palace and face the palace master, the elders and his master? He took out a handful of scarlet talismans from his 100 treasures pouch. He no longer cared about the oath. He was even willing to die with Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan casually tossed out the hilt of the blade, striking Fu Qingjin in the chest. With the green ruined sword broken, both Fu Qingjin's body and mind were heavily injured. His cultivation had regressed drastically, so how could he still dodge or block? He could no longer turn into green light and drift away, nor did he possess a body as tough as the sword. With the sound of bones shattering, talismans scattered through the air. Fu Qingjin, we've settled our grievances. Li Qingshan dismissed his killing intent. At this point, killing was already pointless. Letting Fu Qingjin suffer from the pain of losing the green ruined sword was without a doubt the best revenge. A demon core that had cultivated for 1,000 years, and a famed sword that had been passed down for 1,000 years. It was very fair. Fu Qingjin fainted once again. Before he knew it, the dark clouds had gathered again. The battlefield under the clear sky gradually shrank. We've lost, Lu Chongqing murmured. His face was gloomy. It dyed the faces of every single cultivator. This was not a simple defeat. The overwhelming strength that the Moon Devil had demonstrated shocked everyone. In this realm, who else could be his opponent? If he were to start a massacre, who would be able to stop him? Just as Gu Yening had said, this was a general against a general. This game of chess had not even reached the end, but it was already checkmated. North Moon, I order you to kill him. A voice came from underground. It was clear as silk and entered everyone's ears. Helicoverpa Rosa saw that Li Qingshan had the intention to let go of Fu Qingjin, so she ordered. Li Qingshan frowned and reached out to grab it. He scooped up the unconscious Fu Qingjin. All he needed to do was clench his fist gently, and the genius of the Sword Collection Palace would be dead. He was about to die on the spot. Everyone thought that. When he obeyed Spider Queen's order to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, he threw Fu Qingjin far away to the group of human cultivators. Everyone was taken aback. Lu Chongqing caught Fu Qingjin and glanced at Li Qingshan in surprise. Fellow Huaxiai, please heal him. I hope that without this sword, you can still stand before me one day and engage in a true battle with me. While he was unconscious, Fu Qingjin vaguely heard a familiar voice say that. Helicoverpa Rosa was taken aback. She never thought that Li Qingshan would actually disobey her orders. Her beautiful face twisted. North Moon, I order you to kill them all, or you will receive the most severe punishment. All right. Li Qingshan unfurled his wings of wind and arrived before the cultivators in a flash. His scarlet eyes swept past every single cultivator's face. Let's attack together. I refuse to believe that we can't finish him off if we work together. Cheng Kaishan bellowed. The cultivators all became restless. They flickered with light as the spiritual and arcane artifacts in their hands were ready to strike. Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed, smiling silently. Figures appeared behind him. They were night roamers all rushing over, proving that he was not alone. Faced with such a great disadvantage, Cheng Kaishan's face sank. He could no longer say anything else. Hold on. Why North Moon, what do you want to say? Lu Chongqing stopped the cultivators and went up to receive him. He remembered how he chased away the crying child in the Clear River Prefecture in the past. He was not bloodthirsty. Li Qingshan opened his mouth and let out a great yawn. He waved his hand impatiently. Don't bother me anymore. Yes, let's go. Lu Chongqing was surprised at first before becoming overjoyed. He even bowed before turning around and saying to everyone. Although there were many people who were displeased, none of them dared to stay behind and play the hero at a time like this. They all left on their artifacts. Even Cheng Kaishan followed them, afraid to fall behind. Underground, Helicoverpa Rosa became furious. She ground her teeth and said, North Moon. Li Qingshan smiled and thought, Lolth, don't even think about making me please you again. Of course, I don't mind using another method. However, as the cultivators all retreated, a single person remained where he was, glaring at Li Qingshan furiously. He was the greatest cultivator of the Clear River Prefecture, the slovenly Taoist priest Zhou Tong. He was wrapped in lightning, and his slovenly Taoist robe shone with dazzling light. He seemed like a god. The lightning slaughter wooden sword in his hand flickered with lightning as if it had been plucked from the sky. He pointed it straight at Li Qingshan and glared at him furiously. "Fellow Zhou, don't try to be brave," Lu Chongqing called out. Zhou Tong ignored him. "Moon Devil, are you bold enough to fight me to the death? I want you to know that there are other people in the Clear River Prefecture apart from disciples of the Sword Collection Palace. All right, come." Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He had almost forgotten that there was still a small grievance between them. "Let's use this opportunity to settle it as well." Rumble. Zhou Tong pointed at the sky, and lightning snaked through the clouds. A bolt of lightning descended and struck Li Qingshan. Lightning was the punishment of the heavens. Among the various techniques of earth, fire, wind, and water, its destructive power was second to none. Lightning as thick as a water tank and as tiny as snakes wormed their way into Li Qingshan's body, wreaking havoc. His entire body became numb, and even his bones trembled. Just when Li Qingshan wanted to use the spirit turtle's demon core to suppress the power of lightning, he suddenly discovered that as his body was being destroyed, it was rapidly recovering through his powerful life force. And after recovering, he actually felt refreshed, as if it was a form of tempering. The sea of qi in his dantian was filled with flashes of lightning and rumbles of thunder, constantly weaving together with the spirit turtle's demon core. However, as Li Qingshan's strongest defense, the demon core could not be destroyed by a few bolts of lightning. He actually felt like he was undergoing a tribulation. It was very comfortable. How satisfying. Li Qingshan just stood there, allowing the lightning to strike him. "I'd like to see how long you can last." Zhou Tong was furious and moved with his sword. He transformed into a welcoming array. He appeared in Li Qingshan's surroundings. Bolts of lightning struck Li Qingshan's body incessantly. Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed. He did not budge at all. His scarlet hair stood on end. As his head swayed, he began to recite. "Even after being tempered by countless blows, I am unyielding. I can't go on like this. This bastard's body is far too tough. Even regular lightning can't heavily injure him. The divine heaven method of lightning wielding is powerful, but it depletes spiritual qi far too quickly. Even spiritual stones can't make up for it. Moon Devil, how dare you be so careless? I'll show you the true power of heavenly lightning." Zhou Tong thought. He dismissed the illusions and stepped into a dignified stance. He chanted. He pointed the lightning slaughter wooden sword in his hand up and down. Amidst the crackling sounds, arcs of thunder and lightning were drawn out. The dark clouds above him became brighter and brighter, but no lightning struck down. Within the rumbling thunder, a colossal beast seemed to be accumulating energy. A figure of lightning appeared on Zhou Tong's body. Its beak protruded like an eagle's, and it had a pair of wings on its back. It wielded a hammer in one hand and an awl in the other, but it was extremely dignified. It was the image of the legendary Lord of Thunder. Although this was a world of cultivators, no one dared to refer to themselves as gods. Even the most powerful nascent soul cultivators did not have the right to do so. The fact that it could borrow the power of gods only demonstrated how terrifying this move was. The spirit turtle's demon core immediately warned him. If he could endure the power of lightning, he would be tempered, but if he could not, only death awaited him. Lord of Thunder. Zhou Tong bellowed furiously, with a faint rumble of thunder. However, before he could even say striking the demon, Li Qingshan, who had been standing there obediently the entire time, arrived with a flash and grinned. "Give it to me. Be careful, fellow Zhou." Zhou Tong was about to unleash his ultimate move, but he had yet to do so. He just happened to be immobilized, so he watched helplessly as Li Qingshan grabbed the lightning slaughter wooden sword and forcefully snatched it away with brute force. Rumble! A string of lightning erupted from the dark clouds in the sky, illuminating the surroundings and drowning out the cries of alarm. Having lost Zhou Tong's control, the terrifying ultimate move, heavenly lightning striking the demon, came to an end. "Do you really think I'll let you beat me up as you please?" Li Qingshan said meaningfully. He weighed the lightning slaughter wooden sword in his hand. "I'll spare your life. Let me play with this thing." The lightning slaughter wooden sword was the item that the slovenly Taoist priest cultivated with his life, but the power he used to control it was obviously not enough to surpass Li Qingshan's fourth layer of the ox demon. Zhou Tong stared at the lightning slaughter wooden sword in Li Qingshan's hand. His face twisted in embarrassment and fury. Forcefully dragged back by Lu Chongqing, he did not put up much of a struggle. He knew that if he continued, he would only be asking to be humiliated. Never would he have thought that today's tribulation was connected to a karmic event that happened to him several years ago. Li Qingshan pointed at him. "Who else refuses to accept this? I'll deal with all kinds of people who refuse to accept this today." "I'll try you, demon," Chiang Kai-shan called out. "But after this, I'm going to start a massacre." Li Qingshan rubbed his fingers and glanced at Chiang Kai-shan indifferently. Chiang Kai-shan felt all of his hairs stand on end. He saw how Li Qingshan did not start a massacre, so he was thinking about fighting the Moon Devil. Even if he was no match for the Moon Devil, he would still be able to retain some dignity. However, after hearing what Li Qingshan had said, he immediately regretted it greatly. "Fellow Chung, don't be rash. The demons are powerful. Let's plan for the long term." "Alright, today I'll..." Chiang Kai-shan immediately backed down. Originally, he wanted to say, "I'll spare you." However, on second thought, if he angered the Moon Devil with that, it would probably be difficult to clean up the mess, so he shut his mouth resentfully. "Sir North Moon is mighty." Under the celebratory cheers of the night roamers, the cultivators fled into the distance with ashen faces. When Li Qingshan gave up on stopping the war had come to an early end under his will. All of his grievances had been settled, so he felt utterly at ease. However, he understood that the chaos was nowhere near over. The chess game had come to an end. The chess players could finally break free from their final restraints and take the stage. His troubles had only just begun. Whether it be the Sword Collection Palace that had lost its sword or Wen Zhengming that had lost a disciple, they would all treat him as their mortal enemy. However, these matters were still far away. Yi Liubwa said in worry, "Master, how are you going to explain to Ma Spider Queen?" Li Qingshan gazed at the sky. Gu Yining had already vanished. He lowered his head and smiled. "I'll go see her right now." Chapter 485. The Underground Dwelling, the Sea of Blue Butterfly Flowers. "All of you back off." Under the reverent gazes of the night roamers, Li Qingshan waved his hand without even looking back, striding towards the stone platform. Millipede raised his head as if he sensed something. His pink carapace clicked against each other. His body had already become very large, taking up the entire stone platform when he coiled around it. However, compared to before, he was still much smaller. The stone door slammed shut. Li Qingshan patted Millipede's head and took out a demon core, placing it before Millipede. It was the lizard demon general's demon core. Millipede did not know how to be polite. He swallowed it in a single gulp and coiled up like a snake. A while later, resplendent light shone from beneath the carapace, becoming brighter and brighter and blurring Millipede's body. It swelled up at a visible rate, becoming larger than the entire stone platform. In the end, it gradually shrank and his body shrank as well. The light dispersed, and the dazed Millipede in his pink cloak appeared before Li Qingshan once again. He rubbed his bald head and stared at Li Qingshan with slightly protruding eyes. He was still rather confused about what was going on. Li Qingshan laughed happily. He was filled with delight. Millipede saw Li Qingshan laugh and grinned foolishly too. Their hearty laughter echoed through the cavern for a very long time. Afterwards, Li Qingshan opened his 100 treasures pouch and took out jar after jar of fine alcohol. He removed the mud seals, and the fragrance of alcohol filled the surroundings. Many sects of cultivators would grow crops with spiritual qi apart from spiritual herbs for their disciples to eat, as well as to brew spiritual alcohol. Among the many 100 treasures pouches that Li Qingshan had obtained, many contained spiritual alcohol. Quite a few of them had spirit wine stored up, and there were actually hundreds of jars of different types and ages. However, while there was good alcohol, it was difficult for him to find a drinking buddy, nor was he in the mood to drink. Now that he had both a drinking buddy and a mood, the alcohol could finally see the light of day again. Milliped's eyes widened when he caught a whiff of the alcohol. He was filled with eagerness. "Here, drink." Li Qingshan passed a jar to Milliped and held one for himself, touching it gently. Milliped picked up the wine jar and gulped it all down. He wiped his mouth and said, "Delicious. I want to eat." This glutton." Li Qingshan laughed and scolded. He lowered his head and rummaged through the 100 treasures pouch, but he didn't find any dishes to go with the wine. However, he found many fruits and vegetables that were rich in spiritual energy. Now that he thought about it, they were all given to him by Li Long, who was from the same hometown. It suited Milliped's taste perfectly. The two of them sat cross-legged, eating and drinking at the same time. He didn't say much. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, felt very carefree. The stone in his heart had been washed away, and a part of his heart had been resolved. To be able to get drunk with Milliped again, wouldn't that be great? Milliped was holding a jar of spirit wine. Halfway through drinking, he suddenly closed his eyes and collapsed onto the stone platform. His snores shook the heavens and he fell asleep just like that. The wine jar was tipped over, the wine flowed, and the fragrance of the wine filled the air. Li Qingshan picked up the wine jar and stood up. His body swayed slightly, and his face was filled with drunkenness. He raised his head and drank all the wine in the jar, then tossed it far away. He listened carefully, and with a crash the jar shattered. "Spider Queen, I'm coming." Li Qingshan let out a wild roar and walked over with large strides. "Master, this is dangerous." Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo stood guard outside the door, blocking Li Qingshan's path. All she could tell herself was that she was unable to turn him down. This was a sacrifice for her ideals. She refused to admit it, but she also felt rather tempted inside. Most female night roamers indulged in sensual pleasures. They did not hide or repress themselves at all. They had no concept of so-called chastity or lust. As the princess of the Spider Shadow clan, the matriarch's daughter, Yi Liusu possessed a noble bloodline that other princesses struggled to match, but she also possessed a similarly scorching passion. It was not like she did not feel a sliver of envy towards the unrestrained lives of other night roamers. The reason why she refused to get close to men was not just because she worked hard on cultivation for her ideals, but also because she was proud and arrogant. She looked down on those subservient, ignorant, and lowly night roamers. However, he was the first man who had moved her heart. Although he was a demon, he was so powerful and intelligent. What was even rarer was that he could understand and support her thoughts, which was why she had reached where she was today. If it were possible, she was willing to continue walking with him. Perhaps she could even enjoy herself a little. There was nothing she could do. This was her master's request. Li Qingshan pushed them away gently and made his way underground while laughing aloud. Although there were many dangers before him, there was also endless glory. In life, he should challenge himself to his heart's content and enjoy himself to his heart's content. Only then would he not let down this great life of his. "Sister, you won't be able to escape this time. That kiss just now was yours." Only when Li Qingshan's figure vanished into the darkness did Yi Liubo look away and smile at Yi Liusu. "He's the master and I'm the servant. I've seen this many times, so it's nothing," Yi Liusu interrupted. She remained composed, but she could not help but purse her lips. "Will master really be fine?" Yi Liubo began to worry again. The Spider Queen shouldn't break the rules of the demons and slaughter her own clansmen, unless... Yi Liusu's eyes that resembled stars flickered. She was rather worried. "Unless what?" "Nothing. North Moon, how dare you betray me?" In Cobweb City, Helicoverpa Rosa's shrill voice seemed to be able to tear through the thick darkness, echoing in the cavern. Water and lava interweaved into a net, and billowing white smoke rose into the air to form a dense black cloud. There was dead silence in the city. The usual whispers that echoed in the streets and the lonely figures that walked alone had all disappeared. It was as if a bug had stopped its chirping in the presence of a predator. Li Qingshan folded his wings and landed on the protruding platform. He stared straight into Helicoverpa Rose's eyes, only to see her beautiful face contorted in anger. Her eyes seemed to be flowing with venom, causing one's heart to palpitate. But he only replied indifferently, "You don't know what friendship is, so how can you talk about betrayal? Shut up." Helicoverpa Rosa raised her hand and slapped at Li Qingshan's face. If it was an ordinary demon general, this attack would most likely cause their brains to burst and they would die on the spot. Bang! Li Qingshan raised his arm and blocked Helicoverpa Rose's hand. The two forces collided, causing Cobweb City to tremble and the wind to howl. Li Qingshan's body swayed slightly as he felt a pain in his arm. Helicoverpa Rose's slap was extremely insidious, actually piercing through the tough ox demon forges its hide. With a crack, a tiny crack appeared in his arm. Li Qingshan was not alarmed, but delighted. The fact that he could block a demon commander's attack directly proved that he, at the fourth layer of the ox demon, could match a demon commander in strength. There was a world of difference between each layer of cultivation, and the higher one's cultivation, the greater and deeper the chasm. It was no longer something that could be made up with numbers alone. If one were to ask how many ordinary demon generals would they need to work together to kill Spider Queen, the answer was, no matter how many came, they would all die. Unless they could trap her and use their lives to exhaust her. And they had to ensure that the rate of exhaustion was greater than the rate at which she recovered demon chi. However, the chances of this happening were so small that it was almost impossible. However, Li Qingshan had forcefully crossed this chasm through the supreme ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine that Oxen had passed down. Although he had only crossed a small part of it, it was still enough for him to take pride in. Helicoverpa Rose's eyes narrowed. Li Qingshan's strength surprised her. She felt a deep sense of threat, which was followed by hysterical fury. She would never allow any subordinate to challenge her dignity. "You will regret this." Swish! A black shadow stabbed towards Li Qingshan's ribs. It was so fast that Li Qingshan did not even manage to see what it was. The spirit turtle's demon core flickered, warning him of the imminent threat of death. Chapter 486. She has enough strength, but is her reaction and speed still a little too slow after all? Li Qingshan thought. At the crucial moment, hexagonal pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell flew out, forming over a dozen layers of defense. However, the shadow pierced 11 of them in a single stroke before slowing down slightly. Swoosh! Just now Li Qingshan managed to see it clearly. As it turned out, it was the sharp legs of a spider. The tips of the legs flickered with a dark light, clearly carrying lethal poison. Just a single move had made him feel greatly alarmed. Although it had slowed down, it had only slowed down to the point where he could see it clearly. Its actual speed was still startlingly fast. After Helicoverpa Rose's sinister demon chi poured in, the indestructible spirit turtle's profound shell became as fragile as paper. Fu Qingjin's sharp swordsmanship and Zhou Tong's thunderclap all paled in comparison, and this was only a regular strike from Helicoverpa Rosa. Only 3 layers of the spirit turtle's profound shell remained. The legs finally ran out of steam, coming to a halt. Demon generals using their innate abilities to block a demon commander's attack was truly something to be proud of. However, Li Qingshan did not ease up at all. The spirit turtle's profound shell can block it after some difficulty, but it's far too taxing on demon chi. I won't be able to block it too many times before I run out of demon chi. I'll truly be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. At this moment, 7 similar legs extended from behind Helicoverpa Rosa, stabbing towards him as 7 shadows. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and protected his vital parts. He no longer dared to use the spirit turtle's profound shell. This was the helplessness that came with a difference in cultivation. Even if he possessed a powerful innate ability, he was afraid to use it. Blood splattered, turning into a bruise in the air. Li Qingshan's shoulders and arms. 8 deep wounds appeared on his thighs and knees as well. The ox demon forges its hide had been forcefully ripped off. Helicoverpa was dissatisfied with this outcome. Originally, she planned on cutting off Li Qingshan's limbs before slowly torturing him, but the toughness of his skin had exceeded her expectations. However, the result was the same. The poison entered Li Qingshan's body through the wound and spread rapidly like a living thing, dissolving his skin, flesh, and bones. Suppress! Li Qingshan growled. The demon core of the spirit turtle shone brightly like clear water. He suppressed the poison, prevented it from spreading, and forced it out of his body. 8 streams of poisonous blood shot out, and one of them landed on Cobweb City. In the blink of an eye, it had corroded a large hole in the ground. The intensity of the poison was evident. Helicoverpa frowned, her red lips slightly parted. It spat out a thread that was so thin that it couldn't be seen, but it was even more secretive and terrifying than those spikes. Quake! Li Qingshan raised his arms and roared. He threw a punch at the back of Helicoverpa's face, a desperate counterattack. Helicoverpa took a step back. It wasn't that he was afraid of the power of this punch, but he didn't want to be hit by it. But in this battle, she took a step back first, which made her even more furious. Li Qingshan didn't expect to hit Helicoverpa with this kind of punch. He threw a punch in the void. The power of the ox demon. It whistled out. The shock wave tore cracks in the void between them, broke the spider silk, and spread to the direction behind Helicoverpa, but it didn't hurt the high platform under her feet. After cultivating the 4th layer of the ox demon, Li Qingshan had reached a new level of this magical power of the ox demon, which was his most powerful attack. What kind of power is this? Helicoverpa felt a tingling pain on her skin, as if it was about to split open. Her snow-white skin instantly turned silver-gray, flashing with a metallic luster. Li Qingshan's most powerful attack only left behind a thin crack on her, like the crack of porcelain. An injury like that was nothing to her. She recovered in the blink of an eye, but it completely infuriated her. Being injured and forced back by a demon general under her command was a great humiliation. She let out a shrill shriek. Cobweb City trembled gently. Countless pieces of rock fell down. An ear-piercing hum filled Li Qingshan's head. The night roamers who remained in the city all covered their ears and circulated their qi to resist. The weaker ones directly bled to death from their orifices. The other night roamers no longer dared to linger around. They fled out of the city. Helicoverpa's upper body remained human, while her lower body had already become a spider. She was like a precise killing machine, radiating with terrifying eerie beauty. She spread her silver arms, ready to pounce. Helicoverpa vanished. All Li Qingshan saw was her scarlet dress that trailed across the ground, dancing like fire. So fast. She's become even faster. I almost forgot she's also a carapace demon. Her tough body is her forte. Li Qingshan flapped his wings and leapt backwards, hovering in the air. He raised his right hand and called out, "Hold on." Helicoverpa appeared behind him, stopping on the edge of the platform. She glared at Li Qingshan with her blood-red eyes. There was no emotion that resembled a human at all. It was the gaze of death of a predator towards its prey. "You can't kill me. You can't break the rules of the demons," Li Qingshan said as if he was regretting his decision. He was putting up a last-ditch struggle. However, there was not a hint of fear on his face. Instead, there was a hint of excitement. "I won't kill you. I'll torture you viciously, make you feel fear and despair. You'll wish you were dead." A sneer and vicious smile appeared on Helicoverpa's silver-gray face, like a delicate mask. "You just want me to wish I was dead? Are you satisfied with that?" Li Qingshan laughed. "What do you want to say?" Helicoverpa was a little puzzled. "Didn't I say it a long time ago? Now I'll accept your invitation." Li Qingshan stepped forward and reached out his right hand to Helicoverpa, who looked like a mythical demon. Helicoverpa was curious. She didn't launch an attack to kill him immediately. Suddenly she understood what he meant. She transformed into her human form. Her skin returned to its snow-white color. She reached out her hand and hooked Li Qingshan's chin. Her scarlet lips curved into a bloody smile. "You're really a bold child. However, you're very much to my taste." When she said taste, she definitely meant it literally. "Perhaps I just want to have some fun before I die." Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist and scooped her up. He made his way onto the platform and made his way to the bedchambers. The fierce battle of mortal enemies turned into intimate lovers in an instant. However, it wasn't a melodramatic scene of love born from hatred. Instead, it was a confrontation that was pushed to the peak, containing the most terrifying killing intent. The commandment that demons couldn't kill each other wasn't absolute. Their own habits were above the commandment. Helicoverpa rosa was born with the habit of killing and devouring its mate. If Li Qingshan took the initiative to have sex with her, he would become a target that she had to kill. Even the Dragon King of the Sea couldn't blame her. "Let me give you a reason to break the commandment and kill me," Li Qingshan thought. Wherever he passed, the high platform collapsed, as if cutting off his path of retreat. And in front of him was the dark and gloomy lair of the Spider Queen. Ordinary battles were already worthless to the tiger demon. Even if he swallowed strong stones Yao core, the effects of such external objects were extremely limited. Only battles of life and death, battles of madness, could excite the tiger demon and unleash its true power. If he couldn't break through the fourth layer of the tiger demon, then his chances of escaping from the Spider Queen would be pitifully small. It was very likely that he would become the Spider Queen's food and be doomed eternally. However, the moment he made up his mind to carry the heavy promise from above the 9 heavens on his back, it was destined that he could no longer escape. He could no longer advance cautiously and cautiously. He could only take large strides forward and place himself in a dead end. The Spider Queen was naturally very frightening, but compared to Brother Bull's enemies, she was probably just a tiny spider. Remember, don't lower your head to anyone or anything. You've ridden on my back before. A sense of heroism rose up in Li Qingshan's heart. Some of his fear and worries vanished. The moment he stepped through the door, a strange thought crossed his mind. "Chongji, don't blame me. This is cheating with my life on the line." The 100 Schools of Thought, Benevolence Island, in a white room enveloped by formations. This was an absolutely sealed room. There were no doors or windows. Apart from a bed, there was not a single piece of furniture. Snow-white walls surrounded the room. Layers of flashing inscriptions could be vaguely seen. However, these inscriptions and formations were not used to kill or trap people. Instead, they were used for healing. "My sword! My sword!" Fu Qingjin jerked awake. He extended his hand and waved it around randomly, wanting to grab something. He had a nightmare. In the nightmare, he lost something extremely important. If it were possible, he would rather exchange his life for that item. "It's broken," Ru Xian said straightforwardly as she watched on without doing anything, earning a glare from Wuxia. As the 2 most skilled people in the Clear River Prefecture, they were responsible for healing Fu Qingjin together. Fu Qingjin's wounds were not particularly severe. Whether it be his damaged organs or broken bones, they might have been fatal to regular peoples. However, to cultivators they could be healed easily. Most of these wounds did not originate from the Moon Devil, but from the Green Ruin sword overusing his body when he used the heart of the sword. "It's broken." The 2 simple words from Ru Xian made Fu Qingjin feel like he had been struck by lightning. He murmured to himself. Memories that he could not accept gradually surfaced in his mind. The nightmare had become reality. "Fellow Fu, your life-bound weapon has been destroyed, and your mind is injured. If you rest and recover, your cultivation shouldn't regress too much. You can still maintain your cultivation at Foundation Establishment." Wuxia was dark and skinny. His appearance was nothing special, and his voice was rather cold too, but it had the power to comfort people. "Though you're just a regular Foundation Establishment cultivator, an early Foundation Establishment at that. It's impossible for you to control the Demon Slayer again." Ru Xian's face was as white as jade, gentle and beautiful. Her voice was gentle and kind, but what she said was unforgettable. Wuxia could no longer be bothered with glaring at her. He continued to comfort her patiently. Being able to preserve your life and cultivation is already a great blessing among misfortune. You don't have to worry about other worldly possessions anymore. It's detrimental to your recovery. Wuxia continued, it's all thanks to the moon demon showing mercy, sparing your puny life. You better treasure it. Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 487. Fu Qingjin seemed to be wandering between heaven and hell. When he heard Huaxi's words, his expression eased up slightly, but as soon as he heard Wuxian's words, he became overwhelmed with anger. If you keep spouting nonsense, get out. Huaxi scolded. I'm trying to get him to understand his current situation and accept it as a form of stimulation. Old man, don't be so fierce. We're all foundation establishment cultivators now. Huaxi's face darkened even further, but he seemed rather helpless. He apologized to Fu Qingjin. Fellow Fu, my disciple's words are just like that. Don't take it to heart. Wuxian sighed gently. Anyway, just focus on recovering. Without the green ruined sword, you'll have no hope in this lifetime anyway. Fu Qingjin stared at the snow-white wall in front of him blankly. His expression changed drastically as he recalled everything that had happened. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The more he thought about it, the more pain he felt. Blood spurted from his mouth and he collapsed back onto the bed, fainting. Are you satisfied now? Huaxi checked Fu Qingjin's pulse in a hurry. Only after confirming that he was just overwhelmed with anger did he stop worrying. Humans sure are weak. Wuxian sighed gloomily. Why did you provoke him like this? Huaxi was rather confused. He knew very well that Wuxian was not someone who liked to say nice things, but she rarely targeted others like this. In particular, she would act with great propriety towards strangers. At most she would joke around a little. I just don't like him. Wuxian shrugged and turned around. With a wave of her hand, a door appeared in the snow-white wall. A group of demon slayer cultivators were waiting outside. As soon as they saw Wuxian, they surrounded her. They all asked, how's fellow Fu? How is fellow Taoist Fu? How are his injuries? Did it harm his cultivation? Don't worry everyone. Fellow Fu's wounds are fine. It's just that his life-bound weapon is damaged and his mind is injured. He needs to rest, so it's best if we don't disturb him for now. I'm going back to my dwelling right now to prepare a few pills for him that can calm his mind and nourish his mind. Wuxian bowed gently and spoke gently. Her voice was gentle, and she was the most gentle and amiable woman in the world. Hurry up and contact the Sword Collection Palace. I've already contacted them, but I haven't heard back. How audacious of the demons to actually destroy the Green Ruined Sword, one of the 10 renowned swords. The Sword Collection Palace will never just let this go. The Sword Collection Palace is huge, so there's no need for us to worry about them. Let's think about what we should do instead. Without the Green Ruined Sword, he's just a junior. How can he take charge of the overall situation? I don't think the Moon Devil has any intention of fighting us. Otherwise, he could have easily killed us. Presumably, the war will not continue, and we have so many disciples, we can't always stay in the Red Cloud sect. That's right. We cultivators should focus on cultivation and pursue the path of immortality. Why should we fight endlessly like mortals? Why don't we make peace with the demons? Make peace? Do you want to be a traitor? Who's the traitor? Tell me clearly. There have always been many conflicts between them, and there has been constant friction between them. It was just that they were forcefully pressed together. Without Fu Qingjin's control, they immediately became a pile of loose sand. They all had their own thoughts. Let alone waging war against the demons, it would already be impressive if they didn't fight one another. Wuxian thought. She passed through the corridor, and the discussions gradually vanished. She arrived outside. The sky was overcast with rain, and mist rose and fell on the lake of dragons and snakes. The islands of the 100 schools were all hazy in the rain and mist. Gazing into the distance, Cloudwisp Island could be vaguely seen. She murmured extremely softly, "Moon Devil, North Moon. Li Qingshan?" The startlingly many precious spiritual herbs, the close connection to the soaring dragon elder's death, his behavior after drinking the water of oblivion, and why he had not appeared even now. Many clues tangled together, and a certain answer was on the verge of appearing, but she did not think about it in detail. Who didn't have secrets? Why should I keep searching? It's not like I'm his woman. What's that? At this moment Ruexian gazed over. All she saw was a streak of 5-colored light shoot up from Contention Island, flying above Cloudwisp Island. It circled around a few times before suddenly changing directions, flying towards her. Ruexian. The 5-colored divine light landed on Benevolence Island, and the splendor dispersed. Chu Tian's figure appeared, brimming with pride and confidence. He smiled faintly, looking deeply at Ruexian, calling her name. Chu Tian. Ruexian raised her eyebrows slightly. I've succeeded in establishing my foundation. Chu Tian raised his head and chest, his aura soaring. 5-colored splendor flowed around his body, making him look like a proud rooster. Oh, congratulations. Actually, I've always known that you have a very good impression of me, senior sister. However, I know that a mere practitioner, a weak man, is not worthy of you. Now I, Chu Tian, am willing to accept your feelings. I will protect you forever. Chu Tian said with deep affection. The usually eloquent Ruexian was actually rendered speechless at this moment. She felt as if she had been struck by Zhou Tong's heavenly lightning. Although I have many women, my feelings for all of you are sincere. I will treat all of you equally. You are all the women I love the most. Ruexian had originally thought that Chu Tian would slowly mature after experiencing a few more blows from Li Qingshan. Only now did she realize that she had been too naive. There were many cultivators on Benevolence Island, and they had all come to watch. Ruexian felt a deep sense of shame for Chu Tian. She felt as if she was sitting on pins and needles, not daring to speak at all. She felt that if she replied, she would be dragged into an equally shameful situation and suffer a crushing defeat. If Li Qingshan's words were even half as sharp as this guy's, I would never bicker with him again. I know that it's all because of Li Qingshan. He shamelessly pestered you and stood between us. I will prove to you that compared to me, the genius Chu Tian, he Li Qingshan is an insignificant piece of trash. Chu Tian saw how Ruexian was, hesitating, and immediately discovered the source of the problem, which was his great enemy, Li Qingshan. As soon as he emerged from secluded cultivation, he went to Cloudwisp Island to find Li Qingshan. Although he had only just reached Foundation Establishment, he was far more powerful than regular early Foundation Establishment cultivators after practicing the Palm of the 5 Elements. He was confident that he could definitely avenge himself. Now that he saw Ruexian's behavior, old and new grievances rose up in his head. He was seething with anger. I know where he is. Chu Tian rode the 5-colored divine light and flew away. Hey, hold on. Ruexian thought that if her judgment was correct, it was very likely that he was not in the dwelling. If someone with ulterior motives learnt about this, they might become suspicious. The Moon Devil is so powerful, but the Green Ruin Sword has been broken. With the Lightning Slaughter Sword gone, who else in our Clear River Prefecture can contend with him? The Foundation Establishment cultivators of the 100 schools of thought gathered on Contention Island to discuss matters. They were all rather dejected. The advantage they had built up over the past 3 years had completely vanished. The scarlet-haired, scarlet-eyed figure was like a mountain. It weighed heavily on their hearts. Perhaps there's no need to contend with him at all. I don't think the Moon Devil has taken the initiative to oppose us. He's been targeting the Demon Slayer the entire time. I think he's a demon, but he's not impossible to communicate with. Lu Chongqing stroked his beard. He had a particularly good impression of the Moon Devil right now. The Moon Devil could have killed them all, but he went as far as to disobey the Spider Queen's orders and spare them. He could treat it as an act of asking for peace. As for the line, even after being tempered, unyielding, let the winds blow from the east to the west. It was very exciting and heroic. Let alone demons, even he, a disciple of Confucianism, could not produce a poem like that. There were not a lot of people who could come up with a poem like that. Although he was a demon, he was worthy of admiration. Of course, without great strength as a foundation, even if the Moon Devil recited the entire 300 poems of the Tang dynasty, he would never be able to make Lu Chongqing think like that. I agree with the prefect's opinion. Actually, even if humans and demons can't coexist peacefully, there's no need for them to fight to the point where they have to die together. It's just like the Mist province right now. The Treaty of Kings has actually ceased to exist a long time ago. There are no restrictions at all for conflict, but a new order has been formed from the conflict. It hasn't waged an all-out war like we did. Didn't the founding emperor have the cooperation of demons when he ruled the world? The 10 demon kings were originally conferred by the founding emperor, so their status was equal to the marquises and kings of the 8 provinces. Sir Hawk God is the supreme commander of our Hawkwolf Guard. No matter how powerful the Sword Collection Palace is, are they bold enough to make trouble for him in the Dragon Province? Purging all demons in the world has never been a dream. The Green Province hasn't been at war for several millennia, so there are far too many cultivators and demons. They've all accumulated too much power that they need to release. The Treaty of Kings is no longer appropriate. As a result, I think the reason why the higher-ups set up this game of chess is not for us to kill each other, but to find where the balance lies. Hua Sengzan spoke with fervor and assurance. He could be described as far-sighted, which made all the cultivators nod in agreement. Lu Chongqing said, "Then where do you think this balance lies?" "I can't say for sure either. This isn't something we can decide on our own. The Moon Devil is a very good opportunity for us to sit down and talk. Right now, I'm only worried that if the Moon Devil disobeys the order in front of everyone, the Spider Queen won't spare him so easily. If that happens, we might really end up fighting until one side is destroyed. In other words, I should be looking forward to his longevity." Zhou Tong, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly kicked over the table in front of him and said furiously. Hua Sengzan said, "Senior Zhou, if we really can talk to the Moon Devil, we might be able to find the lightning slaughter sword." Zhou Tong had nothing to say. He was not a sword cultivator, but the lightning slaughter sword's value to him was no less than the green ruin sword's value to Fu Qingjin, as it was a crucial item for him to undergo the second heavenly tribulation. No matter how hot-tempered he was, it was impossible for him to not care about his own life. Hua Sengzan said, "Then let's see how the demons respond." At this moment, a powerful presence rushed into the air. Wei Yangsheng pushed open the window and took a look. He smiled. Junior Chu has succeeded. Lu Chongqing rejoiced inside. With this, his school of Confucianism had gained another foundation establishment cultivator. When he heard Chu Tian call out Li Qingshan's name, he sighed. He still can't let go of his grievances with Qingshan. Wang Pushi said, "Who knows where that kid has run off to recently? He hasn't replied to our messages either." Hua Sengzan said, "He should be cultivating in the Chain Mountains. Perhaps he's at a critical juncture so he has no time to reply." Chu Tian seems to be going in the direction of the Chain Mountains. Let's go and have a look. We can't let them fight to the death. In other words, Lu Chongqing wanted them to decide a victor again. Chu Tian was a disciple of the school of Confucianism after all. He had been defeated so many times, so Lu Chongqing felt humiliated. Now that he had achieved minor mastery of the palm of the 5 elements, he should be able to turn the tables and reclaim some dignity. Ru Xian saw streaks of light fly up from Contention Island, with Lu Chongqing leading them. This is bad. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.